Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembe TV, open forum political discussion show, a show that gives an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. We begin with apologies for yesterday's show that had a bad ending. We were suddenly taken off air, especially from those who follow us on YouTube, and it was unexpected. Uh, it's like we had some cyber attack, and therefore YouTube decided to bring down our channel. But we thank God that we have gone through the whole process, and we are back. There is no cause for alarm, only that we need everybody to be aware that there are people who are determined to bring down this channel. Maybe because of the opportunity you get to air what you feel and think about the whole scenario of our government and whatever that is transpiring. Well, if you are Kenyan of goodwill, I believe this is a platform that suits you, and we're here seeing a better Kenya for our children and for our children's children. If there is any life we can live to the fullness, it's making life better for those who are yet to come. And so I believe we will keep in the struggle and ensure that we have a better Kenya, regardless of what who feels what. Thank you, everyone, for your resilience and your continued checking on us and watching our backs even as we continue with the noble assignment we believe is divinely given to us by God to do what is right for this great country. I really want to appreciate everyone that expressed their concern and called all through the night, finding out what's happening, whether everything's all right with us. I confirm we are well, we are safe, and the hiccup we had has been sorted. We are now back. Let's face the business for today. Well, Raila Odinga and the Azimio team had a presser today, and the presser was full of a lot of revelations that we all need to come to terms with. One of the standing out revelation of the presser given by Raila Odinga is the expose of the President William Ruto and his revenge mission to state officers who were not in support of his Tangatanga movement in the previous regime. Well, I don't know what you think about this. Is the allegation that has been leveled, and we need to look at it keenly. What is it between the president and Kinoti, the president and other people? And in the course of the presser, also something else came out clean, that the reason why the president is on trail to track down all the state officers who are perceived to have carried out extrajudicial killings has opened a new can of worms against the president. Names have been mentioned with his name, and now Raila Odinga and the Azimio team want an explanation, the whereabouts of the disappeared ICC witnesses and other factors. Well, this is what we are looking at tonight. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for your continued support and followership. We look forward to having a fruitful engagement tonight, even as we dissect these matters clearly, loudly, and fearlessly. Karibuni pamoja, tunawashukuru. Tunaendelea kuwakumbusha wale wote ambao mnatufuata kwa Facebook, hatutaweza kujiunga nanyi katika Facebook live broadcast. Tuko bado na shida fulani ambayo lazima tutatue kabla turejee hewani kwa Facebook. Kwa hivyo kama ungependa kufuatana na matangazo yetu ya moja kwa moja, basi jiunge nasi kwa LinkedIn, kwa Twitter ama YouTube. Na kwa YouTube ndipo tutakaa kwa muda mrefu. Kwa hivyo kila mmoja ambaye haja subscribe kwa YouTube, jitahidi kuhakikisha kwamba una subscribe na unafuata matangazo yetu kupitia YouTube, kwa sababu hapo utapata uhondo wote. Katika LinkedIn na Twitter will drop out as soon as their time elapses, but for YouTube we're here until everything closes. So make sure that you do that, and you proceed into the conversation. Well, the link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. Remember, you can get that link either in our WhatsApp group or on YouTube. The LinkedIn and Twitter has banned, it is not picking up the post when we post from the back office. And so you can make an effort to join via YouTube in order to get the broadcast, or rather the link to use to get in the studio. I want to appreciate everyone for tuning in and waiting out on this particular show. Gitonga, asante sana kwa kujiunga nasi. Martin Makandet, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Trufosa Lai, hello to you. Thank you so much. Nashukuru kwa wote. Kwa Fatum Abdullahi Muhammad, karibu sana. Dunia ina mambo, the world has issues. Karibu sana, tunashukuru. Karibu kwa show. Na mimi tutajumika pamoja kwa njia safi. Joy Obesa, you are welcome. We appreciate you, and thank you. Who else am I leaving up? Miriam Kache, hi to you. Thank you so much. Kuna Wandera James, watching live from Kampala, Uganda. Asante sana. Karibu kwa show, na washukuru kila mmoja. Tafadhali tuendelee kujumuika na tuendelee kukaribishana ili tukajumuika pamoja tunapoangazia siasa zetu na jinsi ambavyo nchi inaendeshwa, kama ni haki ama si haki. Una uhuru wa kusema hivyo kupitia channel hii. Naomba kila mmoja tuweke nidhamu, tuheshimiane, lakini tutekeleze yale ambayo ni wajibu wetu, kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna Mkenya atahadaliwa na hakuna Mkenya atadanganywa hata na wasiasa. Kwa hivyo mahala pote mlipo, karibuni. Christina Adika, karibu sana. Thank you. What happened yesterday is that we got, I think somebody hacked our system and reported that we were violating YouTube community, and therefore the YouTube administration pulled down our channel suddenly without notice. But we had a revisit, we had a reappeal, and fortunately they listened to us and got acts together. Got facts together, and the channel is restored. I believe you're able to get us and everything else we had done previously. It is an alarming moment. We don't know who is our friend and who is our enemy. But as we continue chatting and talking, probably there are some of us who are not so much impressed or so much wherever touched by what we are doing, and so they would want to frustrate it and therefore make those whatever uncalled for allegations. All the same, we are happy that we are here. Thank you so much for our administration team and our boss, of course, for putting up a spirited fight until we are here again doing what we are supposed to do. Kwa hivyo mahala pote ulipo, karibu, na endelea kukaribisha mtu. Usitazame kipindi peke yako. Siku imefika, lazima tuambie ukweli. Baba Raila Odinga anakwenda wherever he takes on the president on allegations of revenge mission against state officers who are not friendly to him when he was deputy president. And in the course of the pressure, a can of worms has been opened against the president, where questions are raised on the disappearance of specific people that are traceable to his former office, or cases touching on the president's life. And so this is a matter that Kenyans have interest in the same. And so we give you an opportunity to hear and express what you think and feel about the whole scenario. Is Baba right as usual, or is jealousy, like those who will claim is jealousy, or is angry because he did not become president? What is cooking, and how do we relate to the same? Nashukuru sana unami sumbua. Nashukuru, asante sana. Kuna Yufi karibu sana. We are here again. Let's keep talking. Wale wanataka kujiunga kwa studio, the link is on YouTube. Please make use of it. Come in and let us get talking. And Francis, if you are able to get me, please get here in good time, because I will not be here long. I have a journey early in the morning, and so I will need to sign out earlier. I need to travel to the village. I lost my auntie, the sister to my father, and so we must go and feel righteousness. And for that purpose, I'll be leaving very early. My village is not in Nairobi, and it's not 3 hours from Nairobi, so I need to leave very early, and so I pray that you will all understand. And so Francis, Themba, Makiadi, Julia, wherever you are, please make haste and come in good time, so that I can sign out in good time, so that I'm ready for the flight early in the morning to my village to fulfill righteousness. Asante sana, naomba tusonge mbele. Ndugu yangu yuko hapa, tuanze kwa kina. Bwana Chaga, vipi lakini?
Salama sana brother Bernard. Namshukuru Mungu na pia pole sana kwa msiba.
Asante.
Mungu akupe faraja kidogo. Tukiingilia katika mada ya leo, hakika mambo yanaanza kuwa maneno sasa, na yanaanza kuwa mambo, kwa sababu ni heri mtu achukie, lakini ukweli umezungumzwa, na kama wanavyozungumza wahenga, ukweli mchungu siku zote, lakini bora kabisa ukweli uwe wazi, kwa sababu hii serikali taingia mwanzo nilivyoingia tu nilisoma haya maneno yalizungumzwa leo na mheshimiwa Raila Odinga, kwamba wale ambao wana kesi lakini waliweza kusupport government, hao watu hawana kesi, zitatolewa na zishatolewa, ili mradi tu ulikuwa unaisupport hii kikamilifu. Na ishara wazi ni ile ambayo ilijitokeza kwa Waluke, kwa sababu yuko pande ingine, wakaingia pale wakahakikisha kwamba wameweka ndani miaka 67. Hayajatosha, wamerudi kwa Kinoti. Mpango mzima ni Kinoti, na sio kama baada ya Kinoti huenda Matiang'i naye akatafutwa. So ni hakika na ni ukweli kabisa kwamba Bernard, hawa watu wanalipiza kisasi, wapo kulipiza kisasi. Ndipo sababu akazungumza, na ni jambo ambalo mimi lilikuwa limo ndani ya moyo wangu. Kama kweli ninyi mnajali na mnaheshimu sheria na katiba ya nchi, mnajali na mnajali sheria na mnaheshimu katiba ya nchi, basi tuelezeni. Msandu alipotea kwa hali ya kutatanisha, na kisha baada alipopatikana pia na mkono wake nao umekatwa vile vile, mwenyewe naye kauawa kinyama. Jacob Juma na wengi tu walikuwa mashahidi wa kesi ya ICC. Mbona hizi kesi hamzizungumzia, mzifuatilie tukapata haki? Hebu watupe, kama kweli wanajali sheria na haki na wako katika uhaki, tupate hawa watu ni nani walihusika na kina nani waliwaua, kuliko kwamba waingilie watu ambao hawajawasupport ama wako na bifu kwa sababu walikuwa wanataka kutoa ukweli kuwahusu. Na madamu huyu alikuwa anataka kutoa ukweli kuwahusu, basi huyu mtu hafai wala hafai. Na madamu tushashika serikali, basi tutahakikisha tunadili na huyu mtu vizuri, So hii ni serikali inalipiza visasi, kwa sababu ni serikali ya vitimbi. Leo tukuzungumzia masuala na ushuru, tulianza masuala na kusevu, hiyo nayo kidogo, masuala na ushuru hayo. Leo yani ni vitimbi vitimbi vitimbi. Kwa hiyo baba, namshukuru, alilolizungumza ni kweli, wananchi wanaumia, na hakika tusipe muda wa Kenya bwana, tujitokeze, baba support, na serikali hii mame nayo tuhakikishe kwamba haya machafu yanayoendelea na kuenezwa na uongo tumeyakomesha. Pili, leo Gachagua alikuwa kwenye kaunti yetu ya Mombasa na Bulswamada, akaja hapa pia na propaganda zake, lakini hajaacha pia vile vile kulaumu serikali iliyopita, jambo ambalo mimi linanikera kupita kiasi. Yani hauwezi ukiingia mahali kila siku ni walawama na mtu mwingine. Sasa ni mwingi wa kulaumu, lakini si mwingi wa kutoa suluhu ya? Akaja hapa ajaribu kutoa dawa pwani, eti si mnaona tuliwapa Kingi kama spika, si mnaona tuliwapa Mvurya na mining, kwa sababu hapa tuna mambo na black economy, kwa sababu huyu ndo atakayeshirikia mambo ya pwani, si mnaona. Walisema Aisha Juma ajui kizungu, alipromosha kizungu yote, si mnaona fulani tulimweka. Kwa hiyo nyinyi pangeni, tumuondoe baba kabisa kabisa. Bado hawa watu wako katika campaign mode na malaumu. So hii mdomo huu, na ndivyo itakavyokuwa hii serikali, the whole 5 years itakuwa ni a blessing tu. Hata alikuwa na hamu kusema baba anyamaze na Uhuru anyamaze, wajikange kwa mafuta yao. Wananchi wakichoka, tujitokeze tuwaambie, bwana, sisi hatutaki hii Kenya ipelekwe hivi mnavyoipeleka, tunahitaji Kenya ipelekwe hivi. Maana bwana, katiba inatulinda na nguvu ya katiba iko mikononi mwetu. Maana wao ni waajiri tu waliotuomba kazi, watufanyie kazi pale. So kama kazi haifanyiki hapo, haina haja tuwaweke hapo juu, tuwatoe na tuweke wenye watatuongoza vile ambavyo at least tutaepukana na hoa masuala na ukabila, masuala na kujiona winner take all. Maana ndio mambo ambayo tunaona, so tunaregeshwa enzi hizo. So kwa kweli, kwa baba aliolizungumza leo Bernard, na muunga mkono 100% kabisa, na awe na misimamo na kutumbua haya majipu. Watu wajua ukweli, akina nani walisababisha kuuawa kwa Msandu, nini kilifanyika Jacob Juma wawe, na wengi ambao waliuawa kinyama. We need clarification, we need more investigations, so as tuelewe ni nini haswa hawa waliohusika na kina nani, sio kugawana tu mavyeo na mamlaka. Wakati wa kampeni walipinga kwamba huo mrengo huu na BBI na BBI yao ni ya kufanya nini, ni ya vyeo na mamlaka. So hawa nao na kina nani sasa wanagawana vyeo na mamlaka. Yale tuliyapinga kwa BBI, walivyopinga BBI ndio hiyo BBI wanaifanya tena, na mwisho wa siku wataingia hata kwa katiba, waanze kuamend katiba yetu for their benefit. So tusisubiri, let's not wait for more. Dalili ya mvua ni mawingu, na siku njema huonekana usubuhi. Tumeiona hii, Wakenya wenzangu, tusimame kidedea, tusimame kwa umoja. Sasa hapa hatuache uazimio na Ukenya kwanza, maana mtoto wa Kenya kwanza akilala njaa, mtoto wa Azimio akilala njaa, wote tunakula hasara. Hawa wenzetu wanakula mishahara, tena tuwalipe, tena tutoe ushuru na tuwalipe wao tena. Na mwisho kabisa, walisema sisi hatuendi kwa trickle down, tutakwenda kwa bottom up. Na hii inaendelea ni nini kama si trickle down? So kile walipinga ndio kile ambacho wanakifanyia kazi kwa sasa hivi. Kindly watueleze Kinoti wanamtafutia nini, na kama watamwaresti hata mimi niko radhi kuingia kwa position kuhakikisha sasa tunamalizana na huu dhuluma na hiki kifua cha kwamba nikiingia na uwezo wa kufanya chochote. Hapana, hakuna kiongozi ana uwezo zaidi ya mwananchi, maana katiba yetu mpya ni sisi ndio wenye maamuzi yote. So ni kuungana, tuachane na mambo na ushabiki, tuhakikishe everybody amehusika. Kenya kwanza ni Mwanaazimio, ili mradi ni wa Kenya tu, tusimame wote kwa kauli moja. Asante bwana, nitashikilia hapo.
Okay, asante ndugu Chaka, tunashukuru kwa utangulizi huo na mwanzo mzuri. Lazima tuongelea masuala kwa kina ili Mkenya aelewe nini kinachoendelea na kipi anapaswa kufanya ili tujinasue kwa mitego hii ambayo tumewekewa. Kevin Orinda unauliza nini kilifanyika jana. Nimesema hapo mwanzo kwamba kulikuwa na shida. Inaonekana mmoja wetu katikati miongoni mwetu tunapokutana hapa kila siku tukiongea swala haya, kuna wengine wetu hawapendi kile kinachoendelea. So inaonekana kuna mmoja wetu ambaye aliripoti kwamba channel hii haifuati maagizo yaliyowekwa na YouTube community. Kwa sababu hiyo YouTube ikatoa channel kwanza, tuende tufanye hiyo kesi tushinde ndio turudi. So one of our enemies here seemed to succeed yesterday in bringing down the child, and it went down for the better part of the night, but by morning he had cleared the case, and we are now reinstated. So it is not anybody who was blocked. I received a lot of accusation that I have blocked the people from the diaspora and things like that. It had nothing to do with me or any one of us. In fact, we reached a place when we became desperate because we cannot access the child by all means. So it's just the enemies of progress that would want this channel down that made that allegation. But we laid our facts clear, and thanks to our technical team and our boss Mtembe himself for rising to the occasion and saving the day. And that's why we're here to continue with what we were talking about. So, and that's why I want us to be vigilant. We have always told you that we have hackers in our midst. There are those who want to hack people's accounts, hack people's channels and all that. Those of you who are here long enough, you know that I lost my channel because of this show. I lost my YouTube channel for church that had over 30,000 subscribers. Now rebuilding it. Sijafikisha 2,000 subscribers because of that. And so let's just understand that we have enemies in our midst, and therefore be careful. But if you're here and you don't enjoy the show, please just leave, other than frustrating us and try to mess what you know that is right and is good for us to ventilate on what needs to be done as far as this great nation is concerned. Kenya si ya wachache, Kenya ni ya Wakenya wote, na kila Mkenya na haki ya kusema, haswa wakati Kenya inakuwa mrama. So kama hilo linakukera, wewe ndio mmoja wao matatizo tulionayo na lazima tukutatue. So kwa vyovyote vile tutaendelea kufanya yale ambayo tunapaswa kufanya. Na kama mtafikia kiwango ambacho basi tutafungiwa, basi kule tutafungiwa, tutakuwa hapa tu na tutatafuta pia njia ya kujifungua hata tukifungua, because we have to do what is right, because it is right and it helps save many and not feed the few who are twisted and want to think that they want to do what they want to do and nobody should question them. A very bad presidency that doesn't need to be embraced at this point in time in our history and civilization. So I want to appreciate all of you for your resilience and your commitment. Wengi walituma SMS, wengine wakatupiga simu, wengine waka WhatsApp wakiuliza nini kinaendelea, meaning that you are really concerned about us and we are very grateful. Please, let's keep our spirit alive. We will be here as long as God enables us to be here, and we will do what's right no matter who likes what is wrong. Thank you very much. I hope that now clears it. Let's now move forward with our conversation. Today, Raila Odinga takes on President Ruto on what is perceived to be revenge mission against state officers in the previous government who were perceived not to be in support with Tanga Tanga movement when he was deputy president. Is that what is the case? What do you make of the same? Is President William Ruto on revenge mission? Let's talk about the same. Extrajudicial killings, which is the excuse that is being given by this regime that they are looking out for officers that participate in extrajudicial killings, has opened a can of worms against the president. Now, names are being floated and disappearance of witnesses is being asked by the same presser. So we need also to look at that keenly. Do we look for the people who have disappeared now and forget about the people who disappeared in the past? Or we should follow the chronological order of disappearance and be able to prosecute all the cases equally according to what is required by law. Tuendelee kwa kina. I will be sharing the link shortly. Naomba kabla mzee Guru akuja tumsikilize dada kwanza ili tufanye hiyo gender balance na tusichukuliwe tusimamiwe kama serikali ya Ruto. Sasa hivi ilisema itapatia kina mama 50%, hawajafika 25%. Sasa sijui ni wamama walikupunguka ama ni hesabu ilikataa. Hiyo ni swala nyeti ambalo tutalizungumza hapo baadaye. Karibu dada Yufin.
Asante Bernard, habari zenu? Chaka Guru, mko salama?
Tuko poa, karibu.
Salama.
Nimefurahia Bernard, Kenya yetu tuliambiwa tuko na prezo wa maombi Deputy Jesus, lakini ni kama tumepotea hapo. Hakuna kitu kama mtu wa Mungu hapo. So watu wakitaka kufanya kitu waanze na zile za kitambo, wasije wakatuadaa na hizi za hivi karibuni ndo watufumbe macho. Na walituambia vizuri sana wajinga waliisha Kenya. So ingawa tumenyamaza sisi wajinga, na afadhali na shukuru baba ameongea leo. Azidi tu kuongea tu hivyo, lakini si kila mara. Unaona wakianza kufanya vitu kama hizo wafanye tu, yani kama ni kesi waanze na zile za kitambo. Juu justice, kila mtu anahitaji justice. Hao wenye watu wao walikufa, hata wao pia wanataka justice. Hao watu wa ICC wenye watu wao walikufa, hao pia wanahitaji justice. You know, at least you need to know the truth, what happened. It will help you heal, you know. Hata kama wamekufa, lakini utajua ukweli. Na wafanye tu wasituada, wasitufumbe macho na hizi. Tunataka everything ikuwe cleared. Wasije wakakuwa kwa revenge mission, na nimeona wamekuwa kwa revenge mission wanajisahau. Sasa wanaanza kuimplement vitu zenye baba alikuwa anasema na wenye walikuwa napinga. So na tulijua hiyo mambo ya nomination Bernard, tulijua juu a leopard does not change its spot Bernard. So tuliambiwa huyu mtu yuko hivi na hivi. We didn't expect change. At least sisi kama supporters wa Azimio tulijua hata badilika. So heri wao wa Kenya Kwanza waliadaiwa. So at least now they're getting to the reality, but haijasink. Jusioni kama wengi wao wameipata, bado wako kwa hiyo illusion. So baba siongea sana, ange tu hivyo kidogo tukiendelea, ndo wazidi tu kudhihirishia wafuasi wao, lakini sisi juu we already know, you know. kitu yenye haijakuchukua na surprise, you can, yani at least we expected it because we knew that was his character. So we don't expect much. At least they should try to get down to work, because as Kenyans we expect more. And when they were saying to Metenga, I think they knew where the money was gonna come from, because these people who are here right now, it's not a new government. They were there. They knew whatever was happening in there. So when they were saying to Metenga, they already knew where the money was gonna come from. So let them not tax us too much, because they knew what was going on. Let them deal with the situation venye walikuwa wametenga. Na hii issue ya women 50-50 sioni, na tulijua tu. So Wakenya itabidi tukaze kamba. It's not gonna be easy. But my pride and happiness is it's not gonna be easy for all of us. Both the hustlers and those Azimio, as Azimio supporters. So we are gonna tutakutana tu hapo katikati na itatuuma sote. So wajaribu tu watufanyie kazi, la sivyo baba atatuelekeza na sisi tutafuata. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you, Eugene. We appreciate that, and we look forward to engaging further. See to it that we keep all Kenyans in the light. Simon Dung there says Kenya sends a plane full of food as donation to Somalia, as people of Turkana and Northeastern are starving to death. That is the sad scenario of this great country, that we are walking the second mile before we cover the first mile. A very strange way of dealing with matters. We'll play one video before Mr. Guru can come in to make his submission. And I'm calling upon Francis and all other stakeholders. I will need to sign out a lead today, because I need to
ile uuaji kinyama ya Wakenya. Tumesema tunajua ati kuna wale Wahindi ambaye inasemekana walishikwa na baadaye wakatoweka na wajaonekana mpaka waleo. Ile kitu ambayo walikuwa wanafanya hapa hakuna mtu anajua, ijapokuwa wale ambayo waliwaleta hapa. Lakini tumesema wao ni binadamu kama wanadamu wengine, na sisi tutatetea haki yao ya maisha. Na sisi tungependa uchunguzi yote ifanyike ili ijulikane wako wapi, ikiwa kama hayuko ni nani ambayo aliwachukua. Lakini vile vile tumesema hatutaki kusema ati uchunguzi naishia hapo. Tumelaani vikali yale ambayo yanaendelea wakati huu ya kulenga mtu mmoja ambaye alikuwa ni DCI bwana Kinoti, ambaye sasa lawama yote inalenga kwake. Hata DPP ambaye yeye mwenyewe ndiye alikuwa kila mara anakataa kushtaki watu ati hakuna ushahidi ya kutosha. Sasa kujitokeza na kusema yanalaumu watu DCI. Na DCI hajapewa nafasi ya kujibu. Tunaona kama yale yote ambayo yanafanyika wakati huu ni kama ile kangaroo. Hakuna ukweli wowote ndani yake. Tumesema kuna Wakenya wengi ambayo wamepotea, wengine wameuawa kinyama mpaka wakati huu. Wale ambayo wengine walikuwa wametekwa nyara, wengine mmoja alitekwa nyara kule Eldoret, mwili yake kapatikana huko upande wa Savo. Na wengine yote mimi tumetaja ndani ya hiyo statement. Tumesema tunataka uchunguzi ifanyike, ijulikane ni akina nani walihusika. Tumengoja wale watu kama Jacob Juma ambaye alipigwa kinyama akawawa hapo hapo katika barabara ya Ngong. Tumeongea vile vile juu ya bwana Msando ambaye alikuwa anafanya kazi kwa tume ya uchaguzi, akatekwa nyara, akaenda akaulewa kinyama na mwili yake ikapatikana kule, hata mikono yake imekuwa imekatwa. Tumesema tunataka uchunguzi ingie katika mambo haya yote, na vile tunaona wakati huu hatuna ile shirika ambayo inaweza kufanya kazi hii, ambayo itaweza kufanya kazi ya wastani. Inatakikana tutafute watu wengine ambao labda wametoka nje wajiingizwe kwa mambo kama haya, vile marehemu Nyayo alifanya, alileta Scotland Yard hapa kuchunguza kifo ya bwana Robert Ouko. Hiyo ndio itaridhisha Wakenya. Yale ambayo yanafanyika wakati huu ni sarakasi. Hakuna ukweli yote ambayo itatokea na yale mambo ambayo yanafanyika wakati huu.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that is Azimio leader Raila Odinga giving the briefing to Kenyans on what he makes of the moves being made by the Kenya Kwanza government against the state officers that were not in their good books during their tenure as Tangatanga. Well, I don't know what you make out of the same. Let's engage further and be able to tell each other the truth. We also want to urge you, if you are able to get us, invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people to join in the discourse. Be our ambassador, be our extension. Let us resume our numbers. Yesterday we had a hiccup. I'm still getting that question. Somebody reported that we were violating YouTube rules, and so YouTube took down our channel until we would explain ourselves and set the facts right, and that's how we got back on air. That means we have an enemy within. Some of these people come here and begin to defend the evil. They were out to do their evil yesterday. That's how our show ended abruptly without us, even closing it. That is what happened. But we are safe. Everything is cleared thanks to our boss and every other person that participated in securing our channel back. We just want to ensure that everybody, please, let's be vigilant. Also, I want to point out there are people who post pornographic things or links on the show. When you notice something like that, please delete and report. Anybody who is on that chat is able to do that. You don't need administrative power to do that. We would want us to be vigilant, because it's through those kind of funny posts that YouTube can view like we are passing information that is not allowed on the YouTube community. Otherwise, we are safe and secure. Please, let's ensure that we keep it civil. Let's respect one another and do what is right for Kenya. That's the reason why we stay awake to see to it that Kenya becomes a better country because of what we say every day on this particular channel. If you don't see that that is a serious cause to live for, just leave. You just step out. Nobody is on this channel by force, and you don't have to stay. Don't spoil a whole channel simply because you don't like one person or the other. Kenya belongs to all Kenyans, and it's our duty to see to it that it remains so. On the other hand, I appeal, Francis, if you're able to get me Julia, Makiadi, and every other person that has administrative rights, fanya hima tafadhali uwai mapema. Ningependa kutoka mapema. Kesho naenda mazishi ya auntie yangu, the sister to my dad, my late dad passed on, and the burial is on, so I'll be leaving early in the morning, and therefore I won't stay in the show to its conclusion as usual or later than now. So Mnitafutie Francis, mnitafutie Themba, mnitafutie Makiadi ili wapatikane mapema na mimi ning'atuke. Asante wote, tuendelee kwa pamoja. Mzee Guru, vipi lakini?
Mzuri Bernard. Pole.
Yes, karibu.
Pole, unaona sasa mahasimu wameanza kukufuata kwa mitandao.
Wametuzoea hawa, tutawadili nao tu.
Jitayarishe na uwe gangari, ukae landa, kwa sababu hii ni serikali ingine, hata uwezi jua ni kina nani wanafanya hii kazi. Unajua
uwezi kweli kabisa, inaonekana itabidi nikienda Western nipigie kwa Martin Shikuku alifundishe the art of camouflage.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Anionyeshe jinsi ya kuishi.
Unajua watu
kind of world.
Unajua I'm always jittery of any government that keeps promising free media, freedom of media. I always think that they mean the opposite, because how do you assure of something that is already in the constitution? Anyway, that's the food for thought for you, that the enemy could be bigger than you think. Baba amechibuka leo, na one of the things Kenyans don't know that ni ngumu sana, ngumu zaidi kwa mzee Raila Odinga kukimia akiona mambo ikiharibika kwa nchi, na hata wakisema akimie anaona ugumu, kwa sababu unajua kitu umerimia miaka mingi, hata umeteseka juu yake, uwezi tu achilia atiharibike ukiona. Na nadhani that is the basis on which the former prime minister alitokea kusema ile alisema, kwa sababu anajua ni rahisi sana kurudi pale tulikuwa miaka ile ya giza. Kusema ukweli, serikali hii ni kama inataka kumalizana na mambo mingi sana ambayo Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa ameanzisha kwa ile serikali yake iliondoka. Kwa sababu ukiangalia kama leo, nadhani wamefutilia mbali ile mambo ya World Health Organization pale KU, na wakaleta yule profesa yule alikuwa amefukuza kazi Wainaina. Sasa ni kumaanisha ile mkataba ambayo ilikuwa imewekwa kati ya Kenya na World Health Organization inayumba. Pia ukiangalia unaona ile mambo ya kubadilisha kwamba mambo ya SGR kutoa kituo Naivasha kurudisha Mombasa. Pia ukiangalia hata CBC ni ile tu anataka ni vile nadhani waliona ni ngumu, walikuwa hata wamesema wataondoa walete mfumo mwingine. Ukiangalia kila mtu leo, hata Gachagua leo alisema kwamba sijui badali ilikuwa imeenda na nani. Yani ni serikali ambayo unaanza kuwa na taswishi, kwa sababu ile iko ni kwamba hata ukiangalia viongozi wazuri, angalia mtu kama Kibaki. Kibaki alipoingia hakuja kuanza kutubiria mbali ile miradi ambayo rais aliyekuwa hapo mbeleni Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi alikuwa amefanya. Aliingia na kumaliza ile haikuwa imemalizwa na kuendelea na yake. Lakini sasa hapa tunaona mtu ambaye anasimamisha na kubatilisha miradi. Na ukiwa watu wale wajui serikali, hii ni mojawapo ya ile itafanya wale wawekezaji wa nchi wakose imani na nchi yetu, kwa sababu huwezi kusema kwamba kila wakati kutakuja rais mwingine mtu atakuja kubadilisha maneno kiasi kwamba akaweza kuleta shinda kwa biashara za watu. Saa hii wale wanasoma wameona kwa East African kwamba wawekeshaji wameanza kuondoka. We have a problem of forex inflow. Na Kenya has been actually downgraded. It is put in the watch list as a country that is not currently attractive for investors. And that American firm has already advised its investors not to come to Kenya blindly. So tumetoka kiwango ya ile ya juu kidogo na tukashuka kidogo, kwa sababu inasemekana hata kupata dola ya kufanya biashara imekuwa ngumu. What Gachagua was saying, it is true that we are facing a crisis of dollars, inflow of forex, ambayo ni kitu ya inaweza tatiza uchumi, kwa sababu kila mtu anafanya import export, anajua vile nasema hapa ni kumaanisha una fedha ya kwenda kununua kile unataka kununua huko Amerika ama Britain ama kwingineko. So mambo ingine hapa watu wanachukulia kama mzaha na kutoa maneno tu ambayo haina msingi, basi inaleta madhara yake, kwa sababu nchi ambayo inajiweza na nchi ambayo ina mwelekeo, lazima wawekeshaji wakawa na imani kwamba vitu haiwezi batilishwa haraka haraka. One of the things that they have cited is government policies, meaning you can imagine now the investors who had already started investing in around Naivasha, they have lost it. So for any investor in Kenya coming to Kenya, we will first ask how is going to cope, because the government can change direction anytime on particular direction. So baba amefanya mzuri kuongea, na isipokuwa wengi wetu wangetaka akae kimya. Nadhani anaona uchungu akiona ile mambo inafanyika. Leo bado ameongea pia juu ya hii matarajio ya hii serikali kulibikisha watu ushuru kiasi kwamba labda maisha itakuwa hata ngumu zaidi, kwa sababu sijui kama Bernard unajua, one of the proposals is that a freehold land, ile shamba yako kule ndani mashinani ambayo baba yako anakuza mihogo, wataingia pale na wakwambie ile pesa utakuwa ukipea serikali kila mwaka. Hii ni maneno ambayo sijui itakuwa namna gani, lakini tungojee tu, kwa sababu tulisema kwamba hii ni serikali ya hasla, na tuna generation inaitwa hatupangwingwi, lakini nyuma ya hizo behind those terminologies kulikuwa na historia kubwa, na itaanza kuchibuka wakati hawa watakutwa pale mashinani na kuambiwa sasa, kwa sababu una eka 2 ama eka 3 tunakutakia hii pesa kwa kila mwaka, iwe shamba unatumia ama hutumii. Pia unajua kwamba mambo pando haijaenda vile ilikuwa imeahidiwa. Mambo mingi ilikuwa imeahidiwa watu na vijana wamegojea mpaka wa leo na haifanyiki, isipokuwa ile tunasikia ni sijui serikali ambayo iliyopita ilifanya hivi ama haikufanya. Mambo ambayo haiwezi saidia nchi, lakini hapo ndio tuko, hakuna lingine tunaweza fanya isipokuwa sasa tuwe macho na tuweze kuongea labda hata kwa nguvu zaidi, kwa sababu tusipoongea basi maneno inaweza kutuharibikia hata zaidi, na tukarudi pale tuliachwa na Daniel Toroitich arap Moi. Wacha vile wanasema ati wanaweza kutuleta pale tulikuwa wakati ya Kibaki. Hii naona tukirudi pale tulikuwa wakati ya Moi, sababu ukiona leo hakuna mtu anaongea sana mambo ya ufisadi, na ile inaendelea saa hii ni kama hujuma ya wale hawako kwa mlengo ya UDA, sababu huwezi sema kwamba you are dropping cases for some and then going to fish those that seem to be on the other side, on the other political divide. What we would want to see is that anybody, everybody who is connected with any case that should be before the courts must not escape that net. Lakini ile tunaona leo ni akustaajabisha, ambayo unaona wengine wanaachiliwa, kesi zao zinakuwa dropped, wengine wanaenda kutafutwa nyumbani na kupelekwa kwa mahakama. Sasa tukiendesha nchi namna hii kweli tutakuwa tunafika wapi? Na sitetei mtu yoyote hapa, hapana, sitetei yoyote kwa sababu hata siwajui, lakini lazima sheria ikafanya kazi yake kulingana na vile tulipitisha wa Kenya, kwamba ikiwa mtu amefanya makosa, it does not matter which political party you support, it does not matter which religion you attend to, it doesn't matter which social class you are in, it doesn't matter which economic category you are in, kwa sababu sheria inafaa kuwa ya kusawaishisha kila mtu, that the law makes us all equal. Lakini vile sasa inaendelea ni kama sheria is not an equalizer, ni kama inategemea wewe unaangukia mlengo gani. Ndio umeona leo wengine wameanza kundefect, sababu ukiwa sasa na case na uwe upande ule mwingine, pasi chances yako ya kupelekwa mahakamani iko juu zaidi. Na sijui tukianza kuchukua sheria na njia hii na wananchi wajue kwamba makosa yako itategemea ni upande gani wa kisiasa huko, basi nchi itakuwa imeumia, tutakuwa na shinda kubwa. Kwa hivyo mimi wacha niseme hivi, hii mambo hata ya kusema ati hii mambo ya kusema hata extrajudicial killings, hii mambo imekuweko miaka mingi sana. Hata huyu anapigana nayo amekuwa katika serikali ya Jubilee, hii maneno yote ikifanyika. Wengi wao anajua kwamba waliwawa lini na pasi. Sijui kwa nini wakati ule hakuongea, sijui kwa nini sasa imekuwa ni saa hii. Lakini akiwa pia niyo atafanya, pasi kila mtu, kama vile baba alisema, kila mtu aende mbele ya sheria na tujue ni nani alifanya hii makosa, lakini si kuchukua watu kadhaa wawe ndio sasa wataumizwa. Sheria inafaa kuwa ya kila mtu, na kila mtu ambaye amedhulumiwa ama ameuawa, wacha tujue ni nani alifanya hivyo. Wacha wale walifanya hiyo maneno yote na maofu washikwe, lakini sio kwa sababu wako mrengo gani wa siasa, hiyo haiwezi jenga nchi, itabomoa nchi. Kwa sababu ikinja kujulikana kwamba wewe you are correct when you are in the government and you are not correct when you are in the opposition, then there will be a problem. Asante sana Bernard.
Thank you, Mr. Guru, for that. And that is the reality that we are faced with, which we must confront and be able to find a lasting solution to the same. Partisan governance is all wrong by all standards, and it only makes for backward moving as a nation. We are making 1 step forward and 3 steps backward. It is not helping anything. Somebody said if we should have an argument, let the argument not be by reason of differing of opinion, but let it be by reason of the progressive of your argument. Is this propelling us to a greater future, or it is taking us to the old dark days? If it's taking us to the old dark days, let's drop it and do something that will take us into the future. If Kenya Kwanza government has enough time to revenge everything that was done against them, I'm sure they will not have enough time to address the issues of Kenyans. That's why Kenyans need to begin to understand that they are on their own and they need to step up and claim what is rightfully theirs. Thank you very much for that reminder. And I want to urge everybody, if you're able to get us, invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people to follow the broadcast. And then somebody has made a suggestion that we should begin to drum up people to follow us. If you're on Twitter, please make sure that you are following Mutembei TV on Twitter handle. Yesterday we were closed everywhere except on Twitter, so if what comes to us, we'll be on Twitter. So come over, just subscribe. You are not following Mutembei TV on Twitter, please do so. We just want to take precautions to us as much as possible. We are having a hypocritical government that guarantees what the constitution has already given us. That is yaani hiyo ni uzembe, okay? Hiyo ni uzembe kwa sababu wewe unahakikishia watu maisha ile hali uko na maisha tayari. Unaambia unahakikisha kwamba kila mtu atamua. Kwani wewe ulikuwa umewashikilia pumzi kabla let's be able to read between the lines and tell who is playing with who where. I will play one more video before Thomas comes in to air the views. I'm still looking for Francis and the rest of the crew. Mr. Guru, I hope you're here to stay. Naweza kuachia kiti ukitafuta walimu wenu wa usiku. Let me get this video first. Right.
Eleza mashambulizi yao kwa serikali ya Kenya Kwanza chini ya uongozi wa Rais William Ruto, wakisema kuwa Ruto ameanza kuandama waliokuwa wafanyikazi wa serikali ya Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, akidai ni kutaka kulipiza kisasi.
We are, however, firmly opposed to the current trend directed
One moment. Okay. Let's bring in this faster.
Ya tume ya maadili na kupambana na ufisadi EACC mchana wa leo kujibu maswali kuhusu kashfa inayochunguzwa kuhusu kulipwa kwa shilingi milioni 250 kama fidia kwa watu binafsi waliodai umiliki wa ardhi ya umma mtaani Mukuru kwa Ruben, kaunti ya Nairobi. Leila Mohamed ana taarifa hiyo.
David Murathe alikuwa akiliendesha gari lake mwenyewe alipowasili katika jumba la Integrity mwendo wa saa 9 alasiri ya Alhamisi hii. katika mtaa wa Mukuru kwa Ruben, shughuli katika kituo cha polisi cha kwa Ruben zilikuwa zinaendelea kama kawaida. Matukio haya mawili yakiwa mbalimbali, ila yameoana kutokana na Murathe kushukiwa kuwa miongoni mwa watu 6 ambao walipokea pesa za fidia katika kesi ya umiliki wa kipande hiki cha ardhi ambacho kina kituo cha polisi, kituo cha afya na shule ya msingi ya AEF. EACC iliwaita Murathe na Cyrus Jirongo Alhamisi hii kama kundi la kwanza kujibu maswali kuhusu namna kampuni ya Kuza ilipokea fidia ya shilingi milioni 250 kutoka kwa serikali ya kaunti ya Nairobi mnamo mwaka 2020. Katika stakabadhi za uchunguzi wa EACC ambazo NTV imepata, Murathe na wenzake kupitia kampuni hiyo ya Kuza walipokea hela hizo kama malipo ya fidia ya kipande hiki cha ardhi. EACC vilevile inawachunguza katibu mkuu wa chama cha wafanyikazi nchini KOTU Francis Atwoli ambaye anadaiwa kupokea kitita kikubwa cha fedha hizo, yani takriban shilingi milioni 60. Murathe ambaye aliwasili mwendo saa 9 mchana anadaiwa kupokea shilingi milioni 25.
I'm not involved in Jirongo and the county and how they, if I give you money and you pay me back, do I care where you got your money from? I was not involved in what they were doing with the county. I just know he owed me money and he paid me.
Katika taarifa ambayo aliwasilisha mbele ya makachero wa EACC, Murathe anakiri kwamba alipande cha ardhi katika mtaa wa mabanda wa Mukuru kwa Ruben.
These are diversionary things. When people cannot deal with the challenges that are facing the country, they look for things to divert attention.
Aliyekuwa spika wa bunge la kitaifa gavana wa Kakamega Cyrus Jirongo kwanza kufika katika makao makuu ya EACC asubuhi na kaunti ya Nairobi amesema atatoa taarifa kwa EACC akiwa katika ofisi zake mtaani wa Westlands. Jirongo kupitia barua ambayo iliandikwa na mawakili wake alisema kwamba alipofika katika tume hiyo mapema hii leo aliwapata wanahabari, jambo ambalo lilimfanya kuondoka mara moja.
This summoning me and calling the media, who called you? Can I ask you? No, who called you? So that it becomes news.
EACC pia inawachunguza aliyekuwa seneta wa Vihiga George Khaniri anayedaiwa kupokea shilingi milioni 5. Mwanasiasa Albino Abuogi anasemekana kukabidhiwa milioni 38. Kwa jumla 6 hao walitia kibindoni shilingi milioni 151.1, ilhali darubini za EACC zinapekua shimo zilipozama shilingi milioni 100 zaidi. Kulingana na stakabadhi za EACC, shule ya msingi ya AEF ambayo iko kwenye kipande cha ardhi chenye utata iliasisiwa mwaka 1986 na wakati huo kilikuwa ni shule ya chekechea iliyothaminiwa na asasi ya Mukuru Promotion Center inayoendeshwa na watawa wa Katoliki. 1990 aliuza kipande hicho cha ardhi cha zaidi ya ekari 2 kwa kampuni ya Kuza Farms and Allied Limited. Mnamo mwaka 1993 hatimiliki ya ardhi hiyo ili Post Bank Credit Limited. Ruben, serikali ya kaunti ya Nairobi na mkuu wa sheria pamoja na tume ya NLC kuta 50 kama mmiliki wa kipande hicho. EACC ilipoanza kuchunguza kesi hiyo iligundua kwamba hela zililipwa mwaka 2020, ila njia ambayo ilitumika kuwafidia wakurugenzi wa kampuni hiyo haikuwa imefuata sheria. Leila Mohamed, NTV.
Haya, hiyo ndio Kenya mpya. Nje ya kitu kidogo. This time ni kitu kikubwa. Nashukuru kila mmoja kwa kuendelea kujumuika nasi katika Pembe TV. Tuendelee katika kukaribishana na katika kujadili yanayo tukumba kama Kenya mpaka tupate suluhisho. Tusikilize Thomas Babu. Vipi lakini?
Mzuri sana bwana Bernard. Habari yenu nyote?
Tuko poa, tuko salama, karibu.
Hata mimi niko salama salimini. Ingawaje ni kule kwamba yenye yanatokezea huko kwetu Kenya sio yale mambo ya kupendeza sana, ni ile mambo yani ukifungulia ya unajisikia ni kama hautaki kusikia, usikie ni kitu gani kenye kinaendelea. Lakini sasa tufanye nini? Sababu watu waliamua venye kulienda, venye kulifanyika hiyo uchaguzi mpaka saa hizi hatujawahi kuamini. Mimi sijawahi amini kama Raila bado hakushinda, lakini sasa tufanye nini? Marekani ilisema Raila Marekani na Uingereza wao ndio wanajua sababu gani Raila hakushinda, lakini sisi wa Kenya tunajua chenye kilifanyika na Chebukati na hiyo grupu yake. Lakini sasa maji shamwagika, sasa ni kule tuangalie tu, sababu huyo mwanaume vile yenye ataendesha hiyo serikali bado yenye imeanza kufanyika bado haijafanyika, na kutafanyika mabaya zaidi. Ile udikteta yenye itaingia kwa hiyo serikali, tumupatie miezi 6 ndio tutaanza kuona undani wake. Sasa tunamuona kutoka nje, lakini kundani kwenyewe undani wake bado hatujauona. Lakini huyo mwanaume is on a mission, na hiyo nini yake, hiyo njia mkonda ameanza kufuata, watu watalia na watu wataumia. Wenye wale wote hawa sasa tumeanza kuona hawa ni wachache tu. Hiyo timu ya akina Matiang'i itaingia bado hiyo mambo ile ilikuwa inasemekana ya Ruaraka, hiyo italetwa ndani. Matiang'i atakuwa napo, huyo Karanja Kibicho, wote watakuwa kwa hiyo group. Hii ni kionjo tu cha mwanzo ambacho tumeanza kuona saa hizi chenye kinafanyika, eti wameanza kuita akina Atuoli. Watu watakamatwa na watu watawekwa ndani. Na huyu jamaa penye mahali hako, sababu ni mtu wa pesa, hakuna kuanzia miezi 6, hakuna mwenye atakuwa anatoa anafungua mdomo. Watu watakuwa anafinywa, ukifungua namna hiyo unafinywa. Nimeona mabwenyenye wengine kutoka huko kwetu Kisii wenye wamekuwa wamebenefit kwa Raila kwa muda mrefu, wameshikilia, wamekuwa wenye wako saizi. Asingelikuwa Raila eti sasa eti wameama. Unaama nini na ulienda wakati after the election ulikimbia ukionekana huko Karen kwa hiyo jamaa. Sasa unasema una defect. Una defect wapi? Wewe umeshakwisha huko Kisii, hata usimame chochote, hata kama ni ukanzo utapata tena. Hujaiona. Therefore hauna any consequences. Yako imekwisha yote, yani umekwisha. Lakini sasa unakuja kudanganya wa Kisii eti nimehama. Umehama ama unajua unaanza hata wewe utafuatwa. Hilo wizi umefanya huko Kisii mbaya zaidi. Basa ile mambo sasa imeanza kufanyika, eti mambo ya kufuata ile the person yule ambaye sasa ako targeted kabisa hapo ni huyu anaitwa former DCI Mr. Kinoti. Mbona kama Kinoti alikuwa anafanya hiyo kazi, mbona naibu wake ambaye nilikuwa ni Mkale na that person was promoted? Kwa nini upromote huyu mtu kama walikuwa wanafanya okay, DCI ndio walikuwa wanafanya chenye unasema wanafanya, tu walikuwa wanahusika na mauaji. Mbona naibu wake ambaye ni kabila yako sasa umepromote yeye, na yeye ndiye alikuwa naibu, was the deputy? Ina make sense? It doesn't make sense. Angalia sasa chenye ile sasa mambo inafanyika pale. Mimi niliangalia kwa ile uteuzi yenye ilifanyika jana, nikaangalia mpaka nikasema kweli hii Kenya yetu inaenda kubaya. Ikiwa hata Mkisii, even one person from the Kisii community, hakuna jina yake hata niliona hata mmoja. One person. And Ruto got the votes kutoka Kisii, alipata 134,000 kutoka Kisii. Na Nyamira alipata na kura kutoka Nyamira. Lakini out of those votes ambazo alipata, Mkisii hakuonekana hata jana hata mmoja. Makabila sijui tuko makabila 47. Nikiangalia ile uteuzi ilifanyika, eti Wakale wao ndio walisoma peke yao, ama kuna watu wengine walizaliwa na wamama na wababa. Sasa Kenya itakuwa namna gani? Hizi ndio inasababishanga mpaka unakuta watu wamekasirika, ambao hata mwenye ule alikuwa roho yake imekaa ngumu mpaka inapasuka. Sasa anasema liwe liwaro, hata kama ni nini sasa wacha itokezee. ile mambo ile serikali vile inaendeshwa. Mimi saa hii kama ni kitu ningeliomba huyu kinara wetu Raila, mimi ningeliomba yeye afunge mdomo kabisa, achie huyo jamaa atabike, afanye chochote chenye anafanya. Wewe sababu ukianza kumkosoa za hizi Arabu mwanze kuchibisana, I make sense. Na anakuja anaona ile makosa. Sasa wewe ukimwambia umefanya kosa fulani mahali, wacha huyu jamaa afanye makosa kabisa, wacha aingie mpaka Wakenya waangalie, waanze kulia. Arabu ndio ukuje kujitokezea. Hata kama mambo ya kulalamika, wewe ajia mambo ya kulalamika, ajia Martha Karua, achia kina Kalonzo, ndio wawe ndio spokesman. Chochote ikiendelea wana respond. Wewe baba nyamaza. Wewe nyamaza kwanza, ndio Wakenya waone. Wenye walikuwa wanafikiria eti sasa Ruto ametoka kwa Mungu, hata wenye wale walikuwa makanisa wenye walikuwa wanasema eti Ruto tumepewa na Mungu, ndio wajue kwamba Ruto hakutoka kwa Mungu. Alikuwa ni ule binadamu mwenye alikuwa amejifunika ile ngozi ya kondoo, na hamukuiona, mukasema eti ni Mungu, tumepatiwa na Mungu, lakini hamukuwa mmejua undani wake. Sasa undani wake utaanza kuonekana, na ndio hii unaanza kuonekana. Mkaambiwa eti tukiingia kwa uchaguzi, tukipita tu unga tutasukisa, kutakuwa ni 70, tutakuwa tunausiwa 70. Saa hii unga iko sijui ni 250, sijui ni 230, haijaiteremsha kutoka saa hii. Sasa anaenda 2 months, haijafika hiyo 70, na hakuna siku hata mpaka Mungu arudi unga itarudi mpaka hiyo shilingi 70 yenye alikuwa anasema. Hauwezi ukauziwa unga 70 kwenye Uganda, bei ya Uganda wakiuziwa, sababu the same price, the price that the people in Uganda are buying that unga and the people from Tanzania is the same price. Ni kule kwamba eti shilingi yetu tunaiweka, lakini hawalalamiki. Pesa ni ile, hakutarudishwa eti 70 uusiwe 70 na wale wengine wakiuziwa nini. Na kwanza hata hamuna mahindi ya kutosha. Hiyo hata muombe Mungu haitarudi 70, waombe nini wakilia, haitarudi. Ile ilikuwa ni ile kifumba macho tu, nipigie kura. Basi mkiumia, mtu mwenye akiumia, mkisia akiumia, ama kutoka Muruya akiumia, Mkikuyu kutoka pande ule ngine akinunua kama ni 230, mkisia ananunua 230. Mtu wakosi kama ni 230, ni hiyo 230. Kwa hivyo ile mambo ya kudanganywa eti tukiingia tutafanya hivi, tukiingia tutafanya hivi, watu watalia, na bado Ruto watu wataongea bado. Lakini mimi ningeliomba Mzee Raila anyamaze kabisa. Yeye kama ni uwezo wangu, yeye akimie, hakuna kukosoa. Wacha hao watu wafanye hiyo serikali yao wenye wanafanya. Arabu nyinyi andika kila kitu, andika, ndio mkuje kuwa na ile weapon yenye mtakuwa mnatoka nayo. Lakini sasa wakifanya kitu kidogo namna hii, Arabu mnawakosoa, basi wanajua hapa tumeenda vibaya, wataanza kurekebisha. Wacha wafanye makosa mpaka wajue kwanza. Wao walikuwa wanafikiria hii serikali eti ni kuongoza, eti unapatiwa serikali na unaanza kuongoza. Serikali sio eti ni kitu unapewa na saa hii unaanza kuongoza. Serikali lazima ukue na akili, na akili Mungu akusaidie, na ukue na akili nyingine ndio uongoze, na ujue wenye unaongoza sio wanyama, unaongoza binadamu. Lakini ile eti uongo, unatumia uongo, unatumia nini, unasema nini, eti unaanza kusema upatiwe mwaka moja tena, na ikifika hiyo mwaka useme eti nipatie sasa, eti nipatie miaka ingine. Therefore Ruto bado Ruto watu watalia, lakini ngojea hata katiba hiyo yetu tuko nayo. Ruto atabadilisha hiyo katiba, na hiyo mambo inaitwa term limits itatolewa. Chenye kimefanyika Rwanda, chenye kimefanyika Uganda na kule kwingine huko Afrika kwetu, Ruto atafanya. And that person is able, he has money, and he will be able to buy. Hao wanaitwa ni wabunge wetu, sababu yenye na wasumbua ni tumbo. Atafanya vile Museveni anafanya. Wabunge wa Uganda wanastukianga, unakuta wamewekewa kwa account kila mtu amewekewa 20 million kwa akaunti yako, pesa zimeingia. Utakuja kupinga nini? Sababu hata ujui hiyo election nyingine utapita. Mtu anasema nimepata pesa, kwani nitakataa pesa? Nitachukua pesa. Katiba atabadilisha, wewe ngojea tu, Ruto atabadilisha katiba. Hakuna ule mtu ataweza huyo. Angalia hawa wazee wetu tulikuwa nao akina Musalia. Sasa Musalia sasa hakuna saa hii, wala amemaliza kabisa. Musalia amemaliza kabisa, amefunja yeye kabisa mabavu, kwisha. Huyu anaitwa eti ni Wetangula kwisha. Vile waliwekwa pale vyama yao vyote hiyo watarundikwa, wekwe pamoja, wakuwe kwa hiyo UDA, mambo yao kuisha. Hii ameshawamaliza. Ukikuja akina Moses Kuria hao yote, ukikuja akina Motua wenye walikuwa wako na party wote hao sasa wamemezwa, hakuna mwenye. Na angalia hata hiyo ministries, ukiangalia wenye hiyo ma-PS waliwekewa any minister from Central mwenye Ruto anajua ni threat katika ministry aliwekewa mkale, PS wake ni mkale. Kwa hivyo kila ministry yote, hata Gachagua kwa ofisi yake aliwekewa mkale. Ukienda ile ya Aisha Juma, unajua Aisha Juma sio threat kwa Ruto, hakuwekewa. Eden Duale anajua ule ni mtu ameweka kwa mfuko. Ukiangalia kwa ofisi yake akukua, lakini hao wengine wote wenye Ruto anajua hapa, hawa tutaangalia, hawa ndaanda nao awaliwekewa mkale. Sababu Ruto anajua, anaelewa ni chenye gani anafanya. Kwa hivyo ukijaribu kufanya Ruto anajua mtu yake iko pandela, anajua. Watu watalia sasa. Ni kuomba tu Mungu, tuombe Mungu tu. Lakini kama Raila angependa, Raila afunge mdomo, wachia Martha Karua, wachia na nani, Rachia na Kalonzo, wawe ndio wao wakiongea. Lakini wewe nyamaza kabisa. Wewe wachana na watu kwanza, watu waumie kabisa. Kila hata ule mwenye ako Central, mwenye alikuwa anajua eti wanapanish Raila, wanapanish Uhuru, eti tunapanish Uhuru. Rais wenu mwenye amefanya chenye amefanya katika Central, hakuna rais mwingine amefanya ile development yenye imefanyika huko Central kama Uhuru Kenyatta. Mimi kwenye mahali nimetoka huko Bonchari constituency, mimi nimewekewa mpaka hata rami, hata sikuwa najua kama tutaweza kuwa na rami mpaka Mungu arudi, lakini nimewekewa rami paka nimetengenezewa barabara. Saa hizi ile mabarabara zote zenye zilikuwa zinaendelea zimekuwa stopped. Wale wa Chinese hakuna zote. Vile Uhuru tu ya Jabali apishwa namna hii, wa Chinese wakakatishwa. Sasa hakuna chenye kinaendelea. Hata ninasikia eti huko Central, I don't know, pengine Mr. Guru atuambie, nilisikia eti hiyo mabarabara ya Central zilisimamishwa. Eti mnapanish nani Uhuru Kenyatta utapanish na Uhuru Kenyatta namna gani? Na yeye niliona juzi akienjoy hapa, akitembea, akivinjari, akikula nini. Wewe ndio utaumia, wewe mtu mdogo, wewe ndio utaumia. Na watalia saa zile, wataanza kustuka kusema eti tungelijua atungefanya chenye tulifanya. Mungu awasamee na asamee wa Kenya wenye waliweka hawa jamaa, sababu hawa jamaa watanyonga watu. Wataanza kunyonga, wewe ngojea. Wacha niwaachie hapo na wengine waongee. Asante sana Mr. Bernard.
Okay, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Na wakati umefika kila mmoja kuwe ngangari kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna kuwa mjinga tena, kwa sababu hii nchi lazima iokolewe mikononi kwa wale ambao wangependa kuirudisha nyuma miaka mingi. Kuna swala hapa ambalo linaletwa na sijui kama ni mjumbe ama nani. Ningependa kucheza hiyo video alafu tuliangazie kwa kifupi tunapomleta Dunia Ina Mambo. Let's just listen to this. In fact, there are two quick videos. Let's start with the fun one or the right one? Let's listen to this.
Mine is to commend the President of the Republic of Kenya, Bwana Samoei Ruto, for what he has done for the people of Nyanza. And I would love to appeal to the people of Nyanza that President of the Republic of Kenya now is President Ruto. And it is important for us to support him fully. In fact, we are not here just for the sake of coming. We came here because our people wanted us to come. Because they are ready to work with President Samoei Ruto. All my colleagues who are here, please, let us rally behind this government. We don't have any other government apart from this government. And it is important for us to support this government fully. If we do that, I'm telling you, we'll succeed in life. Take, for instance, Migori County. We have a stalled project, irrigation project worth 5.4 billion. Stalled. If we don't work with the government, where will we be? It is important for the people of Nyanza, particularly Luo Nyanza, to rally behind President Ruto and his deputy, Rigathi Gachagua.
Now, this line of thinking is what really disturbs me in terms of fully grown people who refuse to use consent and want to carry the country with them. We have 47 governments as we speak right now. The 48th government is a central government. Development in Migori, it is on the shoulders of Migori County. It is not the responsibility of the central government. Whatever this man is saying, is it what the constitution states? Support for the president, does it bring development or it enhances the functionality of that particular government? Are we supporting government so that we can receive favors, or we are supporting government because it's doing the right thing and that right thing needs to be funded and be spread all across? So I would that we all begin to ventilate closely on this, because there are people who are still trapped with the old constitution, Jasambaya, Maishambaya. If you don't dance to the music of the government, you will be denied development. If you dance the music of the government, you will be given development. That is past with time. And so this man here is speaking as if he has just resurrected. He was not here in 2010. He's not aware that the county government are autonomous in terms of charting the way of their local development is concerned. He seems to be persuaded that he has to go and bow and prostrate and worship the powers that be in order for him to attract funding for his projects in his county. As much as he may be concerned about his county, of which I doubt, I think he's misleading Kenyans. Let's all be able to find such people and be able to name and shame them. A government that is good for the people safeguards the welfare of the people everywhere, regardless of their political persuasion. Tumsikilize dunia ina mambo, tukisonga mbele.
Asante sana Bernard. Habari zenu watu wote hapa?
Tuko poa, karibu.
Yeah. Bernard, pole, jana tulikatwa kidogo, sasa tujui mambo iliendaje. Issue iliisha vizuri au vipi?
Yeah, tumemaliza. Issue ilikuwa hawa kina Black hawa ni kama walitusaliti wakasema eti sisi tunavunja sheria ya YouTube, lakini tumepeleka hoja zetu zasikilizwa na ikaonekana kuna chochote ambacho tulikuwa tumeharibu. So we're back and we are back to stay. Thank you.
That's good. Tuna thanks God for hiyo. Hata jana ilisaidia huyo dada, tulikuwa tunataka kumchambua sana, sijui kama atarudi. So leo wacha tuongee issue ambayo iko hapa sasa. Issue ambayo iko hapa ni hii mambo vitu Raila leo aliongea, tumesikia hizo mambo ya wale ambao wameuliwa Wahindi nini, na pia wale wa kesi pia wameuliwa, na pia ameongea juu ya tax na kitu gani tena ameongea juu yake. Ni hayo tu, hiyo nyingine ya tatu nimesahau. So kitu mimi nataka kusema na hiyo video ambayo umeplay hapa, huyu jamaa amepewa hiyo kazi pale hapo. So hizi vitu ni vitu ziko na walituambia si maombi, ni uchawi, na mimi nakubali si maombi, ni uchawi hiyo. Kwa sababu kama ingekuwa ni kitu mzuri sana, watu sasa ingekuwa nalalamika, wana complain. Na bado unajua tunampea 100 days yake hajafika, bado tunangoja tu. Najua tulipi tax hiyo asahau. Mambo ya tax hii atakula ngumu raundi. Hatuwezi kuwa tunalipia watu tax na kula pesa. Unajua Bernard jana sikuangalia kumbe ma PS bila imechaguliwa. Baadaye leo ndio nimeangalia hiyo vitu mpaka nimeshtuka. Watu wa tribe wawili wamegawana 13. Alafu wamepelekea wale wamepata 6 hapo. Wamepelekea Somalia wamepata 8. Alafu aibu wamepelekea Wajaluo wamepata 2. Kabila nyingine ni moja. Hii ni aibu sana. Alafu unaambiwa ulipe tax. Unalipa tax kulisha watu. Ola ndo kwa amefanya hivyo, serikali ni yake, afanye kazi, akishindwa na kazi atoke kwa ofisi. Simple like that. Raundi hatutakuwa tunatetea watu. Raundi hatutakuwa tunakula tear gas juu ya watu. Raundi hatutakuwa napigwa risasi juu ya watu. Kila mtu abebe msalaba yake. Kama unga Rift Valley itakuwa ni 50, tutahamia huko. Tunawacha ile Nyanza ambao itakuwa ni 100. Tutaenda Rift Valley tunaishi pale 50. So watu walichagua president, na president wanasemaga viongozi wanatoka kwa Mungu. Hatukatai, kila kitu kinatoka kwa Mungu. Hata wakati Musa alikuwa, Firaoni alikuwa, na wote ni wa Mungu. Na Mwenyezi Mungu amepea Firaoni nguvu zake, na Musa pia amepea nguvu zake. So ujue zote natoka kwa Mwenyezi Mungu. Upende usipende, hata shetani pia natoka kwa Mungu. So remember, any nation, narudianga hii kitu, kila nation Mwenyezi Mungu anapea leader kwa hiyo nation kulingana na watu wake, tabia zake, kulingana na tabia zao. Wana wa Israeli walipewa watume wengi kwa sababu kulingana na kitu yao ngumu. Huyu asikia aletea wengine, huyu asikia analeta wengine, ule ana deal nao. So kila nation anapewa kiongozi kulingana nao. So sione tumepewa Ruto, one Ruto ni bila sisi tuko. Sisi ni waongo, wa propagandas ni sisi. Kenya kitu naweza fanyika mbele yako, umeona kitu imefanyika, accident imefanyika. Endo ulize mtu hapo sahihi, ujifanye ujui. Jamaa atakupea story pako useme, mimi nilikuwa hapo usiku kwa hapa. Ni hivi kweli? Na wewe umekuwa tu hapo umejifanya tu kama mtu umekuja sahihi. Muulize boss nini imefanyika hapa? Jamaa anakupea story pako unasema, siamini kani mimi nilikuwa hapa pia. So kitu hiko tunaongea hasara ambayo tulipata na hasara ambayo tutapata ni kulingana vile tunachagua ma leaders na kulingana vile tunachagua macheo. Unajua kama ingekuwa sahihi cheo na gawa mzuri kulingana na population ya Kenya, hata watu sasa wako wanashughulika na mambo president. Kwa sababu wangejua cheo utapewa kulingana na population yenu. Ya pili pia kama magavana walikuwa wanafanya kazi bila nitakikana, hakuna mtu sasa ingekuwa anashughulika na mambo ya government kubwa, kwa sababu kila kitu wameletea hao magavana. Magavana wako na right kuleta ma investor, gavana wako right kufanya vitu uchumi zao pia inatakikana, lakini sasa magavana pia au pia wengine hawajui kazi yao, wengine wanarudisha tu pesa kwa tena kwa national government, wameshindwa kufanya no budget. So vitu kama hizo pia naleta watu pia wanakosa amani, wanaona kazi hakuna. Lakini mimi bado kitu naniuma, vile ulisema hiyo kitu natumia sana. Akili ndogo naongoza akili kubwa. Hii ni ukweli kabisa. Unaenda kutibu ndovu, unawacha kutibu wanyama na binadamu. Hii akili ndogo kuongoza akili kubwa tuache. Na hii mambo ya Kenya, alafu jana walikuwa wanaongea kwa parliament. Wanasema sasa tuongee lugha ya Kiswahili ndio tunaunganisha Wakenya. Lugha ya Kiswahili itaunganisha nani? Kila siku tunaongea Kiswahili. Mimi niliwaambianga watu Kenya, unajua hatuna lugha. Kenya tunatumianga hivi. Lugha ya Kiswahili ni lugha maskini. Lugha ya English ni lugha tajiri. Wewe uweze enda Aliga mpate watu wanaongea Kiswahili. Wataongea English. Uweze enda kwa ofisi ya serikali upate watu wanaongea Kiswahili, wataongea English. Lugha ya Kiswahili ni lugha maskini. Alafu tena kitu ya pili, unasema tuongeleshwe na lugha ya Kiswahili Kenya mzima. Alafu kwa shule lugha inatumika sana ni English. Si watu tumia akili. Kwani unaanza kupanda miti juu au ni miti unaanza kupanda chini? Kwanza kwa shule ndio tu English weke Kiswahili, kila kitu fundishwe na Kiswahili, paka hesabu. Kama vile Tanzania imefanya, vile Germany inafanya, vile China inafanya, vile India inafanya. So wewe unataka tuambie tuongee Kiswahili. Ikuwe ni lugha ya taifa. Kwa shule subject ambayo nafundishwa na Kiswahili ni moja tu. Kiswahili na insha. Zote 5 ni English, zote ikuwe ngapi ni English. So tutajua lugha aje? Hata kwa nyumba zetu tunangangana tujue watoto wajue English wasijue Kiswahili. Kiswahili waongee hizi breaking hizi ya nje. Malaba tone hizo ndio sasa Kiswahili. So Kenya wako serious. Na Bernard iko kitu moja hapa nilisema ukanipinga. Na sijui kama uliniunderstand vibaya. Nilisema juu ya uchumi ya Kenya. Vitu nyingi sasa ina function Kenya ni private things. Kama example, wacha nikupea example. Hapa Isili tuko Isilimika ni kwa Isili. Isili unajua hatuna hospitali ya national government. Pumwani si mambo ya kutibu watu, Pumwani ni watu kuzaa. Isili hatuna national hospital. Na population tuko nayo Isili ni nyingi sana. Hospitali imejaa Isili hapa ni private zote. Shule unajua tuko nao ngapi secondary Isili? 3. Primary unajua tuko na ngapi Isili? 2. Mbili ni 3. Alafu unatuambia tuko na vitu ya national. Serikali za nchi ya Kenya private ndio na rules. Hata wakiamua kuhama tutaumia. Kwa sababu vitu nyingi function nyingi. Wewe angalia private shule ziko ngapi Kenya hii? Tuongee tu facts, Bernard. Iko ngapi? Ziko ngapi? Kama South Sea ukienda unapata hospitali, angalia hospitali kwanza. Sector hospitali imekufa ni private imechukua. Na pesa zinaenda huko. So uta control biashara yake. Nyumba ya mtu bila watoto wake nakula. Iwezekani? Lazima tukue na vitu ya national ndio uchumi ilipwe. Sasa unataka kuwekea watu uchumi na private, so watahama. Wengine wataenda Rwanda, Uganda, Tanzania. Kama sijui gazeti ya juzi niona sijui wa stockholder ngapi imesha withdraw pesa yao. Kwa nini? Wanataka kuepa. So lazima tukue na vitu zetu. Tumeua vitu zetu ya national, ukweli ya Mungu. So wacha tuumie bile mzee wetu amesema tutaumia na bado tunaenda kuumia. Na tunaombea tu Mungu tuumie tu na Mungu atatusaidia mbele. Bila ametusaidia mvua imenyesha na ni hayo tu.
Asante Dunia Ina Mambo. Nashukuru kwa mchango wako, maoni yako. Sababu moja sisi kuongea ni kuhakikisha kwamba masuala yaliyokuwa ambayo yameenda kombo yamerekebishwa na serikali imewajibika katika kulinda na kutunza watu wake. Ni msimamo wangu ni moja tu, ilikuwa kosa serikali kufanya masomo kuwa biashara na kufanya health kukuwa biashara. and then transport kuwa biashara. Masuala yote, it's supposed to be a service provided by the government for the sake of the people, so that the people investing in private sector, they come in as the minority and only catering for those that are able to, but the majority of the Kenyan people need to be served by the government because they pay taxes for that to take place. And so for us to recover from that, it's going to be a tall order, because the kind of government we have right now may be so much favorable to business than it is to services, and they want everybody to be seen as a customer, not as a citizen, and not as somebody who has a right to be served by their government. So kuna mambo mingi tu ambayo lazima yashughulikie, na tunaamini kwamba kwa kuongea hivi tutapata suluhisho. Black nasema Bernard, tuheshimiane. Mimi sijui wapi nimekosea heshima. Nilisema tu kina Black.
Niko na swali moja.
Ngoja kwanza nimalize na Black. Nimesema tu kina Black wanaweza kuwa ndio waliripoti. Sijasema ni Black, kina Black. Okay? Secondly, sioni hapo kama nikosa heshima. Na kisha nimesema kwamba kama kinachoendelea hapa kikufurahishi, unakanyaga kiatu. Okay, unakanyaga kiatu. Hakuna mtu lazima awe hapa, na kuna mtu lazima awe sehemu na kipindi hiki. I make that very clear, because we really want to secure a safe Kenya, and the safe Kenya is a right Kenya, not a convenient, not a politically correct Kenya. We need a right Kenya that safeguards the future of our children's children. Dunia anatupa nje tena. Pole lakini. So that is it. If we are to do the right thing, let's do it, because it is necessary and it is good for Kenya, and Kenya is our responsibility. Lakini tuache kushabikia vitu ambavyo tunajua ni makosa, kushabikia policies ambazo ni makosa, and moves the government is making that are wrong. If we don't shout now, we will accept to live on our knees for the rest of our lives, of which I don't think we can afford that at the moment. So please, let's not be fooled to think that if you're dancing and singing the music of the government will be spared when the axe begin to fall. When the axe begin to fall, there will be issues that will not be likable, And so let's not fool ourselves to think that we will be spared simply because we were praising and we were supporting the government in its era. A bad law, a bad legislation is bad for everybody, including those who support it. Let us not be fooled to think that it will work for those people and against us, or for against those people.
Have opposed President William Ruto's proposal to increase contribution rates by individuals to the National Social Security Fund, terming the move as ill-advised. Odinga, Karua and Musyoka said subjecting Kenyans to a 6% increase in NSSF deductions will make an already bad situation worse for a majority of Kenyans who are struggling amidst the rising cost of living. The leaders have vowed to stop those attempts by any means. Stephen Latour reports.
As President William Ruto's administration plans to gazette the new NSSF regulations in 2 weeks' time, the opposition is mounting a fight, vowing to block Ruto's proposal to maximize tax collection and increase contribution rates by employees towards NSSF.
Deducting more money from workers and throwing it at the corrupt and mismanaged institutions like the NSSF and the NHIF won't solve any problem. Above all, the government must fight and be seen to be fighting corruption.
President William Ruto last week struck a deal between the Central Organization of Trade Unions, KOTU, NSSF and the Federation of Kenya Employers, who had initially opposed the increment, setting the stage for the rollout of the 6% increment. But Azimio luminaries, led by Raila Odinga, have now mounted an opposition, terming the plan oppressive to the low-income earners.
It remains our position that Kenyans cannot afford and should not be asked to pay extra taxes for the order regime to realize the outlandish and unrealistic promises it is pursuing.
The new proposal by President William Ruto is to have NSSF deductions increased by 6%, Ruto noting that the current deductions are inadequate as savings. But Odinga says it is an additional burden for the ordinary Kenyan in view of increasing taxation that worsens an already bad situation for the struggling Kenyan worker.
Those measures will be sufficient to raise money to finance the country without raising taxes. We will resist any attempt by the government to unilaterally raise taxes to finance corruption.
KOTU and FKE have since withdrawn the case they filed opposing the NSSF Act of 2013, setting the stage for the new deductions. Odinga challenged the Ruto-led administration to pull up its socks, get down to work and fix the country's economy.
When NAC took over power in 2003, the economy was worse off than what Order has inherited from Jubilee. But we were able to put the country back on track, including free primary education, without raising taxes. The Grand Coalition government picked up from the ashes of post-election violence and rebuild the economy, including massive infrastructure, without raising taxes. Order must immediately shelve any thoughts of raising taxes on suffering Kenyans.
During the event to unveil former Kanduyi MP Wafula Wamunyinyi as the Azimio candidate for the Bungoma senatorial by-election, Odinga also faulted the government's investigations into extrajudicial killings.
We are, however, firmly opposed to the current trend directed by a vindictive regime that the president that seems to be pursuing a personal vendetta against specific current and past state officers in the pretext of pursuing extrajudicial executions.
Stephen Leto, Citizen TV.
Okay, mambo ni kama hayo. Nashukuru kila mmoja kwa kujumuika nasi katika Mtembei TV. Tunaangazia masuala hayo yanayozungumziwa na kiongozi wa Azimio kwamba serikali inanuia kuongeza contribution ya wafanyikazi kwa NSSF. Baba anasema hali ya uchumi ni mbaya, Wakenya wanaumia, wasiongezewe mizigo. Wanasema serikali ya Kenya Kwanza iache uzembe, ishughulikie masuala yanayofaa ili kusaidia kuokoa uchumi na kufanya maisha yaboreke kwa kila Mkenya, pasipo kuwalimbikizia mizigo na kuyafanya yawe magumu kuzidi. Dunia ina mambo. Usemaje?
Nilikuwa na swali moja, lakini swali ni out of the topic. Naweza uliza?
Endelea.
Swali nilikuwa nataka kuuliza Bernard ni swali moja. Asante. Kwa YouTube yangu kuna issue tuna deal nayo, na hiyo issue tumepata kuna kitu inaitwa layer test ambao watu nafanya. So nataka kuuliza kwa sababu we ni pastor Bernard, unijibu. Nimeenda kwa pastor mwingine, answer amenipea sijaridhika nayo. Unajua kama hujaridhika na answer huwezi msema sijaridhika. So ilikuwa hivi. Niseme mimi ni pastor, nimeoa bibi yangu kwa njia ya halali ya kichachi. Sawa? Hiyo bibi nimekaa nayo 10 years, niko na watoto. Nimefanywa kitu inaitwa loyal test ambao unabadilisha simu na yake, tunaangalia ni nani na cheat. Unanipata? Nimepatikana na cheat, niko na bibi mwingine, au niko na mpango wa kando, au niko na side chick. Yani lugha ambao watatumia, wacha tuweke kwa lugha mzuri, niko na bibi mwingine kando, sawa, na mimi pastor na niko na bibi yangu imekaa no 10 years. So mimi muuliza kwa case okay, kwa njia ya dini ya Kristo, huyu bwana anafaa bibiwe aje, au anafaa achukuliwe sheria gani ili hii mambo iishe vizuri? Kwa njia ya dhehebu yake yeye ni pastor, alafu kwa njia ingine ndoa isimame, bibi atamwacha au ataendelea kukaa na bibi? Kisheria ya Kristo anafaa itekelezwe aje? Swali yangu ni hiyo tu.
Dunia ina mambo kweli. Okay, mimi nitajibu hivi. Okay? Hakuna ndoa ya lazima katika Ukristo. Tuanzie hapo. Hakuna ndoa ya lazima katika Ukristo. Biblia inasema hata kama ndugu ameoa wake wengi, tuseme alioa wake wengi kabla aokoke, ama akuwe serious na Mungu, na wakati ameokoka hao wake tuseme kwa wana 5, 4, 3 wanapendezwa kukaa na yeye kama mke na mume, Biblia inasema aendelee kuwajibika kama mume wa hao wote 4. Okay? Kama wanapendezwa kukaa na yeye. Lakini wakiamua kumwacha, okay, waende kabisa, Biblia inasema afanye nini? Hajafungwa katika hao, aruhusa kuoa tena, ila aoe katika Kristo. Kuoa katika Kristo inamaanisha asioe mpagani, aoe mlokole, mwongofu kama yeye. Hiyo ndio scenario ya kwanza. Scenario inayoeleza mtu kuwa na wake wawili, okay, ama 3, haijakuzuia kuwa Mkristo. Okay? Inakuzuia kuwa kiongozi kanisani. It does not stop you from being a Christian because you have 2 wives or 3 wives. Your Christianity remains intact as long as your pursuit and walk with God is focused on Christ. Lakini ukue mzee wa kanisa, ukue pastor, ukue kiongozi kanisani, ukisha declare umeoa wawili, hiyo majukumu yote unatolewa, kwa sababu Biblia inasema ukitaka kuwa askofu, ukitaka kuwa deacon, ukitaka kuwa pastor, uwe mume wa mke mmoja. Okay? So the control of one wife, one husband is meant for church leaders. So kama huyo pastor ako na mpango wa kanda, ako na bibi wa pili, wa 3, hiyo inamtoa katika upasta kibiblia. Okay? Inamngoa katika upasta, hawezi kuwa kiongozi wa kanisa kwa sababu amefanya nini? Amevuka mpaka katika masuala yake ya nyumbani, ya ndoa. Sawa sawa. Na ile unayozungumza ni kuhusu inaitwa dhambi ya siri. Okay? Dhambi ya siri ni ile ambayo hii mambo inafanywa chini ya maji. Okay? Alafu inakundulika. Hiyo ni dhambi kama nyingine yoyote, na lazima itatuliwe ipasavyo. Cha muhimu, kama mke wake anapendezwa kukaa na yeye, mke asifukuzwe. Sawa sawa. Na huyu mume naye awajibike. Kama anataka mke wa pili, atoke wazi aseme yeye amechoka na mmoja, anataka mimi wa pili, na katika hiyo hali atolewe nguo za uchungaji, aenda kule muamini wa kawaida, kwa sababu waamini wa kawaida hawana mipaka katika and I'm not advocating for people adding wives. I'm just giving the overview of biblical provision. The only condition for one wife, one husband is mainly on church leadership position. Not necessarily that if you marry a second wife, you stop being a Christian or you are backslidden. It is not it does not meet biblical threshold. Sijui kama nimekujibu. Alafu so kama kuna dosari ya ndoa kama hiyo, hakuna uniform judgment of all matters katika masuala ya ndoa. Kila swala linashughulikia vile lilivyo. So I would advise such a person, he needs to be counseled by somebody senior than him. Kama ni mchungaji mdogo, aende mzee bishop mzee, mchungaji mzee, atamuelekeza kwa hii mambo. Asitatue yeye mwenyewe, kwa sababu he is already an interested party. He cannot judge that matter rightly. He needs to be judged by somebody senior to him, and he will be able to sort out the other matters. Kama ni story ya side chick hiyo nini, those are simple things. They can be sorted out amicably if they both choose to sit down and address the matter. Dunia na mambo, sijui kama nimekujibu ama.
Shukrani Bernard. Umenijibu bila takikana. Sababu ule ungine mchanganya sana. Kwa sababu nimuuliza kila kitu iko na sheria yake, sharti yake. Kwa sababu kuoa iko na sharti, kuachana iko na sharti. Kwa sababu sasa watu unajua tunaogopa hii ruhusa ya Musa. Ukipatikana wewe umeshaoa na umezini, unachapwa na mawe pako kufa. Sasa watu naopaka hiyo. So wanafanya chini. So umenijibu, nimeridhika nayo.
Sawa, asante Dunia na mambo. Na ni hivyo kwa sababu unajua tena kuna tofauti kati ya Agano la Kale na Agano Jipya. Au Kristo na Agano la Jipya. Hiyo sheria ya Musa na vitabu za Agano la Kale, hiyo tunaita Judaism. Judaism is the Jewish religion, okay? So Christianity is the child of the Jewish religion, outcome of the Jewish religion, but they are two separate covenants. So when you are a New Testament believer, you are treated differently from an Old Testament believer. Kuna wale ambao kwa kutokuwa na ufahamu wa kuelewa Biblia wanafundisha masuala ya Agano la Kale kana kwamba Agano la Kale lina apply kwa New Testament on its own. It doesn't apply on its own. So kuna wale nasema anaongeza mke kwa sababu Suleimani alikuwa nao wengi. Kuna mtu alitumia another comedy, is it comedy or a joke, about Suleimani alikuwa na wake 700 na that's it, 300 wives and 700 concubines or something like that. Lakini watoto alikuwa nao wangapi? Walioandika katika Biblia. Hiyo niwapatie kama homework. Muende kuangalia. Suleiman alikuwa na wake wengi, akawa na concubine wengi, lakini watoto wale ambao wako katika Biblia ni 3. Sasa hii hesabu unifanyie, alafu unipatie majibu yake. Thank you. Sijui kama Dunia ina mambo la kusema ama tuende kwa Thomas tukisonga. Francis yako wapi? Acha nimtafute.
Sina ya kusema.
Sawa. Thomas, you can take it as I look for Francis.
Nitaingia ninasikiza kidogo, niko busy kidogo. Wacha ongea changia hapa, alafu mimi nitaongea.
No problem. Thank you very much, Thomas. We appreciate it. Na tunasonga mbele. 700 wives and 300 concubines. Watoto, nataka list ya watoto wa Suleiman. Kama unao utueleze ili tumakinike na sisi. Licha hiyo, ningependa tu tumakinike katika mjadala wa leo. Tunaangazia kuhusu masuala ya extrajudicial killings ambayo imeipua masuala ambayo yalikuwa yamefichwa ama yalikuwa yamezikwa, sasa yamefufuliwa. Maswali yameanza kuulizwa kuhusu wale watu ambao walitisapia na majina fulani ya kuwa named na kwa sababu yao kutoweka. So it is something that we can't take sitting down. We must be able to address it and address it conclusively. Kenya Kwanza government seems to be on a revenge mission. Will they mix their revenge mission and the pursuit of bottom-up economic wherever model able to work? I don't think so. Mandela alisema alikuwa na uchaguzi akitoka katika gereza aamue kama ataendelea kuwa mfungwa ama atakuwa huru kabisa kabisa. Akasema asipochagua kusamehe na kusonga mbele hataweza kufaulu. So as the Kenya Kwanza goes on a witch hunt and pursuit of state officers who were not friendly to them during the Uhuru Kenyatta administration, I smell something wrong with the whole approach and is going to end up in bad taste if nothing is done to stop that particular move. Another thing is about the spirited effort they are trying to get Uhuru Kenyatta prosecuted. After a president retires, he needs to retire in peace. If there was any president that would have been prosecuted and deserved to be prosecuted was Mzee Moi. But when Mzee Moi went for retirement, the NAC government was keen on ensuring that he pays for the evils that took place while he was in office. Kibaki and team were so much into the same. And the unlikely happened. The unlikely happened in the sense that the person that suffered the most under the Moi regime is the one who stood on the floor of the house and said, let Mzee go and rest and not be disturbed. This is other than no one else but Raila Odinga. After being detained without trial and being prosecuted, his family frustrated, his wife in and out of cells, his children interfered with in their growth, their father in and out of cells. All that time, it was Raila who stood on the floor of the house and said, Moi doesn't need to be prosecuted. He should go in retirement and work out his retirement in peace. Kenya Kwanza is not ready to lead this country forward if it is busy running backward to go on a fishing expedition looking for who they will prosecute for what. It is wrong. And therefore, it's our civic duty to tell Mr. President and your team, driving backward will cause you to make a lot of blunders. You would have entered that office and hit the road to solve Kenyan problems, not going on a fishing expedition looking for who to avenge and who to pay for whatever happened to you. Of all things that have happened to anybody in leadership, whatever you suffered under Jubilee government, you claim to have suffered under Jubilee government is nothing compared to detention without trial, your wife being sacked from her workplaces, and your children being displaced from school, frustrated without knowing how long it will take, but remaining strong in the struggle until you deliver a Kenya that is free. Dr. William Ruto, leave state officers alone. Face your job. Your job is cut out. The economy is bad. Kenyans are crying. Animals are dying. The famine is biting. Wake up and face your job. Stop all these sideshows. They are not helping much. And the people around you are not telling you the truth. You cannot be looking backward and running forward and not knock others along the way. So if you really mean well for this country and you want this country to move forward, you better forget the past and begin to forge forward for what is needful to make this country great. But if you still want to go for a fishing expedition, looking for anything you can use to blame on Uhuru Kenyatta or any other person for that matter, I promise you, your end will not be good. I'm not a prophet, I'm not a son of one, but I see what is wrong, and I can tell you that is the wrong way to go about it. You are a mature citizen now. You've been around, okay? You don't go forward looking backward. It doesn't work. So let's face it. Let's do what's right and stop all these sideshows of trying to prove a point. And this is what I've been against all along. It is wrong to give leadership to people who are not mature, because they will spend all time proving a point where there isn't. Let there be delivery, not these games. If a state officer committed any crime, let it be done. Now look at the way the pattern is moving. Atuoli is now being accused for corruption, and then at the same time NSSF money that Atuoli was opposed to, all right, is not approved, and then now it should be gazetted and implemented. Even if you want to fool Kenyans, you try and be a little sly, be a little, crafty. You don't appear obvious the way things are. That you support UDA, all your cases drop. You go against UDA, all your cases are resurrected. That is not the Kenya we want. That is not the future we are fighting to have. So please, let's wake up and do what is right for this great country by ensuring that every Kenyan is the same before the law. Not this business of trying to go on a fishing expedition of looking for who to blame for what. And that is what is being done. Looking for who to blame for what. There is Geoffrey Ruto here. I say Uhuru must return what he stole. Let's start from who stole what. Name it. Then let us go collect it. And as soon as we finish bring the one other stole, every other person should bring what he stole. This country needs better leadership. Thank you. Kenyan all the time. How are you?
Yeah, how are you, Bwana Bernard? Niko.
I'm good.
Yeah, so sijui kama nichangie ama ni salamu tu.
I need nilikuwa nasalamia kwanza, and then I need to know, did you get your administrative pass back?
No, I did not get the administration. Kwa sahi siko tayari, but nikikuwa tayari nitasema.
So I'll let you do the submission as I look for Francis, because I really need to go. It's almost 1 a.m. and I'll be leaving by 4 a.m. for my trip to the village. I'm going to lay to rest my auntie, so I can't stay to the show until late as usual. So naomba tu wadau mkazidi katika debate vizuri, lakini tufanye yale ambayo yanafaa. Nilisema watu wa comments, kuna wale jamaa umezoea kupost hizo vitu pornography ya kuita sijui nini. When you see it, delete it immediately. You don't need administrative, you don't need back office access to do that. You just click on it, delete and report, and it will go. Those are some of the temptations that are being posted, so that they put a channel into bad books and hence bring us into unnecessary cases. Asante. So Kenya, go ahead and make your submission as we proceed. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bwana Bernard. I wanted to say that globally people are tired. Kama saa hii leo umeweza kufuata news, we have gotten Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu back to power. So there is so much shifts which are happening. Siku hizi watu wanachoka sana because people come into power with a lot of vibrancy. Mtu anasema nitafanya hivi, nitawafanyia hivi. Then down the hill they start reversing, or they even stop even doing what they told people they will do. And that is the downhill of a collapse of any government. But the unfortunate part ni ya kwamba tumefika level whereby people are no longer sane to even make people to be accountable of what they say. You know, when Moi retired and got out of power, mimi sikujua ya kwamba ati Kenya tutafika level whereby we could drag ourselves to such a leadership again. And I'm so surprised that our young generation na watu wengine ambao hawana maarifa sana ya ile matukio imetendeka Kenya, they don't know that we had been having some regimes which were doing very bad things, and we paid a lot of price to make sure that those regimes are not there. And unfortunately, we have not been able to teach our kids and the people who have been born in the 2000s or so some of the pains which some of our ancestors and our grandfathers went through to make sure that we had at least a half of the governance which we had today. It's unfortunate that today we are having a government which is practicing modern dictatorship. You know, when we talk of modern dictatorship, is where you make the citizens of a country to lose their power, is where you transport. When you hear of this thing which we call the silent majority and the forgotten majority, is purely done by a specific cabal of politicians who don't want to listen to anything. And I thought the president, Dr. William Ruto, was elected there because of the fury and the hunger which was with the people who are supporting him, people who wanted the serious changes. And I think the changes which the people who got him into power wanted, they didn't want partisan changes. They wanted changes which can improve Kenya. We do not want changes which only affect one area of a country. Jana tulipewa list ya, and that's why I want to say that tribalism still continues to be the greatest danger of our country. It is so unusual that a tribe which is less than 13% of Kenyan population can get over 25% of PSs, and still Kenyans see that one as unusual. Luyas are many than Kalenjins. It doesn't matter, even if the government belongs to them. But there is no audacity to practice open tribalism in the name of you are serving your country. One tribe producing over 13 PSs is wrong and it needs to be called out. I know Kikuyus are also many there, together with their sub-tribes who support them. So if you look at the Kikuyu and Kalenjin, they have carried over 50% of the share. I don't think even these two tribes, even that is the amount of votes which they actually have combined. So in other words, what I'm trying to say is that we are now having a very divided country. Yeah, even if you don't want to elect people who you think might be Azimio, I know even in Luyas we have faithful Kenya Kwanza people. In Ukambani we have faithful Kenya Kwanza people. Every area, even in Mombasa, you have faithful Kenya Kwanza people. Nominate those people and give them seats instead of concentrating big positions only on 2 tribes. It's wrong. And we are now in the danger of heavy tribalism in Kenya, and it is wrong. So I think we had made huge strides when Mwai Kibaki became a president, na we used to kila kwa ofisi ulikuwa unasikia, ulikuwa unaona tunaandika vibango free of corruption, this place is free of corruption. Tulikuwa we hand the we can call them like the motors which were driving us. And some of the motors which were even driving some of our institutions were about nepotism, tribalism. We are trying to see mechanisms and methodology of how we could fight those vices. But unfortunately now, we are in a modern era at a time whereby people are informed, people know this is good, this is bad, but at the same time is the time when we are practicing open nepotism. So you can see, let me tell you now, we are Karenjanizing everything. Whatever they are doing will happen in the military, will happen in the police, will happen in TSC. So in other words, we are, and that is how unproductivity happens. When you pump your people, in jobs without looking at meritocracy, merit, the tendency of these people not going to do serious things and producing is very high. And these people destroy the country instead of improving the country. Obama, July 25, 2015, he said, any wrong leader who is elected somewhere, it contributes towards the reduction of the operating capital of that country. I heard him very well. So what I'm trying to say is that each and every time when you appoint somebody out of nepotism, corruption, closeness, you are actually killing more opportunities than even the opportunities which you might be telling people, I want to go and look for international foreigners, for international investors to come and and invest in my country. There is so much money you can save through having good governance, instead of each and every time saying that I want to borrow money, and already you are wasting a lot of money through your methodologies and procedures and not having people who are extremely qualified. I believe in Kenya we have extreme people who can do things. The reason why actually even brain drain is so high is because we have not been able to appreciate some of our top societies. I think that there is a house media which tried to look at the people who have performed very high in their KCSEs, where they are now. And it was evident that close to 90% of the people who have performed very well, they are working for serious companies globally or for serious institutions globally. Whereas actually these are the people who should be in Kenya and being able to help us to grow our production. How can you grow your country when you are releasing the top cream? And that top, and you are not releasing it by design, but you are releasing it by your ways of work. So what I'm trying to say is that now, when you give stupid people who do not understand how things are working, you tend to shrink the productivity of a country. And that is the exact concept which this government is doing. And remember, when you win an election or when you are declared a president, you are supposed to serve people of all divide. We are not supposed to be feeling heat each and every time. We are not supposed to be partisan. A president serves all people. So I'm seeing somebody who only wants to serve a section of a country. He needs to, let me tell you, taxes are being paid by everybody. You have to distribute resources. You have to distribute services. Everything has to be done in all corners, whether they have people in the government or not. Because once you get the government, you have to distribute everything everywhere. So I think this government has a lot to do. I don't know how their 5 years are going to be. It's unfortunate that we got people without a concept in this government. And I hope that Kenyans will be able to learn. Let me tell you, kila kitu ambayo inatendekanga kwa maisha is a learning lesson. 2027, 2032, even in 2050, tusikawai fanya mistake kama hii tuko nayo. So if we don't learn in this, Moi era came and passed. We never learned from it anything. So people have to keep their history in wajue. If this regime is going to make our lives miserable, we have to store the memories of what they did to us, so that any person ambaye atakuja in history to try and do things which are wrong or try to come with their same philosophies anagongwa mara moja. That is what has happened in advanced countries. The people who brought dictatorship, the Hitlers, the Mussolinis, and the like, their philosophies have been shrinked, so that any person who might come with their principles will not be able to catapult any political philosophies using those people. Even in Kenya now, we have to reach that level. Any person who has contributed to the dismay and the destruction of our country, we should reach a level whereby we should pin those people, and we should always never consider them and their lineage as part of our leadership. Because I can tell you, countries change by learning. There is no any country which will change if it is not learning. And if we are expecting, let me tell you, we knew that this government was not going to serve us. So it is not a shock to us. Some of us, it is not a shock. We knew this was their path. It's only that they are confirming. And the problem is that now they are using us as a guinea pig to test some of their things which are not, we had some time when Africans walikuwa wanatumika as guinea pigs na mzungu, lakini sasa siku hizi Mwafrika anatumika kama guinea pig na Mwafrika mwenzake. That is the irony of the matter. In fact, badala ya Mwafrika asaidie Mwafrika mwenzake in terms of progress and to become a better individual, Mwafrika wa siku hizi, not all of them, a creek somewhere, ndiye anatumika to make the life of his fellow African man a hell and doom. Why? Iko shida gani ya Mwafrika? Africans, we have to change. We have to start thinking that you need to treat your brothers with respect. Remember, hata uibe inchi yote, at the end of the day, what you will go with after this life is how you made people feel, not what you accumulated. You can accumulate millions and millions of wealth, but hiyo utajiri yote iende kama ile ya kina Mobutu Sese Seko, whereby ukienda some places in Congo unakuta some very serious abandoned engineering. Akina Mobutu Sese Seko waliweka manyumba kubwa. Sasa hiyo manyumba sasa saa hii ni mawe tupu tu iko huko. And remember, in the 70s and 80s ndio walikuwa wanaiba sana. So politics is transient, power is transient. So usikuwe na kiburi mingi sana. Very soon, even the president himself, he will not be there eternally. Whether akae hapo miaka 10, miaka 5, miaka 20, whichever the time. But what will happen is that power will ever shift to even places where they don't want. But we don't want to call for a country which is full of revenge. We want a country which is progressing on the right direction through monumental changes and building of capital. Hatutaki story ya revenges. Tunataka in future hata mtu akichukua governance, tunaangalia how we are going to grow productivity. Sio story ya kuangalia nyuma, sijui huyu alifanya nini. Even the Bible itself says, we have all fallen short of God's glory. Unajua history ya human beings wanting to treat themselves kama maraika and wanting to treat others like devils is wrong. We need to know what brings us together as a leader. Look at what brings people together, not what divides people. I know when people are having government positions and responsibilities, kuna zile vitu ambazo hazifanyangi vizuri, but instead of looking for fury and anger from some of the people who you think their own political philosophies is wrong. So what we need to do and start coming on is we start looking at how are we going to grow our wealth, how are we going to grow our capital, how are we going to grow our people, industrialization. Hizo ndizo zile vitu zinatusumbua kwa kichwa. They have a lot of work. Our education is not working. We have hunger. There is so much actually to bring us together. Instead sasa ya kuanzia kusema nani alifanya hivi, call for an partisan committee. Let's talk about how to fight hunger. Let's talk about how to pipe Kenya. Let's talk about how to put roads in Kenya. Let's talk about how to improve the quality of education in Kenya. We have so much, and all those things cannot only be done in Mount Kenya and Rift Valley. We can congregate on those problems, and we have a one direction consultative concept, and we solve those things. Just like the way what happened in America in the 40s when FDR was able to bring the country together and he was able actually to rule that country for 12 years, and he was able to bring the transformative changes which have actually catapulted that country to be the strongest country in the world. So you bring a country together even by bringing all the divide together. But if you want to operate with a section, you will not be able to pull the capitals well. Remember, hata wale ambao unaona ni wachache, they have the stake and the contribution they have. Remember, they own land, they own money, they own things which can help the country. So don't say that hii history ya kusema ati utajiri ya Kenya iko na Wakalenjini na Wakikuyu peke yake is a wrong motive. I wish we were able to pull all our resources as all tribes through amicable solutions without division. We can actually do a lot in this country. But with these ideas of kiburi, segregation, saying how hakunipigia kule iko hivi, appointment which are very skewed either to the right or to the left, yani, I don't know what is the problem with an African. I think there is a problem with us as a people. Tuko na shida as a people. If our leader, and that's why unaona mashida yetu yote, it is traversing from South Africa all the way to North Africa. There is a problem as a people for us. We have to start loving our people. We have to stop designing problems for our people. Kama ni mashida ina affect our people, let our people be affected by natural calamities, floods, vitu zingine, acts of God, zile vitu ambazo sio sisi tunaleta, lakini historia ya Mwafrika na Mwafrika mwenzake to design problems which are going to affect his fellow African. That is why our continent cannot be competitive in the 21st century. Lazima hata coronavirus in the 21st century, when we are having so much biotechnology, so much physics and chemistry, we can't still construct those things. We still have to, because we are getting it wrong in terms of cohesion. You will not build a country when you are disconnected. You need that trust of people. Ati ukiniweka kwa rocket, uipeleke huko siku 5, I'm sure that hiyo rocket itarudi vizuri. But in Kenya, can Ruto trust that can Ruto trust Raila Odinga on a button of a rocket to go into the space and back, or vice versa? That is the problem we are having. You see, in some countries which are doing very monumental projects, they are having so much trust. I have so much trust with Bernard that if Bernard is having the systems and the softwares that he can propel me into the space for 5 days, and I'm double sure that Bernard will be rejoicing in my survival in the space well. Lakini hapa Kenya ni watu wangapi you can trust yourself with your life into the space now, you think that you will be able to return here safely? Until we develop that trust, we cannot be able to do monumental project. And remember, there's not any country which can develop without doing monumental project. Lazima tuanzie kumove from history ya kufanya maproject ya kijiji, barabara ya kilomita 5, barabara ya kilomita 10. You cannot grow a country that way. We have to start thinking of projects which are border to border, inter-county. So those are the things we have to think about, huge things. But how do you assemble resources when your country is divided? That is why we will keep on borrowing forever. And remember, by the way, if all these 55 millions were connected and we surge ourselves with a positive mindset, we will be able to do. But how will you be able to do that when the top leadership is the source of the negative energy, is the source of division, is the source of hunger and fury, is the source of saying, now this is our time, we have to punish these people? You cannot. So I'm just saying we are just having a government operating in the wrong direction. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Let's proceed with the conversation. I wish to sign out. Like you're all aware, I'm traveling very early in the morning, and so I must go and prepare. I'm happy to see the opposition leader. He's really riding the opposition vehicle. In the opposite direction. Most welcome. Glad to see you. Want everybody to be on the alert. There are bad people among us who caused us to lose yesterday's program. But please, let's keep it civil. Let's keep it sane. mtu akija kwa show alafu hataki kusimamia ile kweli, atupiliwe mbali. Tusimbeleze watu. Hii channel inapaswa kuhifadhiwa kwa sababu inasaidia Wakenya, na wale ambao wako kinyume na Kenya wasiruhusiwe kuharibu kitu kizuri kama hiki. Ningependa tu kuwashukuru nyote kwa kuendelea kusimama na Mtembei TV na kutusupport sisi ambao ni wadau na wanaosimamia show hii. Ningependa tu kuhakikisha kwamba tutakuwa hapa kwa vyovyote vile, na Mungu atusaidie katika kuhakikisha kwamba hatutalegea. We have a serious responsibility right now with what is seemingly an irresponsible government right now. Before it even clears the 100 days, it's creating more problems than it is solving, and that makes the cut out work for us very enormous, and we can't give it the half-hearted ordinary approach. They want Kenyans to tolerate evil, accept evil, and be bent for them to walk over their backs, and that must not be allowed to take place. Let the Kenya Kwanza government wake up and realize there are many things that they should be doing to help Kenya, not the mess that they're trying to create. Asante sana. So I would urge all of you to ensure that you do that. So Francis, when you're chairman, utaendeleza show and then end it anytime you are set to end it. Those who follow us on Facebook, we can't connect on Facebook at the moment. So tafadhali tufuate kwa YouTube na tufuate kwa LinkedIn na kwa Twitter. And from the look of things, the future is a Twitter broadcast. So please, kama hujatufuata kwa Twitter and you have a Twitter handle, look for Mtembei TV on Twitter and follow. We are streaming live there in the place for Facebook until Facebook is restored. And if Facebook is not restored, we will permanently be on Twitter, and probably will expand on Twitter as well as we have done on YouTube. We are running into crisis with YouTube because some people are reporting that we are violating YouTube community rules, and therefore yesterday we were taken down. Thank God we were able to state our case, and we won, so that we. But please, just be here, be a friend of Mtembei TV. If you want to be an enemy of Mtembei TV, declare yourself as one, so that we can deal with you as an enemy and not to pretend to be a friend and you come among us and mess up what we are doing. Asante sana, nashukuru. Naomba tusonga mbele. Francis, ni wewe, alafu opposition leader. Sisi tutaonana katika masafa mengine. I think probably later on in the day I may be able to broadcast from where I will be gone. If not, tuonane by Monday. Francis, kazi kwako. Kenyan, all the time, get your administrative powers back so that the show is not interrupted. Now that they don't want us to have the show, we must have it every day without fail. Okay. What happened yesterday, Father Darius is asking. Mmoja wetu alireport kwa YouTube kwamba sisi tuna break rules. YouTube ika take down the channel. We had to go and explain and show the facts. And then after checking, there was nothing that was a violation. And so we were reinstated. That's all that happened. It is trouble people who want to mess us up and cause us not to continue with what we are doing. I hope, Father Darius, that makes sense. Asante sana. Tuonane baadaye.
So, thank you, Bernard.
Wale ambao wanataka mnitumia sadaka ya kusafiri, mnitumie sadaka. Mko na namba yangu. Majority of you have my number, so I don't need to share the number again. Thank you. See you.
Thank you, Bernard. You know, I'm very happy because, you know, the moment I saw that text that the channel C was no longer there, I felt something, because if you want to destroy a country, what you do, you just alter the information, because the mind of the people, the mind of a nation is what control individual. If somebody be able to control your mind, that is enough.
you can either self-destruct or self-construct yourself. So that's why then this one becomes the more important part of it, that it can influence you to think positively or negatively on any issue that of national importance. So it becomes very crucial that information, I think, is one of the factors of production that is being ignored. But actually, I think it's a leading, because without information, you can do nothing good or nothing bad, because at the end of the day, what you are aware of is what you are likely to do, or that is what is likely to guide you. So I see that I was just a bit shocked to see that the president is trying to build a nation in terms of revenge. Nobody has ever built a country in terms of revenge, because if it was revenge, Raila was placed in 9 years in prison without communication, without anything else. But when he came out, he had to go to Kano, not because that Moi was God, no. Moi was just an ordinary human being, but because of the prosperity of a country, he had to put his self-interest away in favor of the national interest. But that seems to the current regime, it becomes a problem. So I would just want to recap a little bit of the history, that when you look at the revenge, how revenge is dangerous as a country. Go and look at a country called Liberia. Liberia, it had some presidents who were there. We had people like Samuel Doe. You know what happened to him because of that kind of a revenge thing. We had people like Charles Taylor. You know what happened to them because of that kind of being wanted to revenge. Right now is the International Court of Criminal Justice, serving around 50 years in ICC because of that kind of revenge as a country. I will take you to the positive one. Look at the Rwanda. On 26th June, in 26th April 1994, an aeroplane that was carrying both the Burundi and the Rwanda president, both of Hutu, was gunned down around Kigali. What followed was a mass massacre of the Tutsi and the moderate Hutu. Within 100 days, they were able to lose 800,000 Tutsi and moderate Hutu. That is to say, there was an average of 8,000 people who were dying daily in Rwanda. So what followed was the Rwandan forces under Paul Kagame, who was the rebel leader, took control after 100 days and established a government. Immediately established a government. What he seeks is something that we call reconciliation. Remember, this one was more of a genocide. It was to aim to eliminate Tutsi on the face of Rwanda, all the world. It was also an aim to eliminate everybody who was sympathetic of the Tutsi. But the moment the Paul Kagame got power, he never went for revenge. He had the opportunity to do so. But he said that we can live together, we can forget whatever happened, but we should never ever try to get that route again. And that is why you see Rwanda is moving in that direction, because of those people living together and acknowledging that they have a country to build and they don't have energy to fight each other. That is why the groups like the Interahamwe are currently in the Democratic Republic of Congo, the people who are well outstretched matter of the Hutu and the moderate Hutu and the Tutsi. So these are the things that when you look at the country, revenge does not have any value at all. We need to stay as one country. And you also need to understand is that as a government, it has a responsibility to bring people together. It has a responsibility of building cohesion. And if we keep on progressing on that route of more of revenge and being bitter, we shall not build a country. I saw somewhere somebody was talking about a certain quote. I cannot recall very well. He said, "Let us be careful of who our friends are. Let's be careful of who our friends are and who our enemies are. But more importantly, let us be very watchful of our friends, because The only thing that your friend can become is an enemy. He can never become more friend. So the Gachagua and Ruto should understand that whoever voted for them, there are two scenarios. They should either remain there as a voted bloc or shift allegiance. Therefore, what I know, not unless they perform, a larger percentage of them, they will shift allegiance. And that is why we say your friend can never be more friend, but can only turn to become an enemy. So he needs to hold country together. He needs to preach peace. So, and I also saw issue to do with when Raila was talking about the accomplished or the unrealistic promises. You need to understand one thing, that we have a government in place that is more concerned of people hearing what they want rather than doing whatever is the best for the country. And that is why you see from ministers, from president, deputy, everybody in that government has gone rogue and has gone wild, because they seems to understand or to think that Kenyans wants more of hearing than more of work. Because I've seen Aisha Jumwa, he has not even done the first cabinet meeting. He has not even went to sit with the stakeholders. He's declaring a salary increase to the workers. Who did he consult? Did he sit down with the CRC, the Salary and Remuneration Commission? Did he look at what product, if we increase that money, that salary, where will you get the money from? This road shows declaration and some things to work of more of a populism, they need to stop, because they will not take a country anywhere. We want a well-stretched plan that when you sit down, you look at it as a country, you can say, indeed, these people are well prepared to do their job. And to finish on what Raila takes on the president, I also saw somebody called Rigathi Gachagua when he was Mombasa. He said it very categorically, that we have appointed you, have given you ministerial job, we have given you the speaker post and some other kind of post in the parliament. We hope in 2027 you will be able to stand with us and not the other side. I want to remind Gachagua one thing that he needs to get clear. There's difference between Aisha Jumwa, Amason Kingi, and the coastal people. He wants to get it clear that wherever Aisha Jumwa is happy does not translate to the coastal people being happy. That is just an individual salary. That is an individual who will just take care of his family. Amason Kingi salary and other work can only be beneficial directly to his family and people who are close to him, and not the people of coastal, not unless projects are initiated. You need to get it clear, the time whereby people are looking at their leaders being elected in government to mean that their well-being is well catered, it is already of the past. So he needs to go and work for the people. Let him go and concentrate on what to deliver, so that at the end of the day, if he will have done a good job, Kenyans will have an ear and eye to see and to listen, and they can be able to say, indeed, whatever the president, the deputy president is speaking about is very possible, and it has been done. And that is the time that if they want to increase their base in terms of how many votes they will get, if that is the case, that is the only way to go, and not to use appointments to influence a certain political tune. I want to remind him that those people that he has appointed to the government are not the first people. They have been appointed to the government, they have been there, but the locals, they have never seen something that is beneficial to them. They want to see something that adds meal to their table. They want to see something that gives them an hope. How can they live in poverty, whereas the port activity and most of important activity are taking place in coast? That is the things that the deputy president, the president are supposed to address, if indeed they care about the people from the coastal region, and not to use the state appointment as a way of influencing each other. So just to finish on that of what Raila Odinga takes on the president is that I also looked at the appointment of the Public Service Commission. I've also seen how it has been distributed, and I can tell you free of charge, there's nothing to love. Should you be a Kikuyu, should you be a Kalenjin, a Kamba, whatever tribe that you belong to, you should never be happy with such kind of an appointment. Nobody chose to be born where he was born. We are all Kenyans by blood, by spirit. That is why we use the same currency, we use the same flag, we have the same president, we have the same borders of our country, we have the same national identity card, because that's what unifies us and shows that we are one item that is working towards prosperity. So I'm asking myself, today he has favored particular communities because of one way or another. When you look at the ministers, it has also gone to the same trajectory. My question I'm asking, and we Kenyans, we need to ask ourselves, because the executive is a part of government that tries to or implement the policies. If they have a conflicting or they have a choice to make, and I will give you a good example. Let's assume there's a dam that has to be built in South Gatundu, and there's a dam that needs to be built on Turkana. And they go to consensus whereby they need to go and look at which priority will they need to value. And they go maybe to something maybe I can call internal voting. With the kind of the ministers and the PS and other top government official, it is my guess as other Kenyan that they might likely to value Gatundu South, not because it is a set of preference is the most important part, but because majority of people are belonging to that particular region. And that is why you find a county like Kiambu controls almost 40% of the production in Kenya, but we have a county like Turkana that seems not to count on our development as a country. We need to address that issue, because if you look it very careful, I can tell you most of the project, even if they try to vote, it will be more leaning towards either Central or Rift Valley, by the virtue that majority of them are coming from there. So you are likely to get more pressure to take development in the two regions, because most of them are the PS, most of them are ministers. And we need to address that issue. We need to have a courier, a competent courier. We have to have a competent Turkana. We have to have a competent Ogiek. We have to have a competent any other tribe that fills the ministerial job, that fills the permanent secretary job, so that all Kenyans can have an equal representation, so that when we shall see a Turkana standing and say, our people are dying of anger, instead of you constructing in Kiambu, why can't you just concentrate on Turkana, then we go to Kiambu later, because Turkana is more calling than in Turkana is more calling than in Kiambu. We need to have such kind of a government, that a government values the minority, that a government that cares to those people whom they may seems not to count in the national voting. We need a government that works for every Kenyan. So, and I was suggesting, if I was the one that was in charge, this ministerial job we should have allocated in terms of the population. And I did my calculation. If we go in terms of population, the highest community could be having 2 posts, and that would be the Kikuyu community, because they are the largest ethnicity group. They should have taken at most 2 posts, and not 10 as the president have illustrated. You cannot just come here and start defending, saying, the Kalenjin are made of sub-tribes. Even if there are 20 sub-tribes, when you look at the overall population of all sub-tribes, does not outshine or outsmart the Luya community. How do you justify that a community that owns less than 6% of Kenyan population is getting 10, whereas the other population is getting almost the other part of population is being left at periphery? We need to have a government that represents the face of Kenya. We are not saying that let's have tribal as the means of hiring. No, let us look at the tribal, but competence should be the leading. I believe, and it's everybody believes, that we have a Kuria who is educated enough to become the minister. We have a Mijikenda who is educated enough to become a minister. We have an Ogiek who is educated enough to become a minister. Where can't you go and hire those people so that they will be speaking for their community? We shall have a country that we will only be valuing a certain segment of a certain community. And when it will reach there, and it's not my prayer, but things might not be working well. And it's also good so that I also inform you about a little bit of history so that you understand what I'm saying. When Hitler during the Great Depression that happened in 1930, he felt that Germany was being drained of its resources because of the Israelites who are being occupying the most position in Germany. So he felt that these are the people that have contributed to the woes of the Germany. And it was not true. But how could you have substantiated it when all powerful positions in Germany were being held by Israelites? Instead of the individual addressing the issue from the direct point of view, the man went on rampage, killing 6 million Israelites on what came to be famously known as Holocaust. We don't want to reach at a point that one community seems to be more powerful or has more voice than any other community. We are all Kenyans. We need to have an equal voice. We have to be treated equally so that we can exist cohesively as a nation. We can stand and say, this is my country. I love it. I feel it. Not because that a segment of people have been elected, but when you look at it, it represents the whole map of Kenya. And to finish on, when you look at the issue to do with the extrajudicial killings, the only way we need to address the extrajudicial killings is to have a competent and a more smooth and efficiency form of court. Because today, as we are speaking, I can confirm to you that majority of individuals would rather not go to court even when they feel that they are being mistreated, because you go to a court of law, you spend 5 years in a case that was supposed to spend 2 months or 3 months. What happens there? People lose trust with the court of law. That's why we say justice delayed is justice denied. And pick, for example, you have been arrested with something to do with even NTCA, maybe something to do with license. Somebody opt even to pay small amount of money so that you not go in the court of law, because the moment you reach there, be sure you will spend more than 3 months for the case to be concluded. This one does not overrule the cases to involve murder. How do you today start and say that the court is impartial when dealing with murder, whereas we have an MP from Embakasi East, that is Babu Owino, who shot somebody fatally, making him to become almost incapacitated, and is still a parliamentarian? How do you convince a Kenyan that when he seeks justice in the same court of law, is likely to get it? How do we justify that a member of parliament from Kimilili, Didmas Baraza, was able to shoot somebody, a well-recorded incident, and then today is sitting in the National Assembly discussing policies? So I'm asking a simple question. If this person will bring a bill to strengthen our law in terms of dealing with capital punishment, do you think the individual will take place either in positive side or negative side, keeping in mind very well is one of the victims that should be in prison? These are the things we need to ask as a country, because it's creating a lot of trust issues in our judicial system, to a point that in case of people going to deal with the issue in court of law, people would rather resort to mob justice. People will either resort on hiring hitmen. People will either resort to some other uncalled means of settling their scores or settling their complaints. And if indeed we need to have a country that the extrajudicial killings are not there, let's have a system of court that is very clear and can hold everybody accountable. I will give you a good example. You look at the Akasha brothers. These are the people who have been operating in Kenya for a long period of time. Every time they have been arrested, taken to a court of law, the court has always been saying these people are innocent, they have no case to answer. It was just that game in, day in, out, day in, day out, until when the United States were able to get involved, or were able to get involved in that crisis, that we saw them being charged and found guilty and being jailed 25 years. Look at the cases of people to do with Makaburi, people to do with the other person. I think it was Makaburi. There's another Sheh who was also assassinated because in one of another, they are being well known that they are Al-Shabaab sympathizers. There are enough footage to show that, but wherever they are taken in a court of law, instead of the court going to give them the punishment that is equivalent to the kind of act that they are doing, they are always set free. What happens is that once they are set free, they go and coordinate more attacks on the witnesses. So wherever it reaches to that point, the police will no longer want to pursue the court system, but will learn to silence you once and for all. So lazima you address the issue to do with the court, so that even when the police arrest a suspect, even if he's a terrorist, he knows very well these terrorists will not be set free. But in Kenya, as we stand today, a terrorist can go to a court of law, seek an order not to be arrested, and the judge is likely to give a terrorist an order not to be arrested. So when it reaches to that point, what happens is that the police will go on rampage. That is okay. The court can give you an order not to be arrested, but the court cannot give an order not to kill you. So they go and kill you because they feel that you are there, you are threatening them, you are doing whatever is not supposed to be done, but wherever they are looking at the possible means to seek justice, they are not getting it. So what happens is that they resort to other uncalled means. And that is the things that we need to address as a country. And if we address that one, I think Kenya, we shall have raised our bar to a more country that at least our court kind of confidence. And that's what I believe and I hold, that Kenya can be a good country if we take that trajectory. So for those of people who are following us, you need to join the show. Let's come engage together. Let's have a different ideas. The world has developed because of we having the different ideas. We need to have people with socialist ideas. We need to have people with populist ideas. We need to have people with the conservative ideas. We need to have people with the centrist pragmatic ideas. We need to have different people on the show so that we have a different route. Just imagine if all of us we could have looked similar from the head up to the toe. How could the world be looking like? It could even be very hard to issue a national identity card. But because of our different facial looking, our different languages, our different diversity, that gives the beauty of Kenya. And also when you have a difference in terms of thinking, that's also what brings development. Whereas others are thinking about making motor vehicle, others are thinking to make bicycles, aeroplanes, and that's what makes our country great. So let's get into the show. Let's discuss. Let's look at different angles. Let's have a wide view of it, so that at the end of the day, we shall build a country that everybody feels is the part and parcel of it. So Kenyan all the time. Njiru. So whatever those who are in comment section, those who are looking at, who are following, you can still join us here so that we exchange ideas. We look at a different angles, so that at the end of the day, we shall build a country that everybody is yearning to be associated with it. And that's what I believe. And that is what every Kenya, I think, should hold that view, that a country should be well diverse with positive thoughts and positive policies and ideologies. So Njiru, Jiro, are you getting me? Njiru, are you getting me so that we also progress with the show and so welcome, Broda. You know,
Yeah, hello, hi. Yeah, today I'm not showing my face, but I will talk. Today I've been not feeling well. I have been coughing so much, but it's fine. And I've been feeling a lot of headache because it's many things have been going on here in my place I'm going. So what I want to say, how are you? You know, I used to call you Matiangi, Makungi, Francis Makungi. How are you?
I'm very fine.
By the way, you live in Kenya or you live in Europe? I
I'm
don't hear
currently
you.
in yes, I'm currently in Kenya because I just finished my studies, the degree studies, just the other within this year. So if there are chances of going there, but to me, I believe in changing here. So huko tutakuja baadaye after this becomes Europe.
Imagine I thought you live in Europe because you know many things. You're very clever. You're very smart. You are the one who'll be maybe next governor or president. We never know. So what is the topic today? Is it about Judy's? What is the topic today?
So we are addressing on what Raila Odinga when Raila Odinga spoke about today. He created the government of unrealistic promises. He also went ahead to touch with things to do with a kind of revenge. Instead of us addressing the extrajudicial killings, we are more looking like of arresting Kinoti. He also went ahead to touch on things to do with the cost of living, taxes. So you can all just speak on those issues that he had really addressed on them. And what is your perspective or your take on them?
For me, you know, sometimes even I don't. I'm wondering, are we the same Kenyans or we come from another country? You know, sometimes I wonder it because I'm very happy that Baba he make that he stand with our country and he's our positions. That he's standing for the truth. He is fighting for his own people. He doesn't want his people to be prosecuted like the way Ruto he is doing with his government, just revenge and prosecuting innocent people like Kinote. They haven't done nothing. Kinote is a man who was working for our country. He was fighting with the terrorists and he was protecting us. As I said, like Kenya is a country, we have a lot of international, we have ambassadors. And one time they were telling the president, former president, we don't feel safety. Can you protecting us? Because every country, every ambassador in Kenya, the government need to be responsibility. You know, even sometimes I'm worried, like a country like Afghanistan, like United States of America, they have their embassy in United States of America. I'm more wondering how, and Afghanistan is very dangerous. So and of course, even he need to protect our. So Kinoti, he did a very amazing job to protecting us. So I was very, very disappointed when they tried to sue. A man had been protecting us. He had been fighting with the criminal. Some people, you know, he had been done. Actually, Kinoti is a man need to get to be respected. He did a very good job. So I was very disappointment why this Kenya Kwanza, I don't know if it's a Kenya Quiz or Kwanza, they start to prosecute people. And then something I don't understand. Sometimes I feel like, what do we want in Kenya for real? What do we want in Kenya? Kenya, we are Kenyans. No matter the language we speak, we are all Kenyans. No matter your skin color, we are one. Whether you are white or black, we are one people. So we are living in the darkness, in the darkness days. We are living in the world. Many things. Many people are asking question what is going in the world. You see, like in Congo, there is a conflict. Rwanda and Congo. You ask yourself, and it's in Africa. They are fighting. Instead of they give each other peace. There's a good. What can we make this word? Me, I want to fight for the word. I don't live for the word. When you see like Russia and Ukraine, they are fighting conflict. You ask what's wrong with the world we are living? We are living the end time, or we are living the darkness time. Instead of we solve our problem, instead of we give other people peace, we just focus with the problem. We take the problem. So me, I knew this government even before Kenya Kwisha, they will bring problem. I knew that they will evade. They will do what they can to evade. But let me tell you, Matingi, let them. They do what they want. They do what they want. But one day, one time, they will realize, wow, can you forgive me? One day, one time, they will realize why I'm doing this for my brother, why I'm doing this revenge, why I'm doing this. Because, like me, I'm a Christian, I'm born again Christian. I'm not saying I'm perfect. I do sin. I'm not saying that I'm a perfect, I'm a liar. The Bible says if you have been not to sin against God, there is no honesty with you. I do sin. It's not that I don't do some mistake. Everybody. I was talking with my counselor, is a pastor. We were discussing many things. He was telling me we nobody perfect. We do mistake, but still we cannot do things we know is bad. For example, like 10 commandments, they say do not kill, do not lie, do not steal. We need to live according to the 10 commandments say. So we need a lot of grace because we are living in the darkness time. We need the grace. Everybody needs grace because we are all sinner. We need grace of God. We need grace and the love of God. Grace, and we need the grace and the love of God because those only can change our life. Grace and love, grace and the love of salvation and grace and grace of God. That's the way we need because we're living in the darkness. Grace and peace. When we get grace, we get freedom. Without grace, no freedom. There is no freedom in our country. There is no grace. This Kenya Kwanza, there is no grace. One thing they didn't humble themselves to say, thank you, God, we get to this opportunity. We can serve our Kenyan people. They could take the government, they continue serving. They be, somebody like Ruto is somebody, actually Ruto is really blessed. I was telling my cousin today, Ruto is very blessed. Can you imagine he was living in the current? A government house free of charge. He's getting money for food. People are cooking for him. He was going church, give money, and it was money from Karen to the state house. What opportunity! I wish it is me. Me, I could be humble. Even I could forget all people have been hurting me. I could not care. I could just continue working for the people. Even to be a state house, it's a miracle. To be that office, even when Moses Jomo Kenyatta he take the office, he was humble himself because Moses Jomo Kenyatta he was coming for the poverty family. He was a little boy from village, have nothing, he came for the first president of Kenya. Even white people, they were coming to see the dead body in State House. It was a miracle. For me, if it is me, I go that house. I forget past. I move forward. I don't care what happened. For me, it's to make leadership and to work with the people from Kenya. I ask them what they want. But he focused with the problem. If it is me, I could stay 1 year. If it is me, Ruto, I stay 1 year in the state house, not meeting anybody. 1 year, and after he make his cabinet, and then 1 year is the 1 year without to see the social media. He just to realize who he is. We are people that have been hurting us. We cannot live for the past all the time. People they have done for me, even me, people they have been hurting me. I know, like my friend have been hurted. You cannot even, like my friend that, oh, my mother have been rejecting me. Like one lady, my best friend, her mother was rejecting her because she's a disability. She have autism. She was feeling like her mother rejected, but when she gets born again, she received the love of God. She understands, wow, my mother was not rejecting me. It's me because of my difficulty, you know. Because sometimes nobody perfect. This word nobody. Even when you go to Europe, you see the problem. The same problem we have in Kenya: rejection for the parent. You know, this word that I've been saying here many times. This is not our home. Whether you live in America, like me, I'm living very fantastic country, but still people they are dying. The same in Kenya. They put the dead body in the grave. In fact, here for the grave here, it's very expensive. It costs 3 billion Kenya shillings to buy the grave. It's very expensive. You know, the same people. If you don't afford, the government can help you, but it's very cheap to put the dead body in the box. They will put you very cheap if you have not saved the money for the grave. So people here, they used to work to save money for the funeral. If you ask how much money you have account, I'm saving money for the funeral because I want my funeral to be nice. I want my funeral to nice to when I they put a very expensive box. You know, that's life. So in this life we are living the difficult. There is no best country in the whole world. We need each other. Europe need Africa. Africa need Europe. Because, you know, everybody can learn something. Like today I was watching Congo. You know, like in Congo, people, they usually put Congos down. You know, Congo, they are very educated. They are very smart people. Congos, we always say bra bra here. Those people, they are very smart. So they know what is going on in their homeland country with the Rwandese, how they are killing their own people. They get sad. Those Congolese, they live in Europe. They are fighting for their country. When they see their own people, they are killing by Rwandans. So Africa, we need each other. Africa, we are smart. But the problem we have never get a good leadership. So we need each other. You know, all the time I've been talking about Africa. You know, like me, when I meet, I have a lot of friends from Africa, I have friends from Ghana, from Gambia. I usually call them my sister when I meet them. Even from Gambia, oh, my sister. Oh, I was nice to see you. Which kind of food do you cook in Gambia? Oh, we cook jollof. You know, West Africa, they eat jollof. And it tastes very, I like jollof. It's tasting very, I love it. It's very tasty. So let us live one another. Let us love one another. And we forget past. Don't revenge your brother. He did. Even me, I'm not perfect. I have done something. Actually, God is so grateful. He always forgive our sin, what we have done. So Kenya, we need to see the grace. Kenya need the grace of God. People, they see every tribe in Kenya need this grace. After grace, the love of God and freedom. Grace, freedom, grace and freedom, grace and freedom. And that's what we want in Kenya. I pray every day for all Kenya tribe. So let us focus in our country. And then we feed our people. They are dying like these people are dying in this city. It's called what? The Hata Maasai community. Those people, I have heart for them. And these people, they are Turkana. Those things we need to focus as a government. It's very sad you see a woman, Turkana woman, is going to the forest to fetch the food for feeding their children. I saw that in the BBC. I was very ashamed. I said, I'm a Kenyan. I feel ashamed to see our own people, because those are Turkana, they are my people, going to the forest to fetch things to cook for their own children. Hunger is killing them. It's very sad when I see every county. You know me, I'm always scared about Kenya. I love Kenyan people. I don't hate. For me, I get happy when I see Kenya people, they are living good life. I don't hate Kenya. Yes, God bless you all.
Thank you. You know, we really appreciate your love for Kenya, but I think silence is no longer an option. We need to talk, but as much as we are talking, we need to act. PH, where are you? That's you, umekuwa acid ama umekuwa basic? Welcome.
Hey Francis, how are you, man?
Yeah, I'm very fine.
Plus all the panelists. Sasa there's some things zinafanyika na hii gava which are not appealing. You see, Ruto is trying to set a very bad precedent. Kama issue ni kurevenge, unajua kama ni ile tu kufagia watu wenye wako na makesi. Even from the UDA side, we have so many people wenye wako na makesi mingi sana. Somebody like Barasa, msee mwenye ameonekana tu akiua msee wa mtu jamaa shaziko. But now you see he's going after those people wenye walikuwa kwa serikali ya Jubilee. People like Murathe, somebody like Atwoli. And you know, if you can remember very well, kuna kesi ya Atwoli alikuwa amepeleka kotini ya NSSF. So all of a sudden, mzaya amewithdraw your kesi. Kijana anajaribu kufight kuongeza the 6% kwa NSSF. He's going after him. Jirongo is somewhere hapo pia anatafutwa. Hii issue ya revenge si mzuri. The way Roda amesema hapo. Gava wache isafu watu. Hii njaa inaua watu. Ndio jamaa angekuwa na solve shida yake. Mambo yenye alipromise wananchi wa Kenya ndio angekuwa anang'ang'ana kufanya. Lakini kurevenge watu hapana. Halafu hii list yake ya PS. Manze. 2 tribes ina dominate your list almost 80%. As if ukienda Turkana hakuna Waturkana walikuwa UDA wenye walipigia UDA kura na wenye wamesoma. If you go to Narok you can't get some learned Masais wenye walipigia UDA kura. If you go to Kisumu, mbona tuone watu kutoka Central na watu kutoka Rift Valley. Halafu issue ingine ni ya okay, I have a problem na issue ya NSSF. Sijui kama wewe Francis uko comfortable. You know, if you're earning something, if you're now you used to pay 200 shillings. Now you're going to pay 6% of your salary. Unaona hapo kabacha tutafinya.
You know, PH, unaona hiyo ya NSSF, the problem that you have in as a country is that unaona hiyo pesa yenye unakatwa, unajua that is they are reducing your disposable income.
Yeah.
They are using it to do development. If there could be a clear transition, like ukikatwa hiyo pesa inatumika exactly to the development, ingekuwa ni sawa hata kama bado utaja kuipata. Lakini we shall be having a scenario, mshahara inapunguzwa na development unapata sio equivalent na ile contribution umemake. And that is the biggest problem we have in as a country.
Yeah. Na pia kuna wizi hapo. Kulikuwa na scandal hii NSSF hapo nyuma.
Hiyo wizi ndio inafanyanga hizo haja hazifanyiki, hizo development.
Hasa hiyo wizi bado mwizi hajashikwa. Sasa unasemaje tuongeze kikabu pesa. Ndio mwizi anone ni. Pea mtu mwingine tutaongea baadaye.
So thank you. Opposition leader.
Yes. How are you guys? How are you? You know, we are in the opposition. We have to do what opposition demands of us, and particularly when you have a government that is clueless, that has no idea on how to govern. Because if I start with the list of a PS and starting, of course, with the list of a CSs, I mean, I think it leaves so much to be desired. What I saw there, it is a list that has failed the test of gender. Very few women are there. Again, I saw a list that has failed the test of regional representation. We have so many Kikuyus and so many Kalenjins, and we have to talk about it. I'm a Kikuyu, but I don't want the rights of other people of Kenya to be overridden because we voted or our tribe voted for this government. No. We need to get out of this thing. Why are we going back so many steps behind or backwards? That is a list that even did not even consider the disabled. It also did not consider the communities that are, of course, the small communities, even Indians. So we know we cannot fit all in the PS, but 52, more than 52 people, you don't get an Indian, you don't get a disabled person, you don't get women, enough women. We have a problem and we have to solve. I think Ruto and his government, or let me put it this way, the president that we were given by the Venezuela, he is working very, very hard to be ousted. Actually, if I was him, he's seated in a corner, and if he is listening, he should see that he's really making a lot of blunders. First of all, the list has fallen short of the expectation of a democratic and a very vibrant country like Kenya. We have CSs that do not know the how to express. They lack the demeanor. They lack the composure. They lack the knowledge. I saw the CS of health. What occupies her in her mind is how an intern is earning more than the doctor. First of all, he creates a disharmony between the doctors and the intern. Second of all, why should you bring such a thing to the public of interns? Is that the biggest problem we have in the health sector? Well, people are crying. I saw the Senate, a man crying because of a wife died when giving birth. Another woman was crying because of a kid aligongwa na jembe kwa kichwa the boy died. These are crises that he should be addressing. And so when you look at that lady, you wonder where are we going to. I mean, you can imagine Mutahi Kagwe and in fact the PSs that were there, and then all of a sudden it is like you have been brought a primary school teacher to become the CS. We are really demeaning this country. It's unfortunate, and even the UDA people don't see this, that we have really neutralized the people with the capacity even to express themselves. Because this lady did not express the other CS of trade, Mr. Kuria, is talking about how he's going to give alternatives and then ban Mituba, and it's the same people who was going to Gikomba to buy underwears. You know, you wonder, are we living in a dishonest society? So when it comes to the list, it has not met any threshold of a democratic society. And therefore Kenyans are in for a surprise, because these people, you look at the CS of agriculture, mythically in Turi, despite they having so many civil cases, he's talking about that the expressway, but the expressway could have built so many dams. You know, you wonder what kind of a government is this. Instead of them fighting a way of making a mark, like the expressway, the mark of Uhuru Kenyatta, and the Thika Highway, the mark of Kibaki. Are they going to talk after 5 years? If what they talk about is the previous regime, it is Raila. It is Raila here, Raila there. You know, it is unfortunate. So the list of the PS was fell short. There's a lot of kikuization and Kalijanization. I think this country has now boiled down to a lot of tribalism, and we are wondering where we are going, because there are many other people in this country that can represent us by merit, and therefore I don't want to see a country that is balkanizing and condemning other tribes as if they are not having a birthright to be in this country. And we are happy that this guy is really working hard to be ousted by the people of Kenya, because we cannot, and I'm sure after 2 or 1 year, when we don't see things happening and these people fail to deliver, then we cannot. It is very hard to be a Moi in this generation. I can tell you for free, guys. Ni ngumu sana kuwa Moi, because even this mambo ya NSSF and increment of of NSSF and increment of NHIF. These are illegal ways of doing things. Where was the public participation? We don't mind increasing our monies to NSSF, but we need to we need to participate and see the do's and the don'ts and the checkpoints. Where is the money capable of getting lost? You know, where are the leakages? We need to participate. Above all, we know that NSSF and NHIF are being led by thugs. So Kenyans should not allow this government to go in a closed door meeting and in a place, and then they decide on our fate and decide tuwakate 200 tuwakate 500. That is dictatorship. We cannot allow that in this country. And if they allow this will not happen. And we cannot allow this to happen in the country that is democratic and is free. We cannot roll back the progresses we have made over the years. The other issue is about Kinoti. Why is this guy obsessed with one person from Mount Kenya? A person who has dedicated, in fact, he was given an overall title by the international body called what? Yeah, because why if indeed there is a problem with Kinoti, let the institution take over. Let him not conspire with the other Youth for Kanu 92 guys, Kina Haji, and destroy somebody's name. Kenyans are watching carefully because there's no justice whereby you go to one side and leave the other side. If all thieves should be arrested, then the thieves in UDA, the thieves in Azimio, they should be arrested and taken to court. If that is not the case, all thieves, even those who are in custody right now, even wakuiba kuku na wakuiba majani na wakuiba nini, they should be released, because that is what freedom means. Wacha kuwe inchi ambayo haina wakosaji, because if the top leadership of this country has indictment, has problems, has cases, then what are we? Who should arrest who and when? And therefore, as I finish, I want to talk about the other thing that I noted today. Can you imagine Kenya giving food to Somalia? Yeah, we want to give Somalia food, yes, because they are also in hunger. But have we solved our problems, my brothers and sisters? Our problems are larger. We still have over 4 point something million hungry. What kind of a country have we become? Who bewitched this country? And as I finish, Bwana Francis, the issue of KU, VC being received as a hero, yeah, that is something that now I'm wondering, who bewitched Kenya? The person is talking about the people who have occupied land for more than 50 years to be chased away. He's talking about the research facility that was to employ youths from all over the country, by the World Health Organization. I mean, what are we doing? Are we complimenting? Should we have sasa si tupande hata maua ubasi, you know? So we have issues. We are thinking backwardness. The guy is analog. He's thinking of to keep the land, to keep beauty, to pande maua. But what about the research center that was to employ so many people? What have we become, people of Kenya? What have we become? Are we this nervous? Are we this stupid that we have reached a point, even things that are progressive, we go against them because they were proposed by the former president? What kind of a stupidity is this? I rest my case.
So thank you, opposition leader. Those who are in the comment section, those who are following us, you can join our talk here. We need to have as diverse idea as possible. This country cannot be built by one person. We can build it collectively, belongs to all of us. That is why we have the same national identity card. We have the same flag. We all belong to one president, one currency. We all share things in common. Therefore, we need to get together and discuss our issue, and we should discuss them from the factual side. We look them from the factual side. What is it about it? Let's join together. Let's come reason together. Let's have a better Kenya, so that tomorrow, whoever we shall sire, at least we live to say that our father, our grandfather did something good for us to have this beautiful nation. Mato.
Vipi brother?
Niko poa.
Leo nimekuja nikiwa mkali kidogo, hata nimesimamisha gari. I've been suffering a lot. Mimi na Njiru tumekuwa kitu moja bwana. Tunagongewa huko chini tu, you looking at your country going down, lakini unaangalia bado show inaendelea, utaki kutokea huko like saa nije niseme nini, nitakasirika bwana. Hey. Is it my time to go? Or was that a salam?
Yes, it's your time, it's your time.
Okay, actually, by the way, actually, the thing that actually brought me ilinifanya nisimame because I'm driving and I'm going somewhere. You can understand, I'm in a car. I'd gone to do some things and I was doing, vitu za kila mtu. Everybody has their own life. But ile kitu, kuna kitu ulisema ikanifanya nisimame tu mahali nilikuwa. The next exit nikatoka nikasimama was when you were talking about the tribes and because I wanted to say it yesterday, but again the whole thing happened. Hii kitu ya CSs, and actually before nilete sasa ujinga yangu ya hizo zingine zenye niko na feelings about, the only one I wanted ni venye tu nimekaa hapa hivi nikaona naweza kaa kidogo, maybe I say a couple of things. I wanted to ask all of you, na kuna mtu while I was waiting on backstage, I think ni Njiru ama ni nani ama ni my friend, sitasema jina yake najua, Kenya Alisio no opposition alichangingi jina yake for a reason, but najua ni nani. We've been here for a long time. But let me ask you guys, how many tribes are there in Kenya?
I think there are 43 or 44 because Indians were added and the Makonde. I think we had an additional of almost 2.
You're not even looking at the Nubis. Nubis was a tribe added. But actually, let me answer you. There's 47. No. Actually, you're 44. 47 is the tribes. But Nubis were added as a tribe in Kenya. Guys, let me ask you, and I think I have a contestation on that because I had done 51 because the list that I'm seeing is 51. The other guy just said 52. Is it 52 or 51 for the CSs?
Yeah.
I think it's 51.
51, Mato.
It's 51, right?
Yeah.
So let me ask you a question. If you are a president, I bet you even the Nubis, even the Maasais have someone. What takes you so low to a point that you cannot, and I believe in all those tribes, and this is my thinking. I'm not telling anybody to think like that when they become president one time or one day in their life. But why, as a president, would you think, okay, the country is trying to bring itself, okay, they are feeling that they've been ruled by 2 tribes since independence and everything. Why would you not feel a point of taking a tribe, every tribe, you guys go get me somebody that works good on this, and I believe there's so many educated people who do so many good things to come and do this. Fill up your Kenyan tribe. This is a question. The population of your Kenyan tribe. If you say we are 43, I had done 47, but let's do 43. So 43, so I still have 4. At 47, I had said there's still 3 left. And if you want to take it down to 43, that's at 47. No, there's 4 left at 47. If you want to take it down to 43, then that's another 4. So you still have another 8. Then those 8, you can take them and say, I'm going to divide by the 2, whatever. Now, if you want to do, what do you call the whatever you want to call them, the Kikuyus and the Kalenjins, my majority, whatever you want to call, you can do that. Now, how do you end up with only 6 tribes or 7, I believe what I saw in that thing? And even a Massa, you give them 1. It's, are they not Kenyans? Are they not what? What is this about having your tribe, having so many people about it, and some of them you're putting them there to go look after the other person that is above them. Inaweza kuwa ngumu aje Njiru, inaweza kuwa ngumu aje kusema nipatieni mtu mmoja wa mtu wenyu one. We want to be one Kenya, mmoja, and then you have the surplus. And I bet even if you went to newbies who came later and last, they can give you somebody that is educated. Even, I mean, Somali. You know, when you look at something like that, it's a simple math that you can do it very well. And actually you look good to the country because now you look, because politicians have been there. Some of the people that have been there, Kinandwale. First of all, let me actually, because that's on my note. Aisha Jumwa.
Mato.
Yeah. Yes.
Kidogo tu ni kuambia kitu hapo what is happening. You see what this guy is doing, it's a 2027 campaign strategy. He want to ring the Kikuyus and the Kalenjins. Then hizo tribes zingine ameacha nje, he will use money. So if you look at the whole concept now, is a very advanced. It looks like criminality and crime, but politically is a high-speed rail in politics. That's what I wanted to tell you. Because our watu wengine who is not considering ataenda huko amwage pesa. That's how it is. I will not give you position. You look for some few elements there huko awape pesa, and then they try to bring him together. He is actually capturing the nation using the majority and the minority rule division. That's what I think.
Yeah, and you know, eventually, guys, we are not going to be saved by other countries and to be shown how to do things. You see, somebody said here, and I think that was our moderator, Mr. Francis, about Akasha Brothers. I think I've sung so much about Akasha Brothers here, and you guys don't understand. That this lawyer, the criminal lawyer, the one that was involved in that thing, walitupa makompyuta kwa nini kwa si, because of that, and because now we won't be gotten, hatutashikwa, hatutafanywa nini, and all that. But you know what? I always say this story of Akasha Brothers, you know, FBI was just, man, we're not going to mess with these people. We're just coming and abducting them to Apeleke. Today, the guys are serving watu wa chicken gate hawajawai. And then unakuja kutuambia hapa sijui kina Kinoti, sijui kina unaenda kutuletea makesi mpya. And we know all the cases that have been there all that time. You know, me, I don't know. I'm so frustrated with Kenya because the only reason I'm frustrated in Kenya, and I love my country to death, but the only thing I'm frustrated with Kenya is because sometimes you try to tell people things and people don't really understand. Because when FBI came to get Akasha Brothers, the country and the biggest lawyers who walk away with almost everything were out there throwing computers in the sea. Apparently, they didn't know that the FBI has something, and they went and dived and got those computers. Today, go try and see Akasha Brother. I bet you can never see. But how did they even live? Muliamka tu siku moja mkapata walichukuliwa because they had messed up everything. Today, you're seeing criminals. Now we're being told, wale watu waliuwa kina Yebei, we don't know who it is. Walikuwa secret. We don't know who killed Musando, but we know who killed Ngumbao from Mombasa. We know who killed Ngumbao is Aisha Jumwa. But where is she? You see what I'm saying? That's where our country is going so wrong that we don't get it. And I'm saying, I'm going to say this. Na mimi najua siku moja nitakuja kugongwa. In the 21st century, we cannot be doing this, especially a country that is saying that we are going to DRC to go help them. Help what? We are going for the gold. We went to Somali. What? Somali, I mean, Makaa ilianza kuuzwa. Who's the cabinet secretary for security today? Where are people afraid to talk about these things? Duale, there was even, he came to Ilikuja. If they hata mimi wakinikujia, I'll tell him he was there. in the parliament. He was accused of using Kisimayo in the military. Now we are going, what were wash. We've been having this problem with Milimani, wash, gold. Now we are going there. There's a time we were accused that we were using our military to get our gold. I mean, get gold and pass it through other countries. The MBS of Kama, if anybody remembers that, there's a time we were being accused by Saudi Arabia government that somebody had conned, I think his name is Kony or whatever, had conned MBS.
Even recently, we had that one of Wetangula. Wetangula was implicated in a certain gold scandal that he conned some Saudi Arabians and Qatar people, I think, of sort kind.
And so, also, let me ask you another question. Really, has Mama Mboga ever paid tax? Has the government still been there? Have we built roads without Mama Mboga's tax? Have we done all that? Because they pay the VAT. Now you're going to tell them nipatie hii, toa hii tena kwa mkono yako and everything. It's I don't understand where our country has gone. And the reason I'm really mad and I'm so sad is because we had gone and we thought actually we had gone through these things. When Moi was going to Limbasisi, wote yote yawezekana bila Moi. We did. And venye kina Raila waliingia na kina Kibaki, I'm telling you, I remember guys were the contractors walikuwa nafanya kazi mchana na usiku. And I'm saying this, even when this Uhuru government was the second term, things were happening. I know, I travel a lot to Kenya, even though watu niambianga matuwezi ongelea kitu ya Kenya, but I travel a lot. And I see things because when I see something, I compare it to where I live. And when I went home, I can see infrastructure working. And today I'm talking to people at home, they're telling me, hey, ye imekwama. Unajua sisi tuko na president mpya. Mpatieni time. Sijui nini. And I'm like, what time do you need? You should have just taken over from where you were. The same Uhuru was saying, a relay is I run to you, I give you the baton, you keep on moving. So I'm thinking we're taking our country backwards instead of going forward. And I'm thankful, Alex, that is here, because Alex, I know you might agree with me or disagree with me, but mostly we do agree on these basic things where we stop just looking at everything, but look at our country, because then we need to educate our people, because some of the things that some of us do out here actually make us feel very embarrassed of our own country. Because now we are talking about things of going after Sijui Kinoti, after going after Murathe, and it's not even 100 days. What are we doing? Vitu zimekwama. We are talking about expanding ati taxes. Sijui ati Mama Mboga ongeze nini. Kwani hatukuwa na hizo vitu zote, hizo barabara zingine zikijengwa? And by the way, tell me where this tax goes that now we need extra tax. Or where did it go? Uhuru managed without expanding anything na akipeana subsidies. Where did the money of the subsidy go? Na tulikuwa tunaambiwa tumetengewa. You know, I look at the stupidity and just it messes me off. I mean, vibaya, because I think some people don't understand that they are being played and they just sit there and ni mtu yetu, mtu yetu, mtu yetu, mtu yetu gani? Kenya ni yetu sisi wote. Alex, before you came, I think you were listening to me. I was saying, even that 52, 51, you could have given every community, and I believe there's an educated community person in any community, na bado ubaki na surplus now to give the other bigger ones. That's what I was just saying. Wacha nyamazi hapo. I respect, you know, all of you. Nimesema vitu mingi, wacha nisikize vitu wenye mnasema for a minute, maybe 30 minutes, and then tarudi nikifika kwa nyumba. But I'll be here. Let me listen.
So thank you, Mato. You know, we're having a problem as a country because my issue is one thing, like venye tuko na ministers karibu 8 from Central and PS. Kama wako na issue wana debate ambayo wanataka wa address in a particular region. Maybe kuna damu inataka ikonsultiwe Turkana na kuna nyingine inataka ijengwe maybe Nyandarua. automatically these people will influence it to go to Nyandarua, even though they may not be the priority. Because they are where chukia kwenyu, that's a fact, and we like them for loving what they belong to. But as for part of Kenya, we need to look at the preference. Ile shida iko Turkana, sio ile shida iko Kiambu. Turkana wanapigana na mvua, wanapigana na castor wrestling, wanapigana with every kind of sort. Kwa hivyo kama polisi wanaweza hitajika sana Turkana kushinda Kiambu. Lakini we will find that having such kind of a cabinet, tunaweza peleka polisi Kiambu na tukose kupeleka Turkana. That's my worry. That if these small communities are not well represented, we may be dealing with the bigger communities and ignoring the smaller community and thinking that Kenya is going in the right direction. Yes, Alex.
Francis, leo nilikuwa nataka nikae kando tunisikize, but I think mmeniwasha kidogo. I tend not to agree with any one of you. But the last point I agree with you about Turkana and how we must help the Turkana brothers. I think some of us grew up in an era where we used to listen to Bob Marley so much and his redemption songs and songs of freedom. There's one of the songs that says, emancipate ourselves from entire slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds. You can't wait the politicians to come and agitate for us. It's a different tribe. When you put tribes, don't forget there's a tribe called politicians. Don't forget once they are elected, they become a different tribe. They are no longer part of us. If it's agitating for their salary, what a letter you. If they say that kitu inaitwa CDF is unconstitutional, they will find a way out and they will be together. But when other issues come, they will divide us. You see, Francis, if we want to be honest and resolve this thing once and for all, we must go back to history. Kenyatta did the same thing. Moi did the same thing. Kibaki did even worse. Kibaki actually, at least Moi, angedanganya kidogo kidogo. You know, Moi had a way of making every tribe feel that they are in the government. Moi had a way. But when Kibaki came, Kibaki showed outright tribalism. From Attorney General to the Chief Justice to the Ringera, who was junior alikuwa ni seat gani, to all these things, to the Treasury, from the PS. I mean, Kibaki just went outrightly without shame. After the referendum of Chungwa and Banana, you saw what happened. Now, even after the handshake, when Baba came to the government, we were seeing the appointments of only Kikuyu, to a point we started asking, what is the need for the handshake now? Because Baba hands were tied. What did you expect then when William Ruto comes? Honestly, what did you expect? That William Ruto was going to give the cabinets and the PS, especially the PS being the accounting officers? They have more power than the cabinets. You know, some cabinet secretaries are just ceremonial, are just like departments. But the people who are accounting officers, even before he appointed the cabinet, Ruto had given money to the judiciary. From where? He did not have even a cabinet meeting. And that is how unilateral he is. He is operating. And somebody said that everything will be operational from State House. And you have seen now the 13 CS who are the accounting officers, the people who actually sign the checks for every development and projects. And they are major policy makers, because they can't, if they don't sign, the cabinet minister has nothing to do. And you can understand people like Nixon Coril being in the Ministry of Land. It tells you what kind of government that people really wanted. So we must go back and say enough is enough. This idea whereby Mzee Moi did this, Mzee Kenyatta did this, Kibaki came again, you know, perfected the art of it. Uhuru now, at some point, he was a little bit ashamed, but when it came to parastatus, he also perfected the art of it, even after the handshake. We had one of the most useless attorney generals. Even if you ask many people, 70% of Kenyans, who was the attorney general during Kibaki's era, during Uhuru's era, none will. During Moi utaambiwa huyu alikuwa hivi, Amos wako alikuwa. During Kibaki utasema ni nani alikuwa. But during Kenyatta's time, the guy did not even know Swahili. And yet we did not criticize him the way we are criticizing Ruto. We must go back to history and know that these things they are not sporadic. They have been progressive. They have been made progressively by the leadership that came. And that's why I agree with Mutahi Ngunyi. When I disagreed with Mutahi Ngunyi the first time, but when I totally looked at Kibaki's government, then I said, this is true. This is what they did. When Gachagua was given his 50%, ameweka Wakikuyu peke yake. And that's what Ruto did last time. And we kept saying this thing during the campaign. People thought it was a joke. We kept telling people during the campaign, if this person did this during his tenure as deputy president, what do you expect him to do? He has just perfected his art and science of what he does best. Now, second, Gachagua, what do you expect him to do? He wants to create a persona whereby he wants also, alisema vizuri sana, kumi yangu, kumi ya Ruto, kumi yangu. So in as much as we may talk, these people are only thinking about succession politics. So the question is this: should we complain or must we do something? Us talking will never do anything. You cannot give a dog to carry hot dogs and expect to get those hot dogs at the destination. You cannot, Mr. Francis. The best we could have expected for Ruto to do is what he has done. It is a high time we should just wake up from this deep slumber and tell ourselves, whether we talk, whether we yap, whether we make noise, the guy is going only to do what he has perfected to do. And that is to put his people in power. You see, there are only two tribes, when they come into power, they are able to completely take power because they have known what power is. These are Kikuyus and what? And Kalenjins. If today Raila was come to get to power, he will need Kikuyus, he will need Kalenjins, he will need everybody in that country to get grip of power. But the way Moi set up the presidency, people like Tonje, immediately they were put in the task force of what? Of the so-called BBI. When BBI was done, when BBI was done, Tonje was the first person to dispute the BBI because he took every secret to who? To Ruto. And he was trying to say this thing ni kupeana watu wengine viongozi. So what I'm saying is this: power is conniving until you fight for power. And let me say a very dangerous statement. It looks like until people are ready to sacrifice deeply and even do the inevitable, you can never get. A friend of mine told me today and said this: if you allow Raila to get out before he helps us get this thing, Mungu tu ndiye atatoa Ruto kwa hii uongozi. Mungu tu ndiye atatoa Ruto. Uwezi, Francis, you will yapia, utakasirika, utabeba rungu ya Kimasai, uta jump up, uta jump low, but I'm telling you, unless we do the inevitable, we will just talk. And that's a fact. Don't expect that Ruto was going away. You see, one person was complaining, ni Mkisii mmoja aliandika kitu moja, which got a lot of response kutoka kwa Wakisii. Alafu akasema, kwani kazi ya CS ni kitu ya kunyima Mkisii? And we castigated him, tukamwambia amenyimwa because of Matiang'i. Matiang'i was too powerful. He was too powerful. He took somebody's job. And somebody has a vendetta on some communities. So you have to realize that Ruto does not only operate from the point of view of rationale. He operates from the point of view of revenge. and some communities watapata revenge. And you know the good thing is that some of us are getting the revenge earlier. Some communities are going to get revenge in the second term if we don't do anything. And that community is Kikuyus. Take it to the bank. In the second term, ya Ruto, that is when you will realize that Gachagua, Didi Nyoro, and all these people, the chicken will come home to roost. So what we are saying is that unless we break the camel's back right now, when he has not taken the mizizi, because one thing I know, the military is not full with him. He still has fears. He has not taken grip of the government completely. He's trying his best. Unless you do it now, the way Raila is doing it. You saw what Raila said today. He was very combative to the letter. And he went on to name the 10 people that Ruto should answer. That's the revolutionary spirit. Unless we do that, the talking must be over, my friends. We have already been shown the truth. Thank you, Francis.
Welcome, Alex. You know, I'm telling you, you know, the moment you are speaking that way, and you know, to me, the only thing that I've always said and I will remain to say is that if my life is what I can sacrifice for Kenya to have diversity, yes, Mato.
Sorry, I wanted to clap for Alex what he said because he finished the statement that I was trying to say, even though I'm saying it in a nice way. Listen, at the end of the day, Kenya ni yetu. Kenya si ya Ruto na Kenya si ya mtu. If we want to go to get that thing, we will. We were almost getting it when Baba was appeased by the guy that Uyo, tunajua, the Canadian, and Amerudi. But I do trust, I do actually think whatever he did was the right thing at the time, hata akitolewa. But let me tell you, the countries that have really actually, and not even in Africa, even in our country, in Europe and all that, kind of Brazils and those people, listen, they had to stop at one point. There was a video I was watching where people were putting their MPs in trash cans. I can't remember exactly where it is, but I will tell you, unless you go to that extreme, you're not going anywhere. Because at time inafikaga mahali tuheshimiane. We have come to a point in our country where we have educated people who can actually come up and talk about this thing of what is happening, but really have nothing to do. Now, there was some people that actually did that in our country, and there's a reason we actually today sit down and even talk about the constitution that we do have. These were the kina Railas and everything. Now, after that, yum kitaka kuita wahenga, iteni wahenga. After that, everybody went quiet. One man that I respect and I have his book and I've read it inside out, Boniface Mwangi. When Boniface Mwangi started doing the activation of going hata kwa parliament na kumwagilia pigs damu to say that we're tired of this. At the time Boniface Mwangi, we met in New York, by the time he was done, Boniface Mwangi just said, you know what? Mimi sifanyi hii kitu yote cause Wakenya wanapiganga kelele lakini hawana action. Ukienda huko mkienda kufanya kitu watu watatu wanakuja o nini. And unless people do that, remember Nelson Mandela, South Africa, what happened? They had to listen. But sisi tukikuja pale tugongwe tu tutiagas tuwili pale nini ama hakuna mtu anataka, you leave and you say okay sawa tupatie hiyo tax, tutafanyaje? Okay, tunafaa kulipia wapi? KRA. Then you run to KRA. But also you know umegongwa side nyingine, umegongwa side nyingine, umegongwa. At the end of the day watoto wako ndo wanaumia. But at the end of the day is what Raila says, you can never have representation without with taxation. If you're being taxed, you cannot come back and tax me again. Well, you've already taxed me with such a high rate. And then you still come back and tax my landlord, who that landlord is gonna ataongeza what do you call the landlord ataongeza the fee, ataongeza kila kitu, so my rent will be higher because you tax the landlord. And then at the end of it, you're telling me everything that I'm doing over here, I still gotta tax you. So what does that do to your geo-economical, societal kind of way of living? It does this. You have to be at this bracket. After this bracket, you're safe. But unless you hit this bracket where you don't have your own home, where you don't have enough money to kind of run away with some things, then you're messed up in all kind of ways. When you go kwa mama mboga, because that's where you go buy, ye mama mboga atakulipisha more. Let me give you a good example. Somebody sent me, a friend of mine, a very politically influenced guy, told me, hey, and he's a very educated guy, akaniambia, so if I send 1,000 Kenyan shillings to 2 farm workers back at home, one is a lady, the other one is a man. So I send them 1,000 because they've told me, hey, tunateseka huku niaje, nitumie 1,000. Send them 1,000. So at that time, because they were going through problems, they go to the mama mboga that you talk about, because I've sent them. They're going to buy some sukuma wiki for the night, for the kids. Yeye ndio mwenye nyumba. Yeye ndio anachunga watoto. They go buy. So mama mboga yeye alishongeza tax because yeye anagongwa pia ile side ingine. So mama mboga pays $30 shillings. Okay? Kuna ule mtu wa bodaboda alileta hapo hivyo. Actually, forget about the bodaboda. Mwenye alileta. Huyu sasa atoke, anaenda sasa nyumbani. Ukumbuka ndio ulitumia. Atoke, bodaboda pia anafaa kulipa. Aende. Ampeleke nyumbani. Afike nyumbani akumbuke hakuna mafuta ya taa, rudi. Aende achukue mafuta ya taa. Alipe tax. Kwa pia anafaa kulipa tax. Kumbuka ulituma 1,000. Hiyo sasa tunaongea 500 ya bwana. Ya mama. Bwana yetu semenika mtu kalevi kajinga ama anafanyanga venye anafanyanga. Yeye aende huko apigwe yake tax yake huko. How much is that 1,000 yenye nilikuwa nimetumia kwenda kusaidia mtu, regardless whether they are straightforward or not straightforward? How much tax did they pay on just the 1,000 that I send them, and how much is it gonna benefit them? You know, economics, you gotta macro, micro. You gotta think, what is this guys doing? They're trying to do everything and cash everything. And I'm telling you the truth, you're not going to get that money. It's a cartel. Wakitaka wafanye kitu yenye wanafanya. I've learned it very well. You think about if you send somebody right now 1,000 with everything that is they're talking about, how much are they going to get? Francis, niambie, ukitumia mtu saizi ya 1,000.
So, if you send 1,000, it means one, there is inflation of almost 10%. So 10% of inflation, that means the moment you send it, that is 900 from the word.
No, kumbuke mimi nilitaxiwa kwanza kutuma hiyo 1,000.
Then you get to remove things to do with the service charge and so forth. That is approximately, you can say, almost 700 or 650. Yes, that is the amount of money that you have. Yeah. Alex, not Alex, Mato. There's one thing that I was wanting to address, and this is the issue that is ailing our country so much. I have no problem with any community having a presidency. I have no problem, absolutely no. I love all community. If for our family, where I'm coming from, I'm the 8th born in a family of 10 children. All my brothers, sisters are married by different tribes. I cannot today stand and say that our family, there's none of our family members who has been married by one of people from our tribe. They've been married or getting married from different tribes. So I have no any grudge, I have no personal anything to do with any tribe. I love all of them. They are Kenyans. Nobody chose to be born where he is. But I have a problem with the character that it feels at a point that they feel that not unless we this and this will lead, nobody else. I have a problem with that kind of self-entitlement. I have no problem with the tribe because, for example, let me tell you, Alex, if today in this country you look at it in a more open manner in terms of leadership, we have been having the same mind from the same region trying to bring change in Kenya. It has become a problem. Why can't we try a different individual from a different region so that we see this individual, how will he be able to do? Why can we not try somebody else so that we look at it? Not that we are using our country as a guinea pig. No, we need a person who is competent from another tribe so that we look at how will he handle things differently. How will he be able to work? We live in a country that people have been illusionized and have been made to believe that unless a Kikuyu or a Kalenjin is there, you cannot get the benefit. I'm here to tell you that one has nothing to do with our constitution or has nothing to do with what we believe in. I believe that every Kenya should get a benefit, even if you have no anybody in your government. But as right things stands now, it seems that not unless you have somebody in government of your tribe, you cannot get some kind of rise of jobs or so forth. We need at least to have a country that is cohesively, that we can see that Kikuyus can say, you know, we can vote even a Maasai. This person has a good idea. We can go and vote for him because he has a good idea. Look at, for example, today Ruto is just stamping and saying that the Kikuyus rose and shows that tribalism does not matter. He had an opportunity to choose Kindiki and Gachagua, but he went for Gachagua. He had an opportunity to choose Sakaja, but he went for Gachagua. He had an opportunity to choose Musalia, but he went for Gachagua. He had an opportunity to choose Johnson Muthama, but he went for Gachagua. He had an opportunity to choose Nanok, but he went for Gachagua. If indeed that tribalism was not part and parcel of it, why was he not comfortable of choosing Nanok to become the deputy president? Why Gachagua? Because he knows very clear that these people control at a certain percentage of our population. So hiyo issue ya tribe that they feel that no, you know, unless we in the power, we cannot be served. That is something that has put in your mind to believe so. I can here assure you, we can get a president from a different tribe that will serve all Kenyans equally and will be happy. Will be happy. It's not a must somebody to come from your community to serve you. But as things stand now, it seems that is the way to go. We cannot continue to live in a mess because we fear to take change. No, we have to take a change. We need to initiate it. And the only way to initiate it is that let's have people from different tribes serving Kenya, but for that national face, to an inclusivity of all tribes. But these people should serve Kenya and not a particular region. And I have always having a problem with politicians who stand and say, we Kambas. You Kambas with who? Does we mean that Kambas are only found in the 3 counties? Kambas, we are all over. We are even in Minnesota. So I wonder, when you are saying that we are found in 3 counties, what do you mean? say we Kenyans, we are just a Kamba community by the virtue that you were born there. We could have been born in Kisumu, or we been born in Central. So if we change even the language that we use to address our people, we the Mount Kenya, then I'm asking, is Coastal or Coastal region not part of Kenya? Are you not supposed to serve it when you are deputy president? Or what are you trying to castigate? That a country can only be moved forward if you have two regions that being the center of everything. We need to change that. And the biggest problem, and I'm seeing a problem, is this way. I will speak it here, and I need you to be very careful, to listen to me careful, not to misquote me. In Rwanda, when the genocide happened, the genocide did not start on 26th of April, 1994. It started before. The Tutsi community are tall, slim people who seem to be more convenient to serve in military than their counterpart Hutu. The Tutsi were more hardworking, according to the colonists who are there, that is the Belgium, and they were seem to be more adventurous than the counterpart Hutu. So what happened? It created something in the heart of Hutu that the Tutsi, they feel that they are more important than we, the Tutsi. The Tutsi are feeling are more important than we, the Hutu, and therefore we have to do something. When the aeroplane of the two presidents of Rwanda and Burundi was shot down in Kigali, what happened is that the Hutu felt that because of this kind of feeling that you are more superior than we are, that is why you have decided to kill our president so that you rule. What followed was massacre. The massacre did not happen because there's anything stealing happen. No, it was kind of mentality that the Hutu already in their mind that the Tutsi used to see them as less human. And therefore, the only way they could have demonstrated that they were more human is to eliminate the Tutsi. As a country, we cannot take that direction. I will never advocate for that direction. I will only advocate on issues to do with diplomacy. Issue we need to sit down and look at them with a deeper eye. Right now, yes, Mato.
No, finish your chain of thought. I don't want to get on you, but there was something I wanted to say about that, but just finish.
Yes. So we need to go in to the table to sit down and ask ourselves. If today I ask you, and you know, that's my problem comes in. There's a community that is particular, the Luo community has been profiled for 60 years, non-stop. They have been profiled as violent community. They have been profiled as people who are unfit because of tradition. They have been profiled as people who don't matter, those people who are having ill motive with our country. Then I'm asking myself, if today an enemy attacks Kenya, let's assume today the Ugandan army attacks central Kenya. Where do you think the Luos are likely to join the war? Of course, they will support Uganda, not because they love Uganda, but they want to settle their scores of how they're being framed. That is if we move with such kind of a country where we profile communities and treat communities as less than others, we shall more divided, and when a dividing factor will eat us hard, nakwambia hakuna mahali tutakimbia. Because look at, even for example, I can give you a good example. Today, when you look at the issue of Gaddafi, the ways of he was killed, people like the Patrice Emily Lumumba, people like Thomas Sankara, all of these people were killed with an hand of the Western powers. That is why you see, even if today Russians are doing wrong thing by attacking Ukraine, most Africans are supporting Russia, not because Russia is doing the right thing. No, It's because of the crimes and the autocracy that has been committed in the Africa by the Western powers. Were it not for that things that were committed, today Africans could stand with Ukraine. But because Africans were mistreated by these Western powers, they feel the only way to seek their solace of their soul is to support an opposing force, not to support the right thing. And that is why I fear my country, Kenya. The day that will happen, that things will come in our country a problem, we might not address the problem the way it is. We are might likely to take a different stand because of what we as a country we have been facing. Look, for example, before I give an opportunity to speak, look, for example, the community we call the Gala community. In 1984, the Gala community lost approximately 7,000 men. That was the largest massacre to be committed by the Kenya Defense Forces. That is why Al-Shabaab are flourishing in that region. Not because the locals love them, no. When they remember whatever the government did for them, the only way they can revenge is supporting an opposing force to destroy a country. Not that they like, but because they feel this is the only way we can pay back. But if we could have seated with the Gala community, addressed the issue, offered compensation, asked for forgiveness at the Kenya Defense Forces, today the Gala community, they could have, when they see Al-Shabaab, they could be reporting because they feel hata kama tulikosewa, but tuko part and parcel. Lakini that thing has never happened. What is there? They are bitter. They are always looking at a different force to support, to punish the government in the government of the day. So if unless we address that issue that people are having what I can call generational bitterness, that sisi tulifanyiwa hivi lakini ina shida, siku ikifika tutajua mahali tutalipizia. Hatuwezi kuwa na nchi ya namna hiyo, tutaharibu nchi. Mato, let me tell you, today, for instance, I know it cannot happen, but if, for example, if you guess, we have a military takeover in Kenya, maybe Kenya Defense Forces waamua kuchukua kupindua nchi. I'm telling you 100%, 99% of supporters of Azimio will support it without caring if it is a good person taking over the country or is a madman. As much as they can find a solace to console their soul, they will support it. That's not a country that I want. I want a country that will stand with one voice. And that can only be addressed by solving the issue of certain dominance and that kind of self-entitlement. Tukisolve hiyo, tutakuwa na nchi nyingine safi sana. Yes, Mato.
You know me, I'll go head to head on you, but I feel like we're doing a disservice to Rhoda. But I'll go to head on you on that one. But sijui, should I go? Ama Rhoda is ready. I just want to be staki kuwa Ruto.
Yeah, you want.
Rhoda, okay. Tell us, Basi. Before I go, because I'm gonna go hard on this guy about some things.
Okay, I want to say this. We need to stop this tribalism. For example, like the way we have a ministers on Kikuyus and Karijin. We need to stop this tribalism. We need to be one. As the way Matiangi say that we need to listen one voice and understanding each other. Even if people, I have been saying many times, even if people they think different, communication is very important and understanding. It's not something that you are Kenya Kwanza or you are Azimio la Umoja. You're not supposed to be in the parliament. You're supposed to live the same life like somebody live in Kenya Kwanza. We need to be unity in our country because unity is a key. And unity, we're able to fight even every darkness. We're able, even outside, even people from maybe US, there's, Kenya is very unity. But when we are not united, where we are going? it's not good. Like only those people they were, you know, and somebody say about killing. Kikuyu tribes are the majority have been killed. Many Kikuyu have been killed. Even I know the name, but I don't want to say here. Many people, they were chosen by God. People, they were doing amazing in our community. The most people have been killed, and it's really hurt me, and it's very sad that our community, we used to be killed more. Sometimes I ask myself, we are not. I'm a Kikuyu tribe. I'm not to be allowed to be a Kikuyu. I'm not allowed to express my language. I'm not allowed to express my culture. I'm not allowed to express my culture because it's God created me like a Kikuyu, and I'm not. And it's God created Kikuyu to be central province. We need to love one another and to accept other tribes, not killing or punish, or to say you are this tribe, you're supposed to be punished. We are all Kenyans. Come on, we cannot live that life like killing other people because of the way the language they speak. Sometimes I feel other tribes they hate us. Sometimes I feel maybe they hate us because the language we speak. Maybe we don't speak it very well. Maybe we are not the way they want us to be. Can you imagine we are all Kenyan? You are killing your brother instead of you love your neighbor. Hmm? You know,
So,
Kikuyu
Rhoda,
tribe, yeah.
People, what happens with the people, I can tell you, and I can give you a good example if you can just look at it this way. What happens when you hear somebody from maybe Gashagwa, people like Ndindi Nyoro and Kimani Chungwa saying that nobody can become president unless Kikuyus want them to be? So I'm asking myself, do they suggest that these are the only the people, the community that can only endorse leaders? What do they mean? And that is what agitates Kenyans, eh? But if we could address like we the people, we are the one to know who become the president. People could be united. But now you see people like Ndindi Nyoro, Kina Kimani Chungwa. One of the tribalist leading leader in Mount Kenya is Kimani Chungwa. Actually, is more lethal than Gashagwa.
I think
That's a problem.
I think he's very tribal. That man is very tribal. I know that him. He's very tribal person. I see what he's speaking. He's very tribal. He doesn't love people. I think he doesn't love other community because Masai can be the president. For example, let me tell you, Matiangi, Makugi. For example, like Kenyatta family, they have the blood of Masai. Kenyatta, Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, I had this, he have a relative Masai community. And that's why you see even President Uhuru, former President Uhuru, he moved to Narok. Because Kikuyu and Masai, you will never separate that tribe. We love Masai. Kikuyu, we love Masai a lot. And because we know we have a many blood with Masai. So we can have a Masai community president. Even Jomo Kenyatta himself, we have a blood of Masai. So that nonsense to say that is only Kikuyu can rule. Even Kenyatta have a blood of Masai. Why did he become the president? I had his grandfather who have relatives with the Masai. So you cannot say that. Most of the Kikuyus they have a blood for the Masai. You know, you cannot say that about Kikuyu they are the one can rule. No, I don't believe that. Me, I want everybody can be the president. Can be the Maasai, can be Luya, can be Luo, everybody. And that's why we can live together and we will not have a problem with things like this revenge or killing. When we live together, we have to live together as a Kenyan one. By God, it's not good like the way that Kimani Songwa used to talk. It is only Kikuyu encouraging. I don't believe that. I don't believe that ideology. And me, I'm not. That's a tribal. And me, I'm not a tribal. I don't care. For me, when you say about tribal, I'm against tribalism because tribalism is the one who always take us back. And then one community are the one who used to be killed. Like us, we used to be killed more than other tribes. Especially for the last year, we have been killed many. Unfortunately. Mm-hmm. Why we are killed? We are not allowed to be a Kenya. Why other tribes they hate us? We used to be prosecuted. We are not like other normal tribes.
Rhoda, let me ask you. Rhoda,
Yes.
I wish to engage you more because you seems to be an open-minded who can accept different ideas, and you are not more of that kind of title of self-entitlement, and that's why I want to engage you and to ask you. For
Yeah.
example, I remember when Uhuru Kenyatta went to take to revive the operation in Kisumu and other region in Kisumu, I remember Kimani Chungwa said president anatoa maendeleo huku kwetu anapeleka Kisumu, as if Kisumu is part of South Sudan. And then I was asking myself, with that language, whom do you think will ever love such kind of a leader? Let me ask you, yani you are castigating as if that a certain region does not deserve any kind of development, and you still want the same people to treat you like a human being? Rhoda, let me ask you a simple question. Leo hii, how will you be happy that the 5,000 maybe belonging to me ichukuliwe wewe upewe in a wrongful way, sio loan, yani mimi ninyang'anywe nipewe? Will you feel happy to spend 5,000 knowing very well that this 5,000 was supposed to be taken by somebody else, and my 5,000 was supposed to be subdivided among ourselves? Will you be happy with such kind of a character?
No, will not be happy, of course.
Yes. There's a lady called Wanjiru Kimemia. I always follow that lady from Central. I remember when the PS were elected, the lady was so angry and saying loud and clear, we cannot be people who are given position every day in out. Let's other communities also be given an opportunity to serve. And I saw some people get into comment section trying to abuse him. You are anti-Kikuyu, you are anti-what? Then he was asking them, so you think by being given position by expenses of other community, you are being treated well than others? You think that you are much value than others? Then he asked a simple question. What will happen the day that we shall be in a mess and we need the help of others? What will likely be happening? And then he posed that question. I don't know if he answered it. So Mato.
Yeah, because I stopped here and then the discussion has gone on and gone on. I'm about to go home. Maybe I'll come back ukiniekea nini link tena. Once I get home, it will take about 10 minutes or something. But unajua, the funny thing that I really inaniumaga sana, like here we are talking about, every time we talk about politics, we talk about Kenya, we're talking Kikuyu, Kikuyu, Kalenjin, and whatever. This year, as Kambas, and even though I'm falling into the same trap, and I hope I never fall into that trap, we had tried really to outwit Kikuyus kabisa, so that the biggest vote itoke Ukambani, so that wachake kusema everything. If you want to be a politician, you have to talk to Kikuyus, you have to talk to Kales. Now, what am I trying to say? I'm saying Kenya ni yetu sisi wote. Kenya ni hata ule Muislamu. We need to move, and the moment we move from sijui Kikuyu, Kales, sijui Kamba, sijui whatever, is the day that the Kenya that we deserve to have will be. I heard somebody today, some in another group, somebody say that the reason Kalenjins got so much seats is because they are subdivided. You think Kambas don't have? How many Kambas do you know? You know Kikuyu. Kambas from Machakos, from whatever. And who cares about that? We are all Kenyans. Our borders, our military. When we send them somewhere, what are they supposed to do? Who are they supposed to defend? Do they defend Kambas? Do they defend Kikuyu? Do they defend whatever? And unless we grow up and get away from that and understand that that's just something that God has given us to have a diversity, that some places that some of us live, they ask you, wow, you speak 2 languages? And you tell them, yes. So what do you speak? We have 2 national languages, and then I speak my mother tongue, and everybody does that where I come from. And then on top of that, your own mother tongue might not be your mother's mother tongue, and you might know something else. So you can speak multiple languages, and people ask you that, and you can see that culture in it. The moment we stop looking at watu wa kutoka huko Marsabit, which used to be that when you used to go out there, they used to ask you, how is Kenya? Until devolution came. And now we're trying to kill devolution with some mafias. Me, I'm just saying, we should not even be talking about, Francis, what language you are, where you are, where you're from, Rhoda, where you're from. We should not even be talking about that. We should just be Kenyans. And being Kenyans also comes with supporting our Kenya. The reason we don't support our Kenya, the reason we cannot walk to State House sometimes is because of that differentiation right there, where you find, like last election, when we wanted to go to, people wanted to go to Uhuru Park, some people who now are ministers were saying we're going to have a circumcision thing happening there that day. What circumcision thing? You see, your Madarao, you talk on the side, nini, now they are there. They're ministers. Somebody that said things like that. And we're not stupid here. We're not kids. We know what they were talking about. Now they are ministers. We have this kind of habit of where you find, Francis, I bet you today, and I want to bet you, go right now, take a bodyguard, pay them. I'll pay them myself. Go let your bodyguard kill someone. Either it's you or her. We don't understand who did it. We'll see if you won't be in jail tomorrow. You see, it's so dumb what we're doing in Africa. And I stand with some of the people that are saying that we need to have an uprising. That so that we don't waste this chance that we have. Apparently, the guy the other day just flagged off people to go do something in DRC. We just came from Somali. We are reckoned. But what we're going to do eventually, because we've made it a money-making thing, presidency to be a money-making thing, while you're still getting your taxes from the people, hakuna mtu ajaikosa kulipa tax. In fact, hata huyo mama mboga hulipa tax akienda kununua mkate asubuhi ya watoto wake. VAT, they pay. No one has ever refused to pay tax. It's there. It's incorporated. Some places where we live, you are told, okay, this is the price of something, and then this is your tax. Back at home, we don't even know what tax you're paying because you don't know what the value of America into that. So you're paying it in a blind way, and then you're told that you didn't pay tax. Who did not pay tax? Nani ya kununua mkate? And what is that tax going to? Just pay people who are gonna watu kanyagie. We need to come to a place where in our country that we sit down with ourselves and say, first of all, we've made a big mistake in our country and mostly African countries. We don't have waheshimiwas in Africa or in any elected seat. That's not a mheshimiwa. You're not supposed to fear them. That's called a public servant. And unless we do a civil education to make people understand that that guy is not above you, hawezi kuchapa tu kibare ama akugun down, and then they will go away. You're their boss, is a public servant. And if you don't want to be in the industry of being a public servant, please go back to the industry of being a private, whatever you want to do. Either you want to start your own company and do whatever, and then you can talk to your employees like that. You have people here wanaongeleshwa vibaya. Mtu analipaga tax, mtu amekuja akaku MP, umemweka huko, anakuja na kuongelesha vibaya. They don't understand that you're a public servant. Unless we understand our constitution and our our constitution, and we understand these people are not public servants, na tuache kuwapatia too much leeway. Right now, the houses that they live, ile mshahara walipata hata wenye wameingia saizi ni yetu, sisi ndo tulilipa. Na maybe unadhani uonangi venye inalipwa, but inalipagwa kwa ile mkate yako, na ndio Raila anasema you have to see the results of it. You don't have to give more. That's all I'm saying. Nitarudi, endeleeni na wasikiza, acha nifike kwa hao. Unaona niko kwa giza, nimekaa hapo.
Sawa sawa Mato. You know, before I welcome Mary, there's something that I want to touch on it, and I want those people who follow history to go and check it. In Sudan, Sudan got independence in 1922, but it was under Urabi Pasha. You know, it was more of Arabic country than African. So it reached to a point that the black Africans, that is the Nuer and the Dinka, felt that this government was not treating us right. In 1989, we had a coup d'etat that installed the former president Omar al-Bashir as the president of Sudan. Omar al-Bashir, after being installed there, he went ahead to castigate crimes against the black Africans who are within the Sudan state. I remember very well he's charged under the International Criminal Court of war crimes in Darfur. That is where we have what we call the Janjaweed. These are the criminals that were well illustrated by al-Bashir to fight Africans who are there in the Darfur region. So it went on. That's why we saw emergence of somebody called John Garang. That's late because he died around 2006, if I'm not wrong. So John Garang came and said, let's have a two-state because it seems that we Africans, the black Africans, we are less of Africans to you, and it means that yes, you're in the same country, but you are treating us like a second kid or a lesser important human being. What followed was 2011 vote that gave birth to South Sudan being the youngest nation in Africa. What happened with that? The Sudan lost its power being the largest country. It lost resources because you have been having a war in Abyei about the natural resources and so forth. When you go to Cameroon, the Cameroon country was colonized by the France and the Britain, but after independence, they were able to come together to form one country. And the man, Paul Biya, has been in power since 1985, Paul Biya. And you know, that country, because it was colonized by the France and Britain, we have what you call the Francophone and the Anglophone. What happens is that the Anglophone are seen as a lesser tribe or the lesser language to the people in Yaoundé, Cameroon. What is going on right now? It's only that it's not publicized. There's a civil war to create a state called Ambazonia. It is there. The operations are going on. People are dying in, day in, out in Cameroon because of treating the English-speaking people as a less human being. It could be very simple if Paul Biya could have come out, condemn a character whereby you go to an interview, when you are a French-speaking person, you are given a job, but when you are an Anglo-speaking individual, you are denied a job. If that issue Paul Biya could have addressed by a mayor sitting down, looking at the issue in details, today Cameroon could be one state. But because he ignored and he thought that by glorifying the Francophone people, he will retain power. Right now, the power is not there because the country will definitely be divided into two. We have also some kind of other example. We have the Nigerians. We have the Biafra state. We have the issue to do with the religion. But when you look at the Biafra state, these were the people who are treated like a lesser human being. They felt that we need to have our own independent country, that we can channel our own things. But if the president of the day in that country could have seated down and addressed the issue, today the Biafra things could not be there. So then I'm asking myself, you know, right now Kenyans are very patient. When it will reach to a point that they are well convinced that no any other tribe can become president apart from the two tribes, what will happen? Do you think that people will even need to go to the negotiating table and to sit down? Do you think that people will even give an ear to anybody else? I don't think so. There are points where it reaches that you run out of patience. You are saying it's either I die or the other person dies. I'm not praying that way. But what I'm saying, let's address the issue, whereas there's time to go to the negotiating table. If we can have an opportunity to go and look at this issue, then I've been having a problem with this one. I'm not here to influence anybody to vote to a particular community. Get that right. You have your individual right to vote whoever you feel he is. But I have a problem. Why is it that a particular region, that is the central region, are always united against another tribe on issue to do with hatred? Why can they be united in terms of ideology? Why are they being told that if you Luo becomes a president, they will not pay rent in your houses? Why hatred? Why use hatred to unite a community? If you elect a Luo, they will come here, sijui watakojolea vichwa. Why use hatred to rally a community behind a political party? That's what my problem is. Why use issues that are emotional driven so that to rally people? Eh? Ati huu mzee sijui yule ule sijui kung'oa reli sijui ni like why use hatred to rally a community? I have no problem. They can vote their candidate, but let them be rallied in terms of love and everything else. Let them be told that you're voting for Gachagua because Gachagua is an industrious person. Gachagua is a good person. Gachagua can do A, B, C, D according to the history that Gachagua has. Why tell that if you don't elect Gachagua and you elect Raila Odinga, the people from the Luo Nyanza will not pay your rent? Why create fear to drive an emotion so that you achieve a certain political objectivity? That's the issue that you are having. And it seems that these people are already trying as much as possible to make sure that it continues there. Because I'm 100% today. Kalonzo is not silent on these issues because Kalonzo does not see. Kalonzo anaona. The issue, Musalia Mudavadi is not silent on these issues because anaona. But the moment Musalia and Kalonzo will stand and speak for it, they will be branded being anti-central people. And the people will be united to vote against them wherever they will go to the ballot box. Is that the country that you want to live in? Absolutely no. We need to change. Yes, Mary.
Hi Francis. Hi Rhoda. Mato ameondoka na nilikuwa nataka kusema kitu kidogo asikie. Those tribal people, I would call them bully. For me, nilienda shule Kitale. I was from Narok all the way to Kitale. So I lived with Masai and I went to Kitale whereby we were all tribes. All tribes, I would say, all tribes. Hiyo shule ilikuwa kila mtu kutoka mbali mbali tukakutana huko. And we were very harmoniously living in that school. We really loved each other. Tulikuwa tunachezeana kwa lugha, tunafunzana majina, mambo kama hiyo. I think when people grow up, they don't grow up for prosperity. It's like they become wild. Sababu mimi nilifikiria vile tunakuwa ndio tunaelewa na hali ya kuishi na binadamu wale wengine. Lakini imekuwa shida because people become so ethnocentric. They want just to be themselves, which is very bad. Juzi nilikuwa nasikiza wazee. Kuna kitu moja mimi nilisikia nikashtuka. Hawa wazee wa Maumau walikuwa wanaongea. Wakasema kuna wakati vita ilizidi sana. So they had to find a way of how to help each other. Na vile sasa, vile hiyo vita ilikuwa kubwa, Wakikuyu wakafikiria sasa tutafanya nini ndio tuweze kuwin this battle between them and the British. Hawa wazee waliketi pahali, wakaambiana sasa vile tutafanya, tutajipanga, tutakaa msituni, alafu tutakuwa tunawaongoja ndio tujue wanakuja namna gani, na kuwe na mtu mmoja ambaye anakuwa kama watchtower ya kuangalia wakikuja anatuambia. So there was one man who is chosen to go all the way up the tree. Anakaa hapo kama tower.
Hawa wengine nao wako huku chini wamejificha, wanaongoja hawa enemies. Something struck my mind because this man who was narrating this story said, you cannot believe there are some Kikuyus who are informing the enemies where we are. It was very hard for them to know who they are, but later on they came to discover, oh, okay, so those guys who are employed by the British are the one, you know, reporting us where we are. Sasa ikawa vita ni tena ni ya Mkikuyu na Mkikuyu, kwa sababu kuna Wakikuyu wengine wanajifichia wale wengine because they want to be seen good to the British, lakini hawa wengine waendelee na kuumia. So what I'm trying to say, kila pahali hakukosi watu kama hao, watu ambao naweza sema ni wa kujipendekeza, wanaumiza blood yao, wanaumiza watu wao kwa sababu ya kujipenda wao wenyewe. But unfortunately, they never made it. These other Mau Mau killed those, they were called, I think they were called home guard. They were all killed. And that is how they survived the war, because now they didn't have somebody who was snitching on them. So, hii mambo inaonekana ikifanyika Kenya, kama vile watu wanajifanya ati wao they are together with whoever is senior, they are coming close to him, wanamwambia hivi na vile, siri yenu nini, mambo kama hiyo. Well, hakuna siri iko Kenya, lakini sasa unawezaje uza your own blood? Unawezaje kusnitch behind your own blood? Ati ndio upate kile unataka. Na ukipata, what else? So, kuna shida. Hii tribalism imekuwa mbaya na ni kitu ambayo haitaunganisha watu Kenya, kwa sababu wajinga waliisha, na tumeambiwa hivyo mara nyingi sana, wajinga waliisha. So we are just watching this dance that is going on, ambayo hatujui itaishia wapi. Na shida hiyo ni kubwa kwa sababu wananchi wa Kenya, sijui kama wanaona hiyo kama ni shida ama wanaona kama ni vizuri. Seriously speaking, with all the tribes that we have in Kenya, it's very shameful. Hata nchi za nje wanaonaje? Wanaona hiyo nchi ikiendelea namna gani? Wanaona wananchi wakitawanywa namna gani? You can't sit at the table useme yule ndio atakula wewe ukuli, and you belong to that home. It's very sad. Mimi nimeshangaa nikashindwa kweli kabisa. This is something that has never happened, or it has happened, which is showing like there is somebody saying utadu. That is now what it is. I am the boss. I am the one with the steering, utadu. So those are two things, tribal and also hii kitu ya kuwa ati wewe unafikiria ni mzuri kuliko watu wale wengine, ni kitu mbaya sana na italeta shida Kenya. Kenya nafikiri tulikuwa tuna run smoothly, hata kama tulikuwa na mashida nyumbani ama wapi, watu walikuwa wanajihimiza, wanajipea jukumu, wanajipea nguvu, tutafika. Lakini sasa imekuwa hata kama uko na shida, I want what you have. That is how it looks like. Na mambo vile inaendelea itakuwa ngumu sana. I cannot imagine you are paying taxes from your house to work and from to work to your house. Taxes. Sometimes we don't want to realize that we are paying so much taxes, kwa sababu unajikuta hata huwezi kununulia watoto chakula. Lakini sasa we are being told, ndio sasa ufikirie ni aje utajipanga. Mungu abariki nchi yetu. Hiyo shida imekuwa ngumu, and I hope people are going to stand up and say we are not ready for taxation. Hiyo itamaliza watu kwa sababu kwani mishahara hiyo mnaambiwa mtaongezwa, itaongezwa alafu tax. Okay, what is the use of taxing people? Ati na unaambia utawaongeza mishahara. Hiyo mishahara itatoka wapi ndio hizo taxes zitoke? I don't understand. There is no logic there. I don't understand. Ati nitaongeza mshahara na taxes itakuwa double. How does that work? Why don't you leave us with the taxes we have and the salary we have? Because it doesn't make any difference. I stop from there. I'm still listening. Thank you.
You are welcome, Rhoda. You see, to me, what I want is that, there's something that also what I love most is that what you call justice. You will hear people saying, kama Raila aliibiwa basi hata isiangeiba. So what happens if we go by the virtue that we are competing on who does the bad thing to get the thing? Who steals to become the president? What will happen to those people who have no even material things? Will you be able to get justice? If today you are supporting stealing of votes, tomorrow are you sure if your land is stolen, will you be able to support it the way you supported it today? I guess no. So that one we also call a double standard. If you are supporting that somebody can become a president maybe because of ill roots or ill means, then even when you are mistreated, just accept and say, the individual mistreated me is more powerful and I have nothing I can do. But if you believe in a society that everybody needs to be treated equally, regardless of who he is or what he has, therefore, you need to condemn any activity that seems to go against that. You know, we Christians, and I will just go direct to the Christians, we are the highest hypocritical people that exist. We go ahead to give bribes, but when we are being asked what happened, ni Mungu. But when other people give bribes and they are given the same job, we say what? This is corruption. If indeed we are true about ourselves, we should not be able to offer anything to get a job, because jobs need to be offered on competence and not kickbacks. If we are true about ourselves, we need to stand up whatever is good, either it is against us or is for us. But what happens is that wherever you have a problem but is favoring us, ni God manze, ni connection, sijui ni nini. But you gave corrupt, you gave something so that you get that job. Wengine wakienda ku apply interview, wakienda kuojiwa interview, wewe hukuenda, ulienda ukaongea na mwenye hiyo kazi akakuandika direct. Lakini the same wewe unafurahia maana umeandikwa kazi, maana kuitwa interview ungetolewa. But the same person, the same you, if you had an opportunity to get a certain opportunity and somebody goes ahead to deny it for you, you say the government is corrupt. Then the question happens this way. When you are bribing your way up, it was sweet. But when right now that the people are trying to bring you down through the uncalled means, it is wrong. We need to be straightforward that kama ni nzuri, ni nzuri. And that is all that we have been asking for. Like, sometimes I wonder when I see individuals glorifying things which are very bad because of I just wonder when I see people glorifying criminality because in one of another it favors them. Tribalism is bad. Either it is making your community to have presidency or not. Tribalism is bad. Simply because you vote in tribalism to get president does not make it to look good. That is something you need to get it clear. That hata kama mnapiga kitribe ndo mpate urais, si nzuri. You need to look at the ideology, the policies. Because remember, you will go there to elect a tribe, you will go there to elect a relative, But this is our country, Kenya, that when it starts from Kibishi in Lokichogio, it goes to Vanga in Vihiga. When it starts in Kisumu, it goes all the way to Loitoktok. This is our country. When you use tribalism to elect leaders, and we, the other people, we are suffering there, we feel bad, not because that of anything. We are in this mess because of people who never looked at the ideology and capability. That is our problem. Hmm? Then even if you are using tribalism, why can't you use it in the best way, like you elect somebody who is well competent, somebody who is straightforward, somebody who stands for what he believes in? Why can't you use it then in a positive way? Why go there just because somebody is associated with the vicinity to give him votes? Then we are all in that mess. Eh? Look at where we knew very well these people like kina Rinturi, kina Isha Jumwa, walikampenia Ruto. Tuliona. But we went ahead to give them votes. What did you need this person to do? You will have rewarded them. But if you could have voted a better individual, I'm telling you, you could not have gotten an opportunity to reward them. All this we are complaining them, we had an opportunity to stop them on date of 9 of August. But because of the tribalism issue that overrule us, that is why we are complaining of the results of what the action we took. Not unless we change the issue from the point that can be turned. I'm really sad for my country, Kenya, because right now we are here saying we are having anger, we are having ABCD, we are having this and this. But these people are not angels. They are people who have existed. We knew them. Hmm? We saw even in 2013, people went ahead to elect a person with a criminal record, not even with being charged international because of crimes against humanity. Look on how it has ended. It has ended of you being the largest complainants. But when you elected them, you thought that you were punishing an individual. For how long shall we using our votes as a punishment and not the call for development? For how long shall we continue using our votes as a way of punishing opponents and not a way for asking our equal share? For how long will we get in the negotiating table, not against somebody, but for something? Is it a must that we Kambas be united because we hate a certain tribe? No, we can be united because we want a better Kenya. And that is all that we are asking for. We are not asking for a bigger thing. We are just asking this a very simple thing. If we are looking for individual, let's look for a positive perspective. Let us not look at negative perspective. Ati yo unajua sisi we are supporting ABCD because if we support D, it will do ABCD. So you are using your vote as a punishment, like we want to punish somebody so that he doesn't become the president. But you are not voting to get development. Then when you elect the individual, you wanted development. But you forgot in an election, you voted individual because you wanted another one not to succeed. You already achieved whatever you targeted. So whatever thing you're asking, they are not there. Hmm? These are the things that we as Kenyans, we need to sit down and have a deeper conversation about ourselves. We cannot be keeping such way. Eh? You go to the ballot box to elect an individual because mimi nachukia A. So kama nachukia A, nitaenda na B. So you are voting B simply because unachukia A with no reason. Then that B, once you wish you want development and you voted because you were hatred, I think you have a problem as a country. We need to sit down and ask ourselves genuine question that if we need development, let us vote A because A can do A, B, C, D. Let's vote D because D can do X, Y, Z. Not that you are going for alternative because the other alternative we hate it because you have been ethnically motivated. No, we need to change that perspective. And that is why I'm telling you this way. The reason as to why Europe will always beat us the hardest is very simple. In Europe, they elect somebody who will protect them against the migrants. The Europe, they will go to elect somebody who will revive their industry. In Europe, they don't go to elect somebody because they hate the other individual. And that is why in Africa, the chances of we getting development becomes minimal if we are motivated by ill things. That's why you see there's a midterm election in USA. In USA, it is starting on Tuesday. I think it has already started, and that's where Barack Obama was in Arizona. He was talking about the issue to do with the democracy. The Arizona people will be going to the ballot to elect somebody who will uphold democracy and not an individual who hates another individual. And that is how our country is being built. But kuja Kenya, you only need to show your people why another individual is bad so that you get elected. You don't need to show them what you can do. Hapana, wewe usiwaambie chenye unafanya. Just tell them how much the other person akiwini wataumia ama watakuwa yeye ni mbaya, then you will get elected. And if you continue with the same trajectory, hakuna mahali tunaenda, because which development comes with hatred? I absolutely know. Ati kama sasa hivi mimi nataka kusimama kama MP, naambia watu venye ule mbunge current venye afai ni mjinga sijui nini na nini, instead of them telling them how much will I handle things in a better way than the other person, instead of I telling them how much I'm well placed to take the constituency in another level, then we need to change. We need to change. For real Kenyans, we need to change for once. Twende kwa ballot box paper. Unaenda kuchagua mtu kama Sakaja. Si kwamba ati Rigathi alisapotiwa na Uhuru ndo umtaki, hapana. Unaenda kuchagua Sakaja, maana Sakaja amesema tutakuwa na chakula shuleni. So you go there knowing I'm going to elect Gachagua, mtoto wangu analalanga njaa, so hii feeding program ikikuja itasaidia kila Mkenya ama itasaidia kila mtu wa Nairobi. But what happens is tunaenda kuelect Sakaja maana Rigathi anasapotiwa na Uhuru. What kind of thinking is that? Sasa mmeenda basi mmelect Rigathi, ameanguka, mmelect Sakaja. Then what next? Because Sakaja never told you what he will do. He only showed you that Rigathi was supported by a wrong individual. Anyway, I hope that we'll change and think a little bit more and a better advanced way. Rhoda.
It's very late. Yeah, hi. It's very late here. It's almost it's 1:30 in the night in the morning. We are in the winter time. We have already changed the time. So what I can say about we don't want, we know what happened in elections, and we know what happened in the how the Kenya Kwanza they have done for us. For example, like majority in the parliament, we have a lot of majorities, and we have the people who talk, who like they are called speaker. We have, they say that they have more. So, and can you imagine, we are Kenyans, you are doing conman to your own Kenyans. Instead of you think about, our country is more big than anybody, than any parties. Yani uko na integrity, unasema this the team Azimio, they win, and I could be very proud of the Kenya Kwanza, but then they were just doing game in the parliament, everything they want to take opposition. Can you imagine? They don't respect even as Kenya. And we see something for real. We say in reality, it's not the truth. So, and even I don't think so. Even themselves, they are happy. You cannot be happy when you lie. Like me, when I lie somebody, I don't get happy. I like to be really who I am. If I'm really who I am, then I get peace. But if I try to pretend to be somebody else or lie, I don't get peace inside. But when I speak the truth, I try to be really who I am, then I get peace my inside of myself. But you cannot get happy because you get that opposition that something is not the truth. That's something we need to fight against tribalism and to think about our country. You know, I used to see like in Western world, like in America or in Europe, they have the same. They have a majority, but they don't lie. When they go, they vote. Like the Europe, the country I'm living in, when there's a parliament, they are going to vote for, because here we usually vote for the prime minister, and then when the prime minister win, they have to vote for him. How many? And then they see how many the party they have majority. The party, if it's like there is a one party, like here we have a nationalist, we have a socialistic, we have a communist party. You know, they see how many, for example, socialistic people, they love a lot of socialistic because they take care of the people. But the nationalist is more like you have to work. You have to work. Okay, me, I like them because they take care of the children to for example, if you take your children to school, they get more support. If your children they don't understand well at school, you get extra help. That's something I stand with them because I focus about the future. Because me, I feel like when the children they have a good education, they'll have a good life in future. Because as we say in Africa, the education is a key. So, and they don't lie. They come in computer there. When we be free in Africa, in Kenya, like we'll be like a Europe, everything is open. We don't lie. We don't. We have integrity. That when we vote, even elections, we don't steal the vote. Everything is free, fair, and credible election. When you know in Europe they don't do that. I have never seen this country since I came. I'm living in Sweden. Since I came this country in Sweden, every time when we have elections, I have never seen stealing. No, the way they do, they vote and then they have to wait some weeks to make the government. Even they can make even some months. It's because it's not easy to come a new prime minister, to take responsibility, to put the party together. You know, and then the speaker of the parliament, they have to vote for him. And then he's the one who you have to meet the party leaders. You know, it's a lot of meetings. It's not easy, but people they used to vote. But even that he win, he have to fight his way to have a majority who will vote for him in the parliament. And everything is truth. They don't lie. When we are going to get these things in Kenya, that when we have election, it's free, fair, and credible. When we have a majority in parliament, it's free and fair and credible. Not to do favor. Not, for example, when you have a case that they try to put your case down because you are this party. That's not the way our country develops. And those people, even Western world, even in America, they don't do that. I used to be in America. They have a majority Senate, for example, like Democrat, Republican, and Biden have already accepted. He accepted because I was watching CNN sometimes, you know, and everything, even UK, they do the same. Because me, I do research for most of the country. Why can we do that in Kenya? We do everything integrity, everything open. We don't try to do discrimination for this tribe. We see everybody is a Kenya. We see you as a, I don't see you like a Kikuyu. I don't see you like a Luo. I don't see you like a Luo. We see you as a Kenya. You know that I see, and like I don't see you like a Kikuyu, you know? And that's why our country will be respected. I want my country to be respected. I want people, like, for example, people that used to tell me, I know one woman, she was in Mombasa. She was doing some project in Mombasa. She was telling me, I love Kenyan people. They are very open people. You see, we have a very good name. You have to know yourself. You are very open. Yeah, that woman, she told me, she's my friend. She told me, I went to Mombasa. I love Kenyan people and Tanzania. East Africa community is a community we are very respected with the Western world. They always say Kenya people, they are honest, they are very hardworking, we love our stuff, we love our country. And it's not only us, even Uganda, even Tanzania. Most of the people, they go to Tanzania, Zanzibar, and Rwanda, and Burundi. So, and I know my friend of mine, she was born in Burundi. So, and she's a white woman. So you cannot say that you are Kenya to hate your country because you are born in Africa. It's God put you there. Nobody can come and fix your country. Start your home, Jerusalem. The Bible says, start your home. You cannot go to fix other home when your home have a problem. Fix your home. Because our country can be respected. I mean, even them, even them, they usually, it struggle. I remember like in America, election, 2000, I think it was 2000 last year, I think 2 years, I think when Biden became the president, they didn't agree. Trump, he said that election was not free, fair, and even now he always say it was not credible. And sometimes I feel maybe it's true. We don't know whether it's true or not, because most of the Christians, they like Donald Trump, and Donald Trump, he had been all the time he complained, and still Biden, he respect him, because that's the way democracy works. Democracy, where you have to respect even the former president. You respect him. Like I remember when Donald Trump did it, accept the result. I was watching live, whole world. I was watching when live. I remember I wake up early because we are 6 hours behind the US, and I was watching when Donald Trump he didn't went to the ceremony for Biden. I said no, I will not go because the election was not free, fair, and credible. And he said I will not go, and he didn't. I was laughing. I was like, oh my God, America people, they are crazy. He didn't. And he went and early in the morning, they were cleaning the White House. When he came, everything is clean. And I'm telling you, Donald Trump, when the helicopter came and picked him there in his in White House, with his wife and his children, and okay, he was not happy, but they treated him with respect because he was a president for those 4 years, and he went his home in, I think he lived in Miami or Florida or Colorado, and the flight, and people from Colorado, they were waiting for him, they were celebrating him. Because one thing I like Trump, the Church of America, they love him so much because Trump had been studying with the Christian. By the way, Trump is very honest. I really like Trump. I was supported Biden, but nowadays I support Trump. I start to understand Trump is a good person. He's not complicated person. I think he's like peace. And why can we be like in America? We are waiting America to come to fix our country. And then their country is going nowhere, like nowhere. Their country, they are fixing them. And there is, you are the ones, start your home. Don't wait America to come to fix you. Then they fix, then they fix. Everything you have to sweat, nothing for free. Don't wait at a British to come to fix you. Like the way European Union, they used to come to fix for us election. We can't do it ourselves. We do with a free, fair, and credible. We love ourselves and we put our country, we put it mwananchi first, because our country for the next generation. I remember for many years ago in this country in Europe, my daughter's grandmother, she's a white. She used to, my daughter, she's a white father. She used to tell me for many, many years ago, people from this country, they were traveling in America with the boat because it was poor. They were traveling. So most of Americans, they live in America. And America, they were traveling. If you do the research, most of white Americans originally they come from Europe. Like Donald Trump, I had his grandfather is from Germany. Even Biden, I had his from Portugal. His parents, every America originally they come from America. They moved to America. That is the history, and that's why you always ask yourself why in America they are very easy to integrate with the European. Because there even some Swedish here, they moved many years ago. Swedish people, many years ago, they live in a state called Minnesota. I had even one state in Chicago. It looked like a Swedish model. You know why? Because they are born, they went there like a grandmother to the generations. So don't wait, people, even to build the country. It's like this country I'm living. The government who built this country is called Social Democrats. They are the one who built this country. For everybody can have a food in the table. For sharing, it can work. And when you go to the hospital, even if you don't have money, you'll be treated. Even when you have a heart attack, you'll be treated. Even if you pay small money, you'll be treated. I remember when I go to the hospital, sometimes when I go to acute, even if I don't have money, I will be treated. Then they said for me the bill. They will not say, no, we will not be treated because you have problem. No, here you cannot die. You call ambulance 112, they come and pick me here. When somebody violence, I call 112, the police come and why can we make our country like Europe? We are waiting other people to help us. We can do, and I think that's the way Uhuru Kenyatta was doing. I used to see like our military. Our military have been very classic. Our military have been very classic. Uhuru Kenyatta was doing good for our military. He was doing for them. He was buying for them clothes. They were clean. They have a good shoes. They were not smelling. Some military in Africa, they don't have. They smell. Even the police. Our police have been very nice clothes. They don't smell. They look fresh. They look like almost like a European. I hope they will not be destroyed, And our police, before you study to come with the police, you have to study the law. You go to university, You cannot be the police and then you are shooting somebody. No, when you are military, you study. Like this country I'm living, to be the police officer, you must study university to learn the law. Here the police, they don't carry the gun. Here the police is to help me. Even I used to joke with them. I miss them in the street. I cannot take your picture. Yeah, they love us. Even they can, because they learn before they go to the psychology school to study. Our police officer, they used to study, to go to university, to learn the law and psychology, and they have their and they have their own authority. The government cannot involve with our police officer. And they dress nice, they smell good, they have a good salary. Why can we do like in Africa, in Kenya, we can do like in Europe? Everything is impossible. When we start to love ourselves, to stop to think about this tribe, don't focus. Even this country, I remember many years ago, it was poverty. 100 years was very poverty. They didn't have even food, nothing. But because of the grace of God, make them their country to grow. Because of, it's not that they don't love, sometimes they don't love themselves because of their skin color. They feel like, why God created me like a skin color? But me, I used to tell them, we are one. Like my daughter's father, sometimes he doesn't love himself because of his skin color. I told him, no, you are beautiful. Is God create your skin color? Is God create black and white? We are one. I used to tell people, even my friend, don't hate yourself because of your skin. My skin, you black people, they usually say, you black people, in the sun, you don't get burned, you're black beauty. Actually, they want to be like us, our skin, because they cannot stay many hours in the skin because they get burned, they get skin cancer. But me, I used to give them hope. Your skin color, we are one. So remember, you're very beautiful. Black beauty is beautiful. The way God created us with the beautifulness. Love your country. Don't focus with the tribalism. Don't focus to think about this. Remember, you are wonderfully fearing me. You remember God have made you a beautiful. Read the book of Psalm. I'm wonderfully fearing me. Don't focus the language you speak. See your black beauty. These white people, they want to be like us. I remember this man, he was doing surgery to be like a white. This man living in America, who's Michael Jackson. He was doing this plastic because he wanted to be white. He was very stupid. And he was very beautiful man, Michael Jackson. He destroyed his skin and he died nothing. Because of stupidity. Hate yourself because of the language you speak. And there's some people, they do plastic surgery. I remember one black woman in America, very beautiful woman. After she want to cut her breast because she have a very big breast. Why do you destroy your body? Some people here, they tell me, oh, I want to have a big ribs. No, my friend, they tell me, oh, you have a beautiful ribs. They want to cut, to do surgery, they can have a big ribs. Don't stop to hate yourself. Love your country. Don't focus. And I'm telling you, our country can be a future country. And I bless you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Yes, Mato.
Just telling Rhoda, man, I may push some statements. I mean, and it's good. It's good for people to talk if that's what she feels to talk. But I feel like I'm Skuma-san. Pole, you're the moderator. I'm not.
Take on.
All right. I was hoping to find Mami here because she had asked for me. Alikuwa amesema nikitoka. I never left. I was just sitting there to wait. You know, I was just sitting. I was in the backstage. I think she had some questions for me. I wish she can come back, Mama Mary. Because I think Mama Mary, if you're listening to me, please come back and ask me the questions that you wanted to ask. Roba amenitupa kidogo. I mean, Roda amenitupa kidogo. You know, Roda, the American thing with Donald Trump. And yes, you have a right to love whoever you want. There she is. I'm gonna let her to ask me because I know she wanted to talk to me about something with the permission of the moderator. I am not.
Mato, sikuwa na swali, nilikuwa nafanya rejoinder kwa sababu ya vile uliongea habari ya tribal na vile watu walichaguliwa wakawekwa kwa kwa basket moja, watu kadhaa kutoka pahali moja. Ndio nilikuwa nataka kusimulia hiyo hali. Nilikuwa nasema vile mtu ameishi na watu kabila zote, unaelewa mengi, na tunataka example kutoka kwa wakuu wetu ama kwa wakubwa wetu, sababu sasa kwa Kenya saa hii sioni kama iko na funzo lolote kwa wale watoto wadogo ambao wanakuwa wakiona. Because if you look at what is going on, it's like we are being told we live the way we want. It's not the way we should, it's the way we want. Na hiyo itakuwa kama unaona nyani vile wanakuaga huko msituni wanakimbizana, mtu anaenda zake, huyu anakimbia pandi. That is how the country will be. Now, tunaambiagwa asiyesikia la mkuu huvunjika guu. Sasa ni wakuu gani tutasikia ndio tusivunjike guu? Si ni kukufa tutakufa. Kwa sababu sasa hakuna mtu wako na haja na yule mwingine. Kila mtu sasa anafikiria habari ya mfuko yake. Na mfano ule tunaona mbele yetu kutokana na mambo vile inaendelea Kenya. In fact, there is nothing our children are learning. They are just seeing things happening and it's like, wow. Sasa hawatatofautisha mambo ile ilikuwa hapo mbeleni na hii iko. Wataona kama hivyo ndivyo dunia ama inchi imekuwa all those years. But there were times where really we respected each other. There were times that we wanted to be attached to other tribes. Furaha ilikuwa mingi. Tulipokuwa shule, tulikuwa tunafurahi. I mean, in this morning, I'll come and greet you in your own vernacular. Kesho yake utanisalimia na mimi ndio tucheke. Furaha ilikuwa tele. Now we are being taught to know this is a Kalenjin, this is a Kikuyu, this is a Masai, this is a Luo, all that is being taught. Na sasa hiyo haitatusaidia nchi yetu. In fact, ikiendelea hivyo, sasa hivyo ni kumaanisha aje? Isipokuwa sisi wananchi tupendane, tuelewe kabisa hii mambo inaendelea, tuiwache iende hivyo, iishie na iende kabisa, ituondokee. Sisi tuko welevu, tunaelewa shida yetu, tusiumizane, tupendane. Mkikuyu, Mkalenjin, Mluo, nani, wote tupendane. Wale wanataka kutusakanya na kutuweka hii mambo kwa akili zetu, tafadhali tuwaweke mbali sana na sisi. Because we want to live in a unity in our country. Mimi sijawahi kuona wakati mbaya kama sasa. Honestly, because what the kids and the whatever teenagers or whatever they are learning something that will not help with their future. Kwa sababu ukabila ni kitu mbaya. Hiyo ni kumaliza. Ni ya kumaliza nchi, ukabila. Because that means I will not be able to travel from my place to another place because of fear. Sijui huyu atanifanya nini kwa sababu si kabila yangu. Now, when we have that and we didn't have it, sisi tunaumia roho na kuishi tukiwa na woga nchi yako. Tunataka kujitawala. Tunataka kuwa huru. Tunataka kuwa free. Visiting each other, talking to each other with no fear. Not even feeling that something bad will come out of that other tribe mouth to call me or to tell me, or maybe they are not friendly because of what is going on. Hii ni tabu on top of tabu. Kuko na tabu ya chakula, kuko na tabu ya magonjwa, kuko na tabu ya everything. Sasa tena tunaongezewa ya ukabila. Hiyo ni mbaya. Hiyo inaweza tumaliza kabisa. Hiyo ndio nilikuwa nataka kusema kwa sababu ulikuwa umeongea vizuri habari ya tribalism. Asante Mato kwa kurudi.
Thank you so much. No, usipotee, wacha nimalize kwa sababu thank you so much. Unajua
So Mato, just wait.
Yeah.
So for people have shared channel links there, let's come together, let's engage, let's have diverse idea, let's hear from what you in the comment section you are saying. Let those who are to follow in us also get to hear what they are saying. Every opinion of every Kenya matters. That's why we want to build a cohesive country. A country that the voice of the wicked can be heard. A country of those individuals who have nothing can be heard and can be considered. That's why we are here to get that point at home. So join us there so that you come and give your diverse view. Thank you.
Yeah, and to add to that, if anybody wants to come here and have a conversation, this is a good conversation that we are having. You can come in. I think you have the link. The moderator is very good and I kaga link huko. Come in. Lakini Mama Mary, nimefurahi sana vile umesema. I will just throw something alafu unijibu baadaye. Andika tu mahali. Kiapo ilikuwa ama ikukua? Is it a problem that has been there with Najua? And you know I know what I'm saying. Is it a problem that the community is ready to address? Is it something that we don't have to? Najua nimegonga mahali pabaya, but I know what you understand what I'm saying. Mama Mary, what you said is the most important thing that people need to understand. Last election, I don't know kama watu wanaelewagwa, kudai kitu ilikuwa inaitwa secession, tulikuwa tumechora maps. We know kule tulikuwa tumechora maps na wale walikuwa wapate passport za side gani na side gani kama ingefanyika. We might think it was a joke. It was never a joke. South Sudan, North Sudan happened. And just playing these games and thinking it's a joke, I think we have a lot of history in Africa that has already happened, these things. You spoke very well about the Tutsis, Hutsus, I think Nanindo alisema, how it happened. And so we have to be very careful and sometimes naogopaga your country because I'm looking at everything from outside, and sometimes they say you look something from outside, then you understand exactly what is happening, because sometimes utapata ule hawa bodaboda wako wanajua kama watagongwa hivyo venye wanagongwa saizi. Now they are changing. I spoke to somebody who was mtu alikuwa damu Ruto, alikuwa hapa kuna ndaje yenyewe maybe ningekusikiza. But it's because also when you're looking at it from outside and when you pull out yourself away from hiyo kitu yote, kwanza ujiangalia. Unajua hata mtu akikuletea kesi mami, mtu akikuletea kesi, mtoto wako na nani wakuletea kesi, huwezi ingilia tu useme tu ni huyu kwa sababu ndio unajua ndio nitakimbilia. You have to kwanza ujitoe nje, uangalie nini inaendelea pale. And for some of us, Mi personally venye naangalianga politics nasemanga Mungu alinibariki at least niko na politics zingine, and that's why I did not, and even though I respect my sister Rhoda so much, I did not accept, lakini sitamwambia hivyo hiyo story yake ya Trump na nini, because there's a lot of politics that went through that yenye imechokoza vitu zingine, and unless you know the whole thing you will come to understand it. And then ile kitu ya mwisho tu ya second last nataka kusema, you see, watu wengi wanadhaningi politics ni kupanda kwa gari juu na kufanya nini. Politics is always everywhere. In our relationships with our friends, there's politics. In your family, in your house, every politics is in there. Politics is the agreement to make a better way of life. It's everywhere. So when it comes to a government and a country, hapo ndo inakuwa a bigger scale. But politics ilianzia pale chini, hata kwa marafiki wako. You will find if you have a group of friends, there's politics going in. Kuna ule mwenye atasema ule jamaa si mzuri, kuna ule atasema ule jamaa ni mzuri. Kuna hizo politics zinaendelea hapo, na kuna wenye wale wanaambiwa hao ndio watapata, na wapi wako na politics zao. And it comes even in the house. Baba akisema hivi nini na ako akisema hivi, politics is all over. It makes our lives move on, and is the reason it comes from a household and the system of a household to go into a system of a county, and also move on to a system of of a country, because at the end of the day is your mother, your dad that is supposed to take care of you. But why are you holding your country accountable, your leader accountable? Is because that's how it works. Politics starts with you when you're born. So politics, let's work it out that way. And is it meant to make? Is the politics of a household meant to make? If it's meant to make, then the politics of a country is meant to make, and the politics of a continent is also meant to make. Also, the politics of the whole world is meant to make, not to fight. Francis, this is for you, nilikuwa nimekuwekea. You said about Sakaja. I'll tell you, a lot of people that have known me here for a long time will tell you, I personally here, even though I'm Azimio Damu, and I know Sakaja personally, I was a Sakaja person, and I told people Sakaja atachukua hii kitu. The reason is he is a good leader, and let me tell you how I knew he was a good leader. He knows how to handle his people. He's a Nairobian. He's standing in Nairobi. Again, the one day that Sakaja caught my heart is ile siku alishikwa akiwa mlevi ya wapi time ya corona. You know what he did? He resigned from the committee of corona. There's only one more leader that I know, na maybe kama mtu anaweza correct, kuna mwingine that has ever resigned because of something that is not working out. Ama mistake. Kwanza Kenya, ukipata mtu na mistake, hata saizi tuko na watu wanaenda. Aisha Jumwa tunajua aliua hadharani. Waliua ndiye na bodyguard wake hadharani. Unaona, haezi resign. Kimunya said, mpaka hata mkiniua sitoki. You see, we don't know that thing of you've made a mistake, you get out. There's places that you go and you are late by 30 minutes and you have to resign. The guy resigned from the committee. And that's the day I started looking at this guy, even though alikuwaga the opposite side of me. And I started looking at him na nikamfuata hata akienda bunge la wananchi. And I think Nairobi really has a good leader in that. Now, why am I saying this? Na ninajua nitagongwa sana kwanza comment section of the people that know me. But even though he's not on our side, he's a leader. He understands the whole thing. And sometimes it's not about what side you are, is who's a good leader. Who's someone. I hope people understand me. Sakaja for Nairobi Even though I love the other guy and I love Azimio and I'm in Azimio, I've been here saying Sakaja will do a good job in Nairobi. If he fails me, I stand corrected. I stand crucified by the people who have known me. Tangu hata tukifanya campaigns. But if there's one city I don't have a problem with, having gotten hiyo side ingine siwezi isema because I don't like it at all. Hata sijui aliendaje huko. That's why he's having problems with them, because that guy is not like that. That's one. Sakaja, I think it's something we need to look at, and we have to be open. So wacha nimalizie hapo, kama kuna mtu anataka kunigonga nigonge.
Thank you, Mato. You know, to me, there's something that I call political cleanness. And political cleanness comes from the virtue that you stand for what you say. First of all, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, if we go by the fact and the truthful thing, Kenyatta could not have become the president of Kenya because that constitution he used to rule with, he opposed it. So by the virtue that he opposed something, you cannot use the things that you opposed to rule it. Mato, if you can mute this background noises. So you cannot use something that you opposed initially to rule a country with unless there's something wrong. I remember when the United Kingdom, that is the Britain is made up of North and South of Ireland, made of Wales and Scotland. They went to the ballot to determine if they will have what you call Brexit. That is the Britain exiting out of the European Union. Under that time, they were under somebody called David Cameron, who was the prime minister. So David Cameron was the idea that Europeans should remain in European Union. They went to the ballot, and then they decided let the European Union, let the Britain leave the European Union. And the vote was they got a vote of 75%, even though the turnout was 39%. So what happened is that David Cameron said it very clear. I cannot be in a position to negotiate Britain exit out of European Union because I was not for that idea. By the virtue that he was not for that idea, Britain to leave European Union, he could not have negotiated a better deal because already he wanted to remain. What followed was what you call Theresa May, who was elected to see the European Union out of it. What conspired is that he was unable to procure a good deal. He resigned because he was there to purposely carry out that function. He resigned. Not so long ago, we had people to do with Boris Johnson. Boris Johnson was born in America. He went to Britain when he was 6 years old. So when he was there, he oversaw the Brexit. He negotiated a better deal. But when the time reached that his ministers were accused of some things to do with sex scandal and so forth, he was forced to resign because he said people no longer have trust in me. But let's come in Kenya. We have a president who opposed the new constitution, but we want him to rule with the same constitution. We have a president who opposed conservation of trees when people are destroying Mau Forest. Today is the same crusader of planting trees. Where will the African get sanity to understand that if you oppose something and it does not go your way, you have to leave those who understand your way to take it over? As much as you said constitution in Mbaya, where is it to me? Because from the word go, your mind is already in tune that this thing is bad. Mato, we are young generation. I'm 25 years, and I can tell you, I cannot go to marry a lady if my heart tells me this lady is not good. Hata awe na pesa, because I believe hiyo pesa haitasaidia kufanya mimi roho yangu kuishi kana kwamba tunaweza kuwa karibu. I believe on that. I believe that if I am against marrying this lady because of A, B, C, D, I should hold that view, even if that lady becomes rich. Because even if he's rich, does not change the fact that he's the same person. But what happens with the African is, tuna camouflage, you come back with another rangi. And that's why we have a problem, because how will you implement something that you are against it? How will you do it? How will you be able to stretch that kind of a plan? And I think we have a problem as a country. If we need to look very carefully, whatever thing we do. I remember in 1966, under Jaramogi Odinga, when he differed with KANU, he said it very clearly that I can no longer receive salary and be called a vice president with no mandate. The generation will judge me harshly that I did nothing and I received salary. He resigned. He went ahead. All those who had shifted their allegiance from KANU, they had to resign and to join the Kenyan People's Union. There was what we call a mini election that we saw KANU being defeated almost 98%. Raila, when he was in KANU and he shifted his allegiance to the Liberal Democratic Party, he resigned to seek a fresh mandate. Remember, if you elected on UDA, you believed in bottom up. If you have to shift allegiance, resign, come to the people, seek new fresh mandate with a new party, so that we understand you what you are standing for. But what happens in Kenya? Atunanga sanity. That is why in 2013, Ruto was a Republican. That's why he formed the United Republican Party, URP. But in 2022, Ruto is a Democrat, United Democratic Party. It shows you how much ideology is a big problem in African setting. We need to be ideologically driven. Eh? That is why, for example, if you're United States, because I follow, I remember in the election year 2020, under the side of Democrats, we had people like Elizabeth Warren, we had Bloomberg, we had Peter Buttigieg, we had people to do with Bernie Sanders, we had people to do with Kamala Harris. We had so many of them. But what happened? We started with a contribution. United States, what it happens that people contribute to the leaders. That is why when the leaders, they get power, they are not subject to big corporation. They are subject to the citizen because their campaign was financed by the citizen. So there's no any rich person who will want a trade permit because he helped Biden to become president. No. Biden was helped by the citizen who contributed small amount to their party, the national raising fund. So what happened is that during contribution, Elizabeth Warren was not be able to raise enough money. That clearly showed that he cannot rally people in terms of contribution. Therefore, he stepped aside. We went again to have people like Peter Bloomberg withdrawing because they could not get enough delegates. We enter on to have people, we remain three people in the race. We had Kamala Harris, we had Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders. It reached to a point that Kamala Harris was defeated and said, okay, I can no longer be able to go ahead because already it seems that I'm behind. He stepped aside. We remain with the two hosts, that is Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden. Joe Biden got the enough delegates that are enough to get the party to lead the party. Democrats, he was given that opportunity. Why did we not see Bernie Sanders shifting to go ahead and support Democrats, the Republicans? Because he believed in ideology of the party, not individuals. If we need to remain with sanity, we need to address that people need to remain allegiance to what they believe in. If, for example, for instance, look at right now what I'm telling you, and you see it very, very really. When Raila said that he wants to transform this to become more of to ban mitumba, Moses Kuria, Kimani Ichung'wah were on record trying to use it politically and to say Raila is wrong on it and that mitumba is helping people to earn a living. Right now, he has changed to go to tune that let's ban mitumba. What has really changed? So let me ask you, how do those people feel in their heart who elected Kenya Kwanza government because they knew he will protect mitumba, and now they have gone ahead to say that mitumba is not good? How are they feeling in their heart? How are they feeling in their heart, knowing very clearly that mimi nilipigia Ruto because ata protect mitumba, lakini right now amechukua about time kusema kwamba mitumba haiko, tutaban.
They are betrayed. Of course.
Yes. What are they feeling, those people who believed that mimi napigia UDA because that's the fund will be interest free, it will not be returned, but right now seems to be like a waste of fund? How are those people feeling? If Kenya, we could be truthful, Ruto could have resigned, called for a new election so that he tells people the truth and address him, address the real issue to be elected on the real issue. How are they people feeling when Ruto said that the Ukraine war has nothing to do with our country economy, and they elected him because they believed that he can change the economy without even in the presence of Ukraine war? Right now, he's saying that he cannot because of Ukraine war. Those people who voted him because of that, how are they feeling their heart right now? He needs to resign and to seek a new mandate so that he comes and tell people, I was wrong about Ukraine. Ukraine affects our economy. I was wrong about Mitumba. Mitumba is not good in our economy. I was wrong about Asla Fund. Asla Fund needs to have interest. So that the people elect him knowing very carefully that he is now speaking from the truthful perspective. But because of lack of sanity, he will continue with such kind of rhetorics. Yes, Mato?
You see, I agree with everything. The only thing, the only thing I don't agree with you is the whole idea of, and I've seen a lot of scholars and a lot of people who have really gone to it, you know, people who have studied other countries and other democracies. And even when we come here, aki siku anataka mami aende because there's a question nilimuuliza, yeye ndio anajua kitu nilimuuliza ya kiapo. She knows what I said. Now, that is Kenya. But the problem is, we come around here and talk a lot about that
Mato, your speaker has a problem.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now you are right.
Okay, should I start ama mlikuwa mmesikia?
Start your speech. So he start because tulikuwa tunasikia sauti fulani.
Okay, sijui kwa nini mami ameenda cause kuna swali nilikuwa nimemuuliza yenye inahusu Kenya. I said the kiapo and she wanted to say something. But then I still have a problem with when most of us, most of the people, I won't even put myself in that. Most of the scholars and most of the people that really understand things and have studied lots of books, lots of history of other countries. But when we start talking, we don't talk about our country and our history and everything. But we're very easy to talk about I mean, you ask most of the educated people, they can tell you the first president of the United States. They will go back to the Constitution of the United States. They will talk about Churchill, Winston Churchill. They will talk about that. But we forget that our country is not to be compared with those people. Is our country and our Africa to grow as we are. Yes, we can take a leap, a leap out of that, but mostly the whole chunk needs to come from Africa. It doesn't need to come from talking about Obama, talking about Biden, talking about those guys, because those guys, they are dealing with a whole different thing. Those guys are dealing with an infrastructure, even the judicial infrastructure that they deal with. They're dealing with a judicial infrastructure that will jail anyone, regardless where you are, and they will extradite you, whether you want it or you don't want it. And even the biggest drug cartels, including even people like Kina Pablo Escobar, they were afraid. Mpaka they made their own jail in their own country because they knew they were there, they were safe. You ask any criminal today to be extradited to such countries, they will tell you, no, I don't want. That's why the chicken gate went evil. The chicken gate, when walishikwa kapelekwa UK or whatever, they're already serving their terms. I think some of them wako karibu kumaliza wenye walipata kidogo. But when tulikuwa nao Kenya, guess what? They're still living. They're good. And they're big people. So what I really find a big thing, and I feel hard talking about it, because I would look like I'm not a patriot of Kenya, is because everything we talk about, even in parliament, is about, oh, American Constitution, oh, America, whatever. This UK, oh, we're even going to Ukraine and talking about those guys. These guys, the way they operate, they're serious people. They are not as ile mchezo tuko nayo Kenya, that you find mtu ameconvictiwa na mauaji ama hata ako kwa kesi ya mauaji na inaonekana iko nini, you find them being employed. Listen, it's a bandit economy, just like Willy Mutunga said it. It's a bandit economy, and we will never go anywhere because we've also to take care of ours. So you find ule ni mwizi wetu, tumchunge. Unajua ni mwizi wetu, acheni kumsumbua. And that's why we don't even move. We don't agree that we are Kenyans. And having different tribal languages and different tribal cultures, different tribal wares, makes us be very unique to other countries and to other jurisdictions that actually look at us and feel very deprived of their own pride. They see we have our pride. That sense came the pride of Africa. We have a pride that we don't use because some of us, some of the leaders that we get and we put out there, that's why we have that thing that club that just became our leaders. So I feel we need to start giving examples of Winston Churchills of the day, the Obamas of the day. Stop giving that and give examples of the Mandelas, of the Kenyattas, of the Mois, of the mistakes that they did, of the Uhuru Kenyatta, of the Railas, of the Tomboyas, of the Museveni, of the Idi Amins, so that we understand our own Africa, because we are so confused, and we're even confusing people who have not really gone to study, see what happens out there, and we're even confusing our own kids by always referring to America and these developed countries that have already gone out there, and we are just we're just boarding the aircraft, getting ready to get on to unless we understand ourselves, we will stay here. That's what to have understood, that tukienda tukisema ni mahasla, hata kama mlikuwa mnajengewa barabara, mtajua hiyo ni mahasla, mtapiga kura hivyo. I'm saying we need to do our civil service and understand our in what we do in Africa, as Africa, with Africa.
Thank you, Mato. You know, to me, I found it very ridiculous because I'm telling you, and Kenyans get it very right. We have set one of the largest and the biggest foundation of the fraud in our country. That regardless on how person is accused of corruption, he can still be elected as a president. We have set a foundation that somebody can kill and become a minister. Because I'm sure even if another person comes in, he will use Aisha case Juma as a reference case. Aisha Juma was a minister. Why now deny this one? It will be a new norm in the town. Then the other issue we need also to understand is this way. We have set another illustration that we Kenyans, we no longer care on the patent issues that affect our country, but we care more on issues to do with tribal. And the moment we set that way, it becomes a problem. And those of you who are in America, because majority of you are there, you remember the former New York governor, Mario Matthew Cuomo. That individual was accused of rape charges. He was just accused. He was not even found guilty. But he resigned. Why? If he could have remained there, another person who was killed could have come and say, Mario Matthew remained as a governor of New York, and therefore I will not resign. But he resigned to send a clear signal that regardless of who you are, the moment you get implicated in anything that is contrary to the ethical issues of governance, you are supposed to pave way for other individuals who are well outstretched to continue with the mandate and not you. But what happens in Kenya, we have set a very bad foundation that you can kill, you can have civil cases and become a president.
At the risk of actually, right, what you just said, tell me one leader that is there right now that has this right, you know, give me one.
Your voice is not heard clearly. Your voice is not heard clearly. You have not heard you because of your voice.
No, I was just saying, like, what you just said, your last statement. Can you give me 4 that have those values that you just said? What you just said. Remember what you just said. Give me 4 that you think are actually supposed to be the government.
In Kenya?
Yes.
Yes, I will give you one. We have the former agriculture minister, Peter Munya. Peter Munya has never been
in the government.
Oh?
In the government as we speak.
So anyway, it's okay. So what I know and I understand is the way I'm looking at it, unless the army general, I think the army general is the only person who has integrity, who has good integrity. The rest, I really doubt. I really doubt. Because people like Peter Munya, people like the former governor, anaitwa nani huyu kazini ya Uhuru Kenyatta, Ndiritu Murithi, these are the people that at least even if it's Mount Kenya, they could be there. Ndiritu Murithi is a very good economist. But let me inform you, he's a man that is now being consulted by almost 5 counties on how to raise revenue. But the East people rejected him. But now 5 counties are looking for him. Anyway, tutakuwa tu siku moja werevu. Yes, Mulumbu. You have muted now. Unmute.
Good evening, good morning, my brothers over there. I said this, and what I said here, Matoka can also witness. I said this that is going to happen. Now what I said is happening. It just happened right now. I say if Ruto will come in, we're going to face this. And what I said is happening. I just heard that the media now have been saying that if you have a phone, if you try to enter the YouTube, whatever it is, there is a fee. You have to register, and there's a fee you have to pay. Anything you're gonna do with your phone, even WhatsApp, you're gonna pay in Kenya. And yes, you have already paid because you can't use it without paying. But there's another fee that is gonna be added onto you. And this is what Museveni is doing for Ugandans. To curb everything, any information you want to pass, they have to be verified. That's why I'm telling you, that's the highest dictatorship that we're having right now. But I'm very happy about it. Let it happen. Let Kenya face it. I don't care if it will be my brother, because he never wanted it, even with me, you know. But what can he do? What can you do? Let the people face. Those who dies, who remain will remain. There's nothing we can say here trying to, there's nothing you can do. If you can do something, let all Kenyans come out and say this is enough. We can't accept this. Kenyans should to come out. Will you get out of the office? That's the only thing you can do to save yourself. And if you cannot do that, just let Ruto and his corrupt people and looters loot you, kill you, because they don't care. They eat breakfast, lunch, and double, and they drive very expensive cars, drive in the big cars, to go through the air with the airplanes, with the jesh, whatever it is. They don't care. Because Africans, we are stupid, and we will always remain stupid. Kenya is for the people of Kenya, not for the leaders. The leaders go there to represent the Kenyans, their needs. But Kenya, leaders are the bosses. Once they are there, they do whatever they want. And you also follow, you clap your hands. Oh, mkubwa. Mkubwa is supposed to be, mwananchi is the mkubwa. Here in America, in the other countries, Ulaya, Britain walifanya tu uchaguzi majuzi. Wale minister wameresign wangapi? How many have they resigned? Ambapo sasa ni Mkenya ambaye ndiye anaenda kuongoza Britain right now, a Kenyan. Can you allow that a Kenyan to come here, Kenya, and then give that brilliant brain he has to Kenya because of tribalism? You not allow him. That's how stupid Kenyans we are. Not even Kenyans in Africa. Tuko nywele ngumu na roho yetu ni kama nywele yetu ni kama roho zetu. We don't see, we have eyes, don't see. Hata tusome namna gani, we are remain stupid. Hata kama tumesoma namna gani. Once you go back to Kenya, you are just something else. But when you foreign countries, you do marvelous that those countries they can't do. Wazungu can't do it. The brain we have, Mzungu can have it. But can you allow that brain to work in Kenya? You cannot. So you be ready to die. Kufeni. Tutachanga tu pesa mzikwe. Yes. Kenya ni kufeni. Ruto just continue. Do it again. Do it and do it again. Gachagua, do it. Kufeni. Wacha njaa ikuje shika Kenya yote, watu wakufa wabaki tu hivi na 50. I'll thank, because wenye mebakia hao Mungu atachanua, watazaliwa wengine. Siwezi bembeleza wa Kenya, they are so foolish. How comes a country, Ruto ni muuaji namba 1. He killed so many people. Watu wenye select wote ni corrupt na wezi na wamefanya mambo ya majabu. How can a country grow? In which in the world, hata even in dictatorship countries, can it be? Where? My brother and sisters, where? And then you come here, muna brush, sijui tunafanya ndio tuendelee tu, let's keep on where? President, your people are dying. Na unabeba msaada unapeleka Rwanda, unapeleka Somalia, and the people are dying. Really? Look at America. Putin alikuwa amesimama akifikiria atakuja fanya kila kitu na pige watu. Unaona wamenyamaza tu, wakanyamaza, let him do whatever he wanna do. China ikatoka, we tunataka na bomba Taiwan, kama wakanyamaza tu. Walipouliza Biden alisema nini? If he tries, we shall defend Taiwan. Full stop. wakanyamaza kama puta na makucha marefu, let him do. Wanamwatch tu kando tu, anafanya tu pole pole. Sai na kitu hiyo waliona kitambo before, ndipo wakatoka wapi? Afghanistan. You knew what Putin was doing. They knew. Na wakaona Afghanistan hakuna usaidizi wote. They knew ule mtu ndio mkubwa. Do you see what the defense wameweka pale? Tuputa na jaribu tukutoa hii ni nuclear moja. Utaona what America is going to do. And look at we Africans. Everything comes from Africa. Then you find, and you know Raila amesema today, he's talking about the Indians, 3 Indians. How many people have died in Kenya? Nilisema hapa ya kwamba Ruto vile ameshika uongozi ata make sure wale watu alikuwa anatumia kwa serikali kuua wale watu wenyewe walikuwa hataka, akiingia tu pap, hao watu watawatoa wote, and he goes to finish them to clear the evidence. This is what he's doing. Wale makachero walikuwa serikali wote wenye walikuwa wanajua siri yake wote ameweka ndani. They have nothing to say. Na atawamaliza moja baada mwingine. That's a ruthless leader. He doesn't care whether his people are dying. Tukienda kwa sheria, Kenya sasa hakuna sheria. We don't have a law in Kenya. Somebody can do whatever you want to do. But you can only do if you are the Ruto. If you are in UDA. If you are not in UDA, you cannot do anything. Try. Roho yako haitapatikana, hata mguu yako haitapatikana mahali iko, hata inzi haitakuona. Utawawa na ina chemicals. That's what's coming right now. Jaribu toa mdomo nyumbani, utaokota juju. There you Ugandans are dying.
We are breeding a new generation of.
Can you fix your microphone?
Huh?
Fix your microphone.
Nataka kutoka kidogo na kuna kitu lazima niende kufanya, lakini nimefurahi kutoka, lakini new generational Idi Amin, na tukicheza tutaumia. Kama utanicorrect sawa, wacha nitomoke, kuna kitu lazima niende kufanya.
Kwa hivyo my brother Mukungi, wananchi wa Kenya, let them face it. Hata kama ndugu yako yuko pale, there's nothing you can do. Because our brothers Kikuyus wali support and they did it. Na wenye waliweka Ruto kwa kiti ni Kalenjin na Kikuyu. They never won in the election. Hawakushinda anything. But walitumia ile kifua walikuwa nayo, wakaoverpower Mr. Uhuru na wakaweka Ruto. Let them now, wacha watafune. Then Kenya watu walishangilia. Let them wacha watafune. Let them die. Hata wakati watoto wa Israeli walitolewa na wakakufuru, walipokufuru, what God did? Alileta nyoka na kauma, they died. Wale walibaki. Let them face it too. Because hatuwezi kuwa na country ambapo haina sheria. There's no any country on the earth ambapo inaweza kosa sheria ni iendelee. Social media sasa mtafungiwa kabisa. Ukiwa na simu yote, whenever you got to, lazima ulipe. Itafika sasa uwe na sheria, uwe na license. Ndio unaweza ingia YouTube, ndio unaweza ingia WhatsApp, ndio unaweza ingia wanasema Instagram, zote utalipia. Na already wewe ukitumia simu unalipia, badala utakuwa na license tena ulipia mara 2. That's a good thing. Walitaka hiyo, let them face it. So to me, nikimalizia, hakuna vile tutakuwa na nchi ambapo leadership haiwezi fanya nini, hawezi angaliwa. Huwezi angaliwa kama kulingana na masomo yako, kulingana na integrity yako, atubora una pesa unaingia mahali. Nimeona sijui ilikuwa Garissa wapi. Ni unaona sijui alikuwa MCA sijui Mungu wako akijaribu
ule mama mwenye ameshindwa kuongea.
Nimeangalia dunia mzima ni kama this is Kenya. This is Kenya. So tell me, somebody like that lady, niambie ni kitu gani anajua? Tell me.
And you know, Mulumbu, I'm telling you, now imagine these people want development and she cannot express herself. What about employment? What about opportunity? Will he be able to do it?
That's the question.
You know, me, this is what I believe. I don't know if I'm wrong or if I'm correct. I believe leadership, all we cannot be governors. But let's choose the best of us to be governors.
Yes.
All of us, you cannot be leaders. But let's at least, the one who is more powerful in terms of expertise, be our leader. So that we benefit all of us. That's what I believe.
Let me ask you, my brother, nafikiria wewe kama kwa community ya Masai, si ndio? The elders kitambo pale hawakuwa naenda shule.
Yes.
But katika elders walikuwa naangalia mtu anapokuwa, watu wanapoongea, the way anasoma vitu na anashika historia ya Wamasai. Elders wakikaa, akiamuka akiongea mpaka unapata wazee wananyamaza, the point he has given. Is a young person, and that's what the person alikuwa anachaguliwa na wazee, because ana maono na ana understand. Walikuwa achukui tu so anybody else wanaweza chaguliwa kwa sababu ana mali wanamchagua. No, they were looking somebody who is, nafikiria hiyo kitu unaelewa katika Masai ni kwenu huko.
Hata si wacha kitambo. Unaona hata saa hii what we do in Masai land, what happens because I was born there and I'm still there is only that I've come to Nairobi because of some other activity. They look at the individual in terms of now the elders. They look at individual who can articulate the matter to do with the community, to do with everything in a very smart way, who can hold people, all of them together. Hao ndio wanamchagua kama kiongozi wao.
Yes.
Waangaliange ati sijui nini, hapana. Wanaangalianga according to the best interest of community. Like kama ni land, ni nani mwenye ataarticulate maisha ya land vizuri, ni nani ataarticulate mambo ya marriages vizuri, ni nani mwenye anaweza ungana na watu wote, anaweza ongelesha, kama ni vijana, wazee, wa mama, anaweza ongelesha. Huyo ndo atachaguliwa kama kiongozi.
Yes, somebody who understands the community, somebody who anajua sheria the community. Unajua unaweza kuwa mzee na hujui sheria za community. You can be young but kutoka na vile you have been nurtured, na umeangalia na ubongo yako imepanuka, you can organize people together, you can tackle the problem, you say hii ni makosa, this is right, this is wrong. You can talk in front of people and explain, everybody understand what you're talking about. But here you bring somebody who is hata sijui nitasema ni watu it's really sad, my God. It's really sad.
Mulumbu, if are you from United States, eh?
I'm in USA right now.
Yes. So when you look at USA, because now they have the midterm election, which will determine if the Democrats will control the Senate, because most likely the Congress will go to the Democrats, but the Senate is likely to go to Republican or the Democrats, because they've been having a difference of 1 vote, where the vice president comes in to have the majority. So my question is, when you follow the United States election, wao wanaanza wakiwa 23 candidates, but through elimination, through policies, when wanaongea, huyu anaona hapa iko out of point, anajitoa. Huyu mwingine anaangalia, anakuwa conflicted interest, anajitoa. Tunaendanga hivyo mpaka tunabaki na wawili ama mmoja.
Na automatically ni mmoja, because lazima atoke mmoja for Democrat na mmoja atoke kwa Republican.
Yes, and that is why the Democrat is the oldest party, because it was formed in 1902. That is why they always get the best mind, because out of 25, ukifuata the best criteria, we are able to eliminate any jokers and so forth. We remain with serious individuals and who understand what the job is ahead of them.
And then if you are selected, you are responsible. You don't go here to joke because pengine unaweza pata wenye umeshinda, kuna mwingine lakini umemshinda kidogo tu, la he so sharp ukiplay anaweza kutoa, unaona. But you find in Kenya, in Africa, let me just in Africa, inafanya mpaka naguza kichwa nasema yani Mungu sisi ndiye alituacha tulibakia. Hey, I don't know where Kenya is going, my brother. I don't know. Let them die. That's what I can say.
Unajua United States, if I can give you a good history, by the way, let me tell you, Mali maji ilianza kutuzidia kwa shingo. After we got independence, when Tom Mboya was 23 years old, he was elected to become a representative of workers in the United Nations. He
because
even was
because of the brain.
He was welcomed by the president who was called Nixon. I remember it was called Nixon, yes, who welcomed him to give a speech and even influenced the black Americans to vote for Nixon.
Yes.
The person went ahead to give a speech together with the late Luther Martin King,
yeah,
to give a speech about the workers.
It's still the record today.
Yes, the person is the person who drafted the economies of Kenya at the foundation.
At 24.
But the only reward we could have given Tom Mboya was assassination at a broad daylight with a gun. That's the only reward we could have given that man. If we are destroying the big brains kwa ajili ya ushabiki wa chama, ukabila na ujinga ingine, inchi yetu tunaipeleka wapi?
Kama you are talking about that. Do you know what killed Father Obama? Obama the original. Obama the original came Kenya, alikuwa amesoma, a very brilliant guy, but Kenyatta couldn't have given me a job because he was too smart. He ended up just working in the companies, kukuwa employed na watu junior wenye wana high education, wenye hawana hata education kumshinda. There's a guy I was with him here, alirudi Kenya, alikufa, alikuja akafanya kwa hiyo kampani yake, yeye alikuwa mkubwa, akasema that guy was really brilliant, but Kenyatta alimnyima kazi,
and
because the brilliant he was. Do you know how he died? Walienda wakatoa gari yake, wakatoa ile mambo ya brake fluid, na aliingia kwa barabara na akaingia kwa mtano akakufa hivyo.
And I remember, kama nakumbuka vizuri, if my mind serves right, the person who started the African lifting to go and seek scholarship was Tom Mboya, and Barack Obama Sr. was one of the beneficiaries.
Yes.
Sasa hii nchi tunapeleka wapi sasa?
Wacha ende Magomeni. Wananchi wenyewe, wacha wananchi wenyewe kama, let me tell you my brother, you better tell him the truth. If Kenya, the only Kenyans, unaona Sri Lanka walisema enough is enough. Enough is enough. Because they're the one that, unajua these leaders, msipomaku, they don't care. Wanaletewa chakula, wanapewa everything, wanaendesha mandege yenu, wanaendesha magari yenu, wanakaa kwa nyumba makubwa. Kama uwezi shutuka na uamko sema enough, you are not working for us, they don't care. Watakaa tu pale wakule, whether if you die, they don't care. They don't care.
Kuna kitu moja yenye somebody was asking comment section, where did the rain start beating us? The rain started beating us immediately we got independence in 1963. The reason as to why I'm saying is 1963 is because when Kenyatta took the power, he never considered brain, he considered ethnicity from the word go.
Yes.
The foundation we have as a country of ethnicity originates from Jomo Kenyatta, not any other person. The reason as to why Tanzania today has nothing to do with ethnicity is because Julius Kambarage Nyerere, the founding father, initiated Kiswahili to be national language. Ndio kila mtu akiongea anajisi kwamba ni Mtanzania. He also said it very clear that we shall be wanting to form a federation of East Africa, but we shall start with Zanzibar. So he set the bar so high to a point that even the preceding leaders could find it very shameful to go in the tribal way. But what happened in Kenya? Walilishwa kiapo 1969. Ni 6 years later after independence. Ati kwamba any other the president should never ever come out of Kiambu, should never ever cross Kiambu. Then my question is, are leaders only born in Kiambu according to that oath? That's why the rain started beating us, not any other time. Not any other time.
Unaona vile nawakula, itawakula. Moya aliwakula 24 years. He ate them for 24 years. Now Ruto is coming in. Aliwadanganya saa mama mboga. Saa what is he doing? That's the serikali ni mama mboga. Ni corrupt people and killers. Hawe makuti kijana yote anatoka kwa mama mboga ama kwa nini kwa boda boda. Na wako wamesoma na wana madigrii. Kuna mmoja ametoa huko. Na
sasa Mulumbu, the reason is why I always feel bitter for those people who hate Raila. I feel bitter with my heart fully because kweli kama Raila angekuwa na ubaya na hii nchi, angeenda gerezani kupigania demokrasia yenye sasa tunaongea nayo kweli. If Raila had a bad things to do with Kenya, angetafuta new constitution ambayo ime create counties. If angekuwa na bad idea, angeprotect Mau Forest. Kama angekuwa na ubaya na Kenya, angepigania multipartyism for real. Hata kama hatupendi mtu, lakini matendo yake jamani, si tuyaheshimu tu jamani.
You know what amazes me, my brother, is one thing. Because me, I grew in Kenyatta's and then Moi. And then during that time, mambo ya revolution haikuwa. In my area nakwambia kitambo nini naki ingie ndani, ilikuwa barabara hazipitiki. Ngari zilikuwa zinatoka Nairobi zinaenda mpaka port. Hizo barabara zilikuwa na mashimo hazipitiki na kuambia everything ilikuwa barabara zimegeuka misitu. Yani kama ile ng'ombe zinapita ndio magari kidogo zinapita ngine ndogo ndogo, lakini mito yote ilikuwa madaraja yamebomoka. Wakati Moi akimalizia, it was so pathetic. And then somebody comes here, tells you everything, anawaambia mahali wameenda wakakaa chini mahali mvua ilinyesha Kenya, mahali kila kitu kimeharibika. He has fought for multi-party, he has brought MC hawakukua, ameleta magavana, pesa imekuja kwa vijijini. And then this person unasema ati hajui chochote. And then you bring a thief unamweka ndani mwenye hajapigania constitution. He has never supported anything that can help wananchi. And then you support such a person anaingia kwa uongozi, mnakimbia mkifunua manguo everywhere. Mkikimbia bro, hata kama my brother is in, let them wakiwa bahati mbaya kufa ndani, let them just die in there.
You know, mimi nawaambia leo, wacha nikuambie Mulumbu. Mimi nita address hii na nawaambia, and those who have mind to listen and to reason and to think, they will see the essence of it. But those who think that chama ndio ya maana or being driven by it is okay. Leo nimeamka asubuhi, nimepatana with a list of 25 cheap liquor that has been authorized to sell alcohol in Kenya, and particularly in Mount Kenya. My question is, kama saa hii hata kuzaa ni shida huko Kiambu na Murang'a juu ya pombe na vitu zingine, hii pombe ikikuja itakuwa na effect gani kwa hao wananchi? Tutakuwa na kizazi ya aina gani baadaye? Tutakuwa na kizazi ya mazombi, mtu ambaye hata haezi lea familia, akikaa hivi anakuangalia ni kama analia. Hiyo ndio kizazi tunataka kukuza.
Wacha wamalizwe, mtoto akililia wewe mpe.
Unajua mimi nashanga, hiyo ndio kizazi tunataka kuwa naye. Mtu akikunywa pombe hata haezi fikiria, ajui familia yake, ajui nini. Tunapeleka wapi hii nchi kwa tabia namna hii? Kwani biashara ni pombe peke yake ya kuua watu?
Sasa kama pesa hakuna, kazi hakuna, unapeleka pesa unaenda kuwamaliza.
Sasa I'm feeling sad because we are destroying future generation by populist statement. Tunaharibu nchi. Hawa vijana leo hii kama mimi 25 years 2018. Kesho ni sisi tutakuwa babu, tutaelekeza wa jamii. Sasa mimi nikikuwa mlevi, let's assume right now I was a drunkard person. Could I be here?
You won't be there.
Then if you are destroying that future generation, what are you trying to show these people? You know, I'm feeling bad because I know at the end of the day, if they destroy that region, Wakishamalizana watakuja Umasaini. Wakimaliza Umasaini wataenda Kisii. Wakimaliza Kisii waende Ujaluoni. A problem does not end does not concentrate on one region. Wacha nikuambie, Mulumbu, you are a father and I believe you are one of them.
My grandpa.
Yes. Once you start hating one kid, utachukia kid akitoka kwa nyumba, utafute mwingine hapo uanze kuchukia. Hatred does not end unless you change.
You have to change. You have to change.
Yes, even the problem of that alcoholism. Niliona hivi nikasema, he Mungu, wewe simama. Maana mimi najua ni kwamba hiyo pombe itaua 40% ya kizazi ya hiyo region, because the moment unaleta pombe rahisi, watu hawana kazi, wataenda wakunywe. Wakisha kunywa watu wajielewi. Baba ya kesho umeharibu baba ya kesho, umeharibu ndugu ya kesho, umeharibu auntie, umeharibu anko. Sasa kesho nani atatufanyia kazi? Ni nani kesho mwenye atatusaidia inchi? Kesho tutakuwa na kizazi ya namna gani? Zombie.
Do you know what that kind of mentality what is doing? It finish up wale energetic guys ambao wanaweza tokea katika hiyo area. Ni kuwamaliza. Unajua ukianza kumaliza watu 18 to 25, then you have done with the generation. Because 18 to 25 hao ndio wanatokeanga wale mashupavu, mabarobaro na everything, the thinkers. So if you ukianza kuwa dilute when in that stage, unajua umemaliza, you have cut the roots. Mizizi yao umekata. That's what he's trying to do. Because once wewe umetoka shule 18 umemaliza, hata hujaenda form 4 ama umeshindwa kwenda university ama umemaliza university, hakuna kazi, what do? You go back to alcohol. What's happening? You are finished. Hata kama wewe ulikuwa mrefu namna gani, you are finished.
Mimi nauliza, kama Kibaki angekuwa anakunywa hizi kangara zinarudishwa Mount Kenya leo hii, tungekuwa tunasimama hapa tukisema ati tuna good economy maana Kibaki?
Hamngepata.
Na sasa tukiua kizazi kijacho inatusaidia na nini jamani? Unajua kama ni chama jamani, tuangalieni tu. Unaangalia una reason. Usikuwe tu mjinga eti kwamba ni chama ulisupport lazima tuende nayo. Tunaua kizazi, tunamaliza.
You know what helped Kibaki? He was a communist. And then he was there during the Uhuru. And then walipokuwa pamoja wakitoa Moi, walikuja watu professional. They were only professionals. And they knew how they can develop the country. Kutoa kwa ile shimo ilikuwa to bring it up. Because they were knack. So Kibaki alichagua wale special. Remember, alikuwa anataka kupatia Raila vice president, Raila kakataa. Asimpatie vice president. Because Raila aliona aliangalia mbele. Basi first nako naona vile ilifanya kazi. Mpaka wale wajuaji wakaanza wakaingia kwa Kibaki na akaanza kuharibu maneno, ikafika 2007 Raila ametoka na wale professionals wakawa against Kibaki. Do you see what they did with the Kibaki? Do you see how people died? That's how the foolish people do. Unaona? Na uzuri the world waliingia ndani, but the professionals wakaingia pamoja, wakarudi kwa Kibaki pamoja. Do you see how they developed the country? From 2008 to 2013, unaona vile country alikibaka toka, country ilikuwa imesimama because they came together wakasema let's forget our differences, let's build the country. But now vile aliachia wale wanyakuzi, do you see where the country is now? So we are the den.
So there are people who are saying, oh, you sound tribalism, why Mount Kenya alone? I want the person who is saying maybe I'm sounding tribalism to go and check the companies where they are particularly situated. Who is Humphrey Kariuki? Because his company has been lifted the ban and already been given license to produce alcohol. Who is Humphrey Kariuki? Where will he set up? Where will he set up? Na kwani niulize, let me, as much as we are saying this, I'm saying that region because I know it very clear. Hakuna venye pombe inaweza toka from Murang'a iende Kajiado kukuwa na market Murang'a. Mpaka imalize Murang'a kwanza ndio ifike Kajiado. It is the essence. It is logic. Sisi tribalism ni logic tu.
They don't see.
Ni logic kwamba hakuna venye unaweza toka pombe itoke Kajiado iende Murang'a wakati Kajiado kuna market. itamaliza Kajiado kwanza iende Murang'a. The same way with Safaricom. Ilikuwa Safaricom ilianza Kenya. Ilivyojaza Kenya ikamaliza watu kuregister line, ikatoka ikaenda Ethiopia. Lakini hii ingeenda Ethiopia kabla Kenya hajamalizana na watu.
Ilitangulia kumaliza Kenya kwanza.
Ndio iende Ethiopia.
In Ethiopia.
But now people, because of cheap populist statement, they are thinking that we are sound tribal. You are not sound tribal. What you are trying to say is that an impact is more felt where the company is situated, because each citizen will directly benefit, should it be positive or negative. So we are not sounding tribalism. It is essence, it's logic. Kwamba ukianzisha kiwanda mahali fulani inaserve wale watu before iende mahali pengine. It's as simple logic as that.
Bro, we are just saying the points. When you wataona tuongea vibaya, but we are saying the points because this is our country. But our country kama imekuwa hacked to the other people that who doesn't value the human being or the Kenyan human beings, wana value their interest na unyakuzo na everything. There's nothing you can do because wananchi pia wamekubali. The only thing we can say, Kenya is for the Kenyans. The Kenyans, these leaders, you are the one who employ these leaders. If you cannot come out and stand to say, this is enough, we don't need this government. Atumenyamaza. Hawa jamaa watawakalia because hawa hawalali njaa, wanatemea na mandege, wanakula vizuri, family zao ziko nje, watoto wao wanasoma nje, hawalali njaa. Wewe utakufa unless you to come out and say enough is enough. Vile Sri Lanka ilisema, vile Britain for election ilifanya, lakini sasa huyu mwenye anaingia sasa ni watatu. Wakisema even Israel wakisema hautosheki, wanakataa, unatoka. What of Kenya? Why? Kama wamekataa kusikia wananchi wa Kenya, mtaka kusikia, die, kufeni. Wacha njaa ikuje kabisa, hata Mungu akatae mvua isinyeshe. Because somebody people are dying na beba chakula anapeleka Somalia and people die. Na nyinyi mnapiga kofi. Wacha hanga ikuje, ibalize wote. Ndio wenye tabakia watakuwa na akili. Kenya hatuna akili people.
To me, I want to tell people this way, that Kenyans, we need to come out and to think clearly with a clear mind about our country. Because, let me tell you, there's something that we call externality. An externality is a condition, or those are some of factors that causes market not to clear or causes some kind of misfortunes. Like an example, there is positive externality and negative externality. There are those factors that contribute to good things and those contribute to bad things. And there's something you call the physical externality. This is what I want to focus with. A physical externality is an effect that a country faces wherever there's a social problem, not directly but indirectly. And I will give you this example, and you will see it. When we allow alcohol to be sold in Kenya, that is Kangara. What happens? People will start developing kidney problems, will start developing some health problems. What it means, the insurance, the NHIF will have to raise high because the treatment cost will be high. Therefore, we as people from other regions and the whole Kenya, we will contribute a lot of money for health care that we could have avoided by simply banning this cheap alcohol. Now that is what we call a physical externality. It's something that you cannot see directly, but it's there. The moment watu wanakunywa pombe, wanaua kidney, wanaanza kukua wagonjwa, wanaanza kutaka rehabilitation, tutakuwa kama nchi tutalazimika kutumia ushuru wetu kuwatafutia dawa, matibabu na vitu zingine, ambazo hizi pesa tungepeleka kwa nyenjo zingine ama kwa miundombinu zingine ambayo ingesaidia raia, tofauti na hii ugonjwa ambayo tumejiletea kwa kuruhusu pombe. That is why when I'm talking about that one, that is indirectly. The direct is about destroying the people mwenye anakunywa mwenye hiyo health effect. So wherever I'm speaking here, I'm not saying it's only problem happening to a particular region. It will be more affected, but us, we shall also be affected because of what you call a physical externality. Tutakuwa affected, that's automatically. So we need to stand and say it very clear that vitu zingine tuache kushabikia kwa ajili ya chama. Tuketi chini tujifikirie, tujioji inatusaidia nini kama wananchi. Yes Omondi, so that sikuache nyuma.
Thanks brother. Well, Omondi karibu. Let me ingie kwa bafu nioge kidogo ndio nirudi.
Haya.
Thanks buddy.
Umeogopa ati sasa unaenda kuoga? Haya. Francis.
Yes.
I saw the title there of the conversation. It's about Raila Odinga apparently giving Ruto a hard time in relation to DCI. Kinoti. First off, for me, there's never been any good DCI in Kenya. So I shed no tears for Kinoti. I think these people are all the same. So I don't want to dwell too much on that. I just want to touch on that because that's the topic. Number two, I was impressed by this new leader of from Homa Bay, this MP Joyce Atieno Osogo, otherwise known as Bensouda. She made a 12-minute maiden speech, and she was repeatedly interrupted towards the end by the acting speaker because she was exceptional. I have never had any politician in Kenya, speaking the way that woman spoke today. It was something which the ODM party, which has sponsored her to parliament, need to reflect on. This person has a potential, big one, of leading that political party. Number one, we know that Raila Odinga is never going to be president of that country, Kenya, because the system, that's the judiciary, the electoral system, the international community of the Western fraternity, and the Kenyan armed forces, those kind of groups are never going to allow Mr. Odinga anywhere near power. So we know that. But it means that ODM or any muscle-laden political party need to start thinking about who is the next leader. So I thought about this Bensouda, but there are many other Kenyans who can do this from different communities. But this woman has a lot of potential. I don't know much about her, but we need such a strong leader in parliament. And like I said, many of those people in that parliament are there just because of money and fame and titles. Number two, I wanted to speak about the contradictions that we have. Every day we hear these people from Kenya Kwanza presenting themselves. They say so many contradicting things, including things that they were against during the campaigns. They said, oh, where is Raila and Karua going to get these 6,000 shillings that they would give to unemployed youth and single mothers and, parents who are in a destitute situation. Now they're promising to do the same. In fact, they were even talking about universal healthcare this week, Mr. Ruto, that he's going to unleash universal healthcare. He was talking about Babacare, in fact. These guys are crazy. And then you can see this this mad one from Kikuyu, Moses Kuria, at I'm banning Mitumba. These are the same people who claimed that Mchawi na uzee wake, yule mzee wa Bondo anataka kuharibu biashara ya mitumba. These people even bought mitumba sijui for 20,000 shillings, sijui a coat, sijui what. Now they want to ban mitumba. So these guys are con men, you know, and con women in power. But we can rant and rant and rant forever. The problem is this group that has just taken over, they have the power to play with the minds of Kenyans, which is what they've started doing. You can see Kina Janet Ongera and Ongwae and all these other leaders who are weaklings, they've already been bought. So these people are going to buy the other political side one by one, one by one. They're going to be very strategic, and we'll have this single party system.
So, Omondi,
On
if I
paper,
interject,
yeah. Go ahead, sir.
let me ask you, like, is it a must that when a leader thinks bad way that we need to follow him? Can we not channel our way that we know what stand for the truth and stand for it? I think we Kenyans, we need to reach at that point that hata kama mtu kwani sasa ukiingia kwa moto lazima nikufuate uingie kwa moto tujue umeingia kwa moto.
Can you call that leader by name so that I know what you're referring to?
So I've seen Ongwae resigning. That is the former governor of Kisia, and maybe probably join UDA. I'm asking a very simple question: is it a must that if you are follower of Ongwae and you see has gotten to UDA to go there? You have your right state of mind. Wacha nikuambie Omondi, sisi hatukupewa pembe. Wewe una pembe ulipewa ya kupigana naye, una kucha yenye unaweza karua mtu naye. Hukupewa ngozi yenye nawasha mtu, ulipewa akili for self defense. That is what differentiates us with cows and lions. Lions has energy, but we have a brain to make bullets to limit the lions. So why can't we utilize our brain well?
Okay, I hear you. What I'm trying to say, and I hear you very well, yeah. Sometimes I don't really take Kenyan partisan politics seriously because they're aligned in a similar way. Okay, they only become different during election time. But in terms of what I meant by these people going to buy people, this is very dangerous because once they've started doing that, it's going to be a movement because they know that they effect their way into power by claiming hustler. And now they know that this hustler thing is not working. So they must find a way. You can see this Rigathi Gachagua, every single day, he has to mention Raila Odinga because he has to keep the momentum, which they don't have now. So they must find a way to make sure that this power that they've got does not slip away. So what they're doing now is going to buy. They're going to buy people. You can see the embarrassment they had in this Mashujaa Day. They had to bus in kids from schools and things like that. You know, the problem we need to, you know, these guys, they watch this Mutembei TV. They do. That Mr. Ruto said it himself. Yeah. They're probably burning the midnight oil, their agents, watching this with us right now. Okay, so that they can take it to their meetings tomorrow and brief the NIS can brief that man every day. You know, they watch, which is good because right now we don't have an opposition. So this platform is very strong and very good. Yeah, and we must use it in such a way that we bring meaningful change. And this meaningful change is, for example, we must be ready to say what's next. So I'm trying to say people need to, if the political parties that we believe in are not prepared to support new leaders, we're doing it. We need to start talking about it. And I don't care if people now start saying, you're saying that Kalonzo or Raila or whoever cannot continue. No, that's not what I'm saying. Maybe that's what I'm saying. But we need to start identifying strong leaders, because these guys at the moment, they are way ahead of us, these guys of Kenya Kwanza, in terms of what they're doing. So we need to start identifying strong leaders.
You know, one thing,
Go ahead.
and I'm telling you this way, there's something that I'm doing. As we're speaking now, there's something that I'm doing. And I'm likely to complete it in the next 6 months. After 6 months, I might, if that is possible, if that it means Kenya to be united and to have good leaders, I can sacrifice my life to have a better Kenya. I can do it. I have no problem with that. Because if I can die and we have 50 million Kenyans enjoying their life, I would have died like a hero. I would go heaven and shout it and say, I've done something good. If I can be sacrificial lamb for the benefit of 50 million Kenyans, I don't see any reason for that. Even in military, they say, if you kill one to rescue 100, you have not done any mistake. So just time, it is going there. What was holding me was more of a degree that I needed to complete. I've completed it. And now there's something that I'm doing a little, maybe 6 months. After that, we shall get into it. And what I know, there's one thing that you cannot do. You cannot distort facts and you cannot distort data. We'll use the data, we'll use the fact to drive the message to the people directly that whatever happens, whatever goes to happen, there's nothing new likely to happen with the government apart from being a social media propagandist, whereby every government official looks as if is a blogger, because they want to keep the momentum that they are doing something. They want to appear like there's something that they are doing, but in reality and in the real essence, there's nothing that they are doing. That's what is happening. That's what you see. And I want you to check very well. When they are talking, they say, we will. You know, we will is not like we have. We will can go even for 10 years. We have is something that it has already been done. So Kenya should get the difference, that difference. We will set aside. The next question should be when, not because we will can be even be that years, because you have not been reached there. So these are the things that I'm telling you, we as Kenyans, that if we need true leadership, we need true changes, we should reach at a point that you are ready and we have what you call selfish interest. And we will have to reach at a point that we value every life of every Kenyan more than we value our lives. Not that we hate ourselves, but we believe in the right course direction of our nation. And that is what I'm calling upon every Kenyan to exercise. That you, when you see something that is happening, and maybe when you see something that you can do correctly, don't care more about the casualty that will come with it, as long as it will serve the masses right. And in your clear mind, you know very well it will be beneficial to them. Don't look back and ask yourself, how many people will tell me thank you? How many people will acknowledge? How will I benefit? If you look at that side, you will not be able to make change in Kenya. We need to reach at a point that I say, I, Francis, myself, I'm ready to take this course, not for the betterness of myself, but for the betterness of a country that I believe has have a promising future. If all of us will reach at that point, I think there will be no any leader who will be able to divide us. And I think we're heading there.
Good. But now you're beginning to talk like Bobby Wine. you know, Bobby Wine is challenging a dictator to the extent where even Ugandans were now saying that Bobby Wine is part of the dictatorship that Museveni has just bought in to pretend that he is challenging Museveni. But that man is very brave, Bobby Wine. Museveni was targeting him and it didn't work. The problem I have with the approach that many Kenyans have tried in the past is that once you start, you have a clear view what you want to do, but you will be blacked out There'll be media blackout of what you're doing. They will call you names, which is fine because you're ready to do what you want to do. Yeah. But the worst thing in African politics, the worst thing, what happens is, to me, what I know, the worst thing is Western governments interfering with change. No, wait, I finish. Yeah. You know, I don't even need to allege, this is there in record, that Western governments have a big say, even when we try to defeat these systems. They have a big say. You know, right now, America especially is very happy about William Ruto. Very, extremely happy, you know, because he's speaking as if he thinks he's Joe Biden with his bottom-up approach. Yeah. He's also speaking as conservative as the Republicans. The Americans are happy with this person. You know, their interests are being protected. This man does not like China, this Ruto. So the Western powers are very, very happy. So can you think of a way that, that apart from fear, you know, apart from the issue of Western interference, what else can we do? And this is what we're doing here. Because Ruto and his co, they're watching. Yeah? You know, wherever these guys are sitting, they're wetting themselves because they're not used to this. What Kina Raila, Kina Matiba brought, this freedom of speech. Yeah? So we're not doing a small thing here. Okay, go ahead.
You know, Mondi, you are probably a father. That's I hope. And even if you are not a father, I know you have sisters. Even if you don't have sisters, you know people who have sisters and brothers and who have children. When you are doing something, because I was brought up in a family of 10 children, it was really challenge because that's where I really learned how life it is. Because in the family of 10 children, you know, and I'm the 8th born, I'm almost the last born, you know, you have to struggle very hard because at some moment you have challenges mbele zako mingi sana. So what happens is that I myself, I don't look at the backlash, what happens to the people. Because mtoto wako sie ukuambia chenye unafanya. Wewe ndio unafanyanga because unaona pale mbele manufaa yake. Si hapa penye yeye anaona. You know, a kid anaweza kuja kama, let's say when you have late, maybe let's use our young girls when at the puberty. That's what we call body desires, that kind of hormones in the body that it tries to show them that you can have a male friend. But you as a father, you know very well, any engagement with a male friend will lead to pregnancy, some diseases and so forth. You will try to calm and to try to control the young lady so that this stage does not affect her so much. So you don't want to know if at that moment she will love you or not, but you know you will have to give her a promising future. So wherever you are doing something, look at the benefit at the future or the benefit at that point. Don't look at what will happen, likely to happen at roadside. Because what I know very well, if today we change our policy to become open-minded, there are people in an open-minded society, they cannot survive because they are not ready for that. Obviously, they will be our enemies because they believe that we will cut them short. So that one should not scare us. It should actually motivate us. As long as our right course of action is justifiable and we can really say that at the end we'll achieve something something good, we have nothing to fear. And let me tell you, I've been looking at the history of the migrants from South Sudan to Kenya. I'm telling you, these people are walking kilometers and kilometers to come into Kenya land. That is from South Sudan. That was during when Riek Machar and the other person, the former vice president, they were fighting. These people, Salva Kiir, they had no choice. They had two choices. Should they stay in Sudan and die of anger or war, or walk in Kenya to die on the way, or survive when they arrive in Kenya. So the better route was, let us try, even if we die, but at least some of us will reach in Kenya. You know,
By the way,
both of them has
many of them
problems.
have many of them have ended up here
Yes.
in the UK on the boats. They've traveled all the way to Libya, and then they have suffered along the routes. Over the last 3-4 years, 5,000 people have drowned on the Mediterranean sea route to, just getting into Spain and Italy and all that, and a lot of them were from Sudan. So I get your gist, what you're trying to say. And
Yes.
I meet many, even in my work, I have met so many people here from Southern Sudan, and it's crazy the stories they tell you. So I agree with you what you're saying, that the end justifies the means.
Exactly.
I did,
Absolutely
yeah.
right. You know, so that's why I'm saying that Kenyans, we need to reach at a point. If Dedan Kimathi stood and said that we, the Europeans, we want our land and our independence, he was buried alive. If he could have said, I, Dedan Kimathi, have family to look at, oh, sijui I have this, oh, I'm not sijui nini, mimi siwezi, mbona watasema aje, oh, alafu nijitolee, alafu wengine waje wafaidike, probably today we could be still in colonial rule. Probably, But he looked at which vision he had. I need a Kenya better for my children. Whatever casualties attached with it, I don't care. What I care is that what I want is an independent country, that every man has a voice, every man make his own choice without an influence of anything. You have also touched about the issue to do with the colonial powers. What happens is that the Americans, they always want Africans to go to the negotiating table, not as equal partners, but as waiters, people who serve them. That is why in 1888, under Otto von Bismarck, the person who led the partition and scramble of Africa, there was no any Africa to represent them there. They were them as powers, because he believed that the Africans are the people to be controlled, are not people to give their own opinion. So as long as we allow such kind of things to progress and to continue, it will have, they will take us for granted. We need to channel and to stand and say, with the power of the people, we are the final and the supreme say in our electoral system. With the people, we have the final say. With the people, we have what it takes to govern the country, and not an outsider. But as long as you keep looking at, oh, sijui itafanyika nini. Let me tell you, by the way, kuna watu maybe, let me also inform you, because I've also run a little bit of history and I can really look at things in a very diverse way. The crisis of Libya started in 1986, not 2001. Let nobody cheat you. It started in 1986 when the Libyans attacked Americans who wanted to invade them from Mediterranean Sea. Because the Americans were defeated at that time in 1986, they even sank a naval ship. It is there, it's recorded. So the Americans, because it was, they knew very well if they could have continued, it could have backlashed on people that they were invading a country. So they retreated at that particular moment. They waited until in 2011 when there was an Arab Spring, and they seized the moment to repay back whatever was done in 1986. Libya is a country with the light petroleum. Petroleum has different density. Petroleum here, Libya is the best for industry. It's much lighter and much best for machines, unlike other oil. So they felt that they were supposed to have been to buy that oil and petroleum to run their machines. But because Gaddafi was not of that idea, and he needed an equal negotiation or an equal rules, they eliminated him. Let me ask you the other question, if you can answer me. Africa has gold. Why are we still banking on United States, our reserves, to maintain our currency, instead of us having our gold as a reserves to preserve our currency, to bank our currency on gold, whereas we can have enough gold to sustain our one currency all over in Africa? Why should we not come of idea that we have?
Francis,
Yes, God.
you know, these conversations have been had. People have tabled these conversations from as far and as from as long as I can remember. Even in 1945, when all these African leaders and the Caribbean black leaders met in Manchester, George Padmore and all those people, they disagreed and agreed, and they bitterly disagreed about some of these things. Yeah, Kwame Nkrumah was presumed to be radical at that time. When he came for one of those conferences in the 1940s, and he met with one Dr. Raphael Amato, who left Ghana from a young age. He was a Ghanaian nationalist, medical doctor in the UK, and they had ideological disagreements. So you, for example, someone might express you as a radical free speech person, the way you present yourself, and someone might think that I'm moderate, but I know the cards under the table. But you're radical. Some people might think this guy is too radical. So what I'm trying to say here, these kind of things have been discussed. And when it comes to state control and a powerful leader like Gaddafi, a radical person, yeah, we have very few in Africa who can challenge the Western society, the Western governments. And I'll give you a prime example. Our situation in Kenya is historical. So there's a legacy to it. So, for example, when we're thinking about all these things, elections, status quo, and so on, tribe, and we are thinking, how is Britain or the West physically involved in Kenya? All you have to do is to go to Archer's Post, where they have one of the largest British Army camps in the world, and it's in Kenya. And I don't want to go into the agreements they had about that, how they are there since the 1940s during the Second World War, and why they are still there. Now you ask yourself this question, crucial. Why are they still there at Nanyuki or whatever it is?
Let me tell you.
No, wait, I finish. Now, the reason why I gave you this as an example is when we speak about Western powers, yeah, we should not just say it, but we should give an empirical example. And this is a pure empirical example. There is no way, for example, you can stage a successful coup in Kenya. It will not happen. Why? Because the British have a massive base in Kenya, and they're interested to keep their economic interests going, right? I'm not making a treasonable statement. I'm speaking fact. Yeah. And so you find that besides the fact that we have useless leaders, there is strong presence of the West, physical presence. And that disrupts the people in power in Kenya. Yeah. how they do things. And you know, Kenya is a very consumer society. You're thinking about a society that buys everything, nearly everything is shipped into Kenya. Very few manufacturing um, places in Kenya. So Kenya relies a lot on the West and the East. And that is also part of the problem. So what Mr. Odinga was trying to introduce, which now didn't happen, was to change those dynamics. How can we control ourselves? We have to create our own strong economy, manufacturing. We have to be more egalitarian. And this Western society, you're going to give people 6,000 shillings a month. Okay, so that our charity organizations that come from the UK we don't populate your country with our wazungus. You know, you're going to kill our industry, our charity industry, because now you want to give people 6,000 shillings a month. Yeah, that should not happen in Africa, and that is what they did not want to happen in Libya, because in Libya this was the only African society that was benefiting from the social security system, and they killed it. Yeah, they killed it, kabisa. So this is a man who wears a suit and he's a capitalist. Yes, Raila is a capitalist, right? But he has socialist principles, but he's a capitalist. That one, if you compare Raila Odinga with Jaramogi, you know who is a capitalist and who is a socialist. Jaramogi was a very, very strong socialist. Raila Odinga is a capitalist, but he is a capitalist with a human face. So he wanted to change the system so that not that it looks like the West, but it looks human. So he wants to bring an egalitarian system where things are equal. These people were scared. They were scared. You cannot have that in Africa. No, no. In fact, it even threatened their jobs industry because they have stolen a lot of doctors and nurses from Africa. Yeah, many professional jobs have gone to Europe and America. And now this man wants to improve society and people are going to stop running away from Kenya. No, it can't happen. So the battle between the West and Africa is real. I'll let you continue.
So thank you. You know, we have spoken it and I've clearly known it. By the way, let me tell you, and these things are happening, but individual might say that, you know, oh, it's bitterness or what. In United States of America, if I can recall you remember Hunter Biden, he was involved in a certain kind of scheme in Ukraine. And Donald Trump made a phone call to the Volodymyr Zelensky to investigate Joe Biden so that he identifies his name. Then that one will make him to look bad in the voters. Then he will win he will have an easy time to win. When the Congress knew that kind of outstretched plan, and the person who was able to lift that lead, I think was a former CIA or something, if I can remember. If I can remember, I remember very well, he said Trump committed tenacious act by asking a foreign power to investigate a presidential candidate. That is the first time we saw an impeachment motion against Trump. It never succeeded because in Senate was defeated, because he had Mitch McConnell under his feet and people with other leaders under the Republican. Then that one did not stop there. There was an issue that the Hunter Biden used to, was he working in a company? He was working in a particular company dealing with China. So the moment being dealing with China and the company was the thing from Ukraine. So they say that Biden was able not to investigate a certain chief justice from Ukraine in favor that Hunter should not be investigated for what he did for China, for doing business with Chinese companies that are under they were under embargo. So what happened? Immediately towards the election, around I think it was 2 months, somebody collected the Hunter Biden laptop and leaked the files. It was done voluntarily to turn the tide in the election. You know what happened? There was censorship. The Americans could not have accepted just an one individual to cause Americans to lose a leader. They censored that information. You could not share, you could not open that link. And that is how Biden became the president. I'm telling you, if that image were able to be leaked and to be shared widely, today we could be having Trump as the president. And you know what it means to Trump as the president? He could have destroyed NATO. How many times has he said that he wanted to leave NATO? You know, it is very easy to destroy something where we're inside, whereas you are outside. So that's what I'm talking about the West. When it reaches to the time of the West, they are willing to do anything as much as they can be able to protect the leader they believe is the best to articulate their issue. That is why they did not mind to censor information from ANTA that were likely to cause a tide in the election. But come to Kenya. These people will go ahead and sponsor statements that are against a particular candidate who they feel is not the rightful person. Look at, for example, nataka sasa ufanye hivi, and I want you to do it and to tell me if it's workable. Enda Google, search mambo yenye unataka, maybe kama unataka kubuy viatu, search viatu, maybe usearch viatu za, let's assume usearch kama sneakers. We search tu, hata usearch kwa 2 days tu peke yake. Enda FB kwa account yako. Every ad that will be appearing there will be about sneakers. Go and check it. Look at the Google. You have searched something in Google, then the ad and the advertisement will be about sneakers in FB. So what do they do? If it's about maybe Raila wamembrand kama mtu mbaya, ukianza kusearch wanakuletea kwa Facebook, kila kona wanakisha kwamba ukienda Facebook wapi unaiona, so that you remain there and there. That is why even the Russians, I remember the Russians were accused in 2016 of meddling their affairs by branding Biden as a person who was suffering from dementia. But unfortunately, they were defeated. But they were able to brand Clinton as a person who wanted a third world war. You know, the Russians, because they were able to form accounts and to sponsor certain kinds of information that was more likely to cause favorable outcome to the Republicans. These are the things that the West will. Yes.
Can I just interrupt?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
on that point where you've talked about media and information technology, you can see even in the Daily Nation, since that man was inaugurated, they've stubbornly put a pop-up on the front page of the Daily Nation every single day online. You see Ruto in a function there somewhere. I don't know what function. 2 pictures, yeah, or videos. It pops up in the Daily Nation webpage. This is something they've done to you know, these people, they still can't believe they're in office. This is something they've done to not to instigate fear, but to instill this thing, you know, that this is what you have to see every day. You know, this is part of it's an IT and AI thing. Kina nani are quite behind it. This tag Itumbi. You know, so social media is also internet media is also a very strong way into which these people are doing what they want and when they want it. I am not saying that we should look for excuses about, for example,
it's not excuses.
No,
what I know, it's real.
No.
It's happening.
Yeah.
It is happening.
Because,
for example, let me tell you.
No. Wait, my brother. You said, yeah, that you want to, you have a project and within 6 months you want to realize that project. Number one, yeah, be careful with what you say in these platforms. I know you say that you don't fear, but these are the platforms which are busy with state agents. Yeah? Me, ngoja. Me, I'm out here, but I have family there. So I know things that I can say and things that I cannot say. And I can tell you, my friend, my brother, I have first-hand information about what happened during election time, which personally I cannot put here because I know if I put it here, it is dangerous for my siblings, yeah, or people back home, you know. So it's more or less I'm more careful about my siblings than I'm careful about myself. I was even in Kenya a few weeks ago, so for me, I really don't care. But for my siblings, once I'm out here, I care, yeah. So I'm just letting you know that yes, I know you feel very bitter and very strong about these issues, but don't don't give yourself this is my timeline. In 6 months, this is my no, surprise people, whatever it is, yeah.
Yes.
And be with the people you trust, kabisa.
I always act
You
alone,
know
but
me,
then let me tell you. Let me tell
bro.
you.
I've
Yes.
worked in Kenya in an organization that was bagged. The offices were bagged. During whose time? Kibaki, between 2003 and 2006. When I
Was it
came back to
standard
Kenya
media or
briefly
nation media?
for those. No, I'm not telling you.
I
Between
know it was about
2003 and 6,
was it about the Atur
when I came
brothers?
back.
Was it about the
Well,
Atur brothers?
this is why when we started this conversation, I told you I cannot shed tears for Kinoti because all these people, they're the same. It doesn't matter what tribe, DCI, whatever. So all I'm saying is, bro, um, when you make some of these speeches because we're angry about the system, just 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 be careful, because especially the man in power now, you see him there laughing with Mutembe at I can see what you're broadcasting on your Mutembe TV. You know what he does? That Ruto, he disarms you. He's very good at disarming people to the point where you say, "Oh, this guy is so nice." Eh? The man who knows him best, William Uhuru Kenyatta, said, "Hey, you guys, you're going to vote for this guy." Did you
So
did you hear my
Moja,
last? Did you hear my
there's
last
a
there?
problem.
Yeah, no. What I was saying is that can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
What I was saying, if Uhuru Kenyatta said what he said repeatedly about William Ruto, and now people are saying that Uhuru Kenyatta lied to Raila, me, I don't buy that story because I don't get that story at Uhuru lied to Raila. This man said what he said about Ruto, and you see Ruto is dismantling every effort of Uhuru Kenyatta, left, right, and center. We have no right to say at Uhuru lied to Raila or no. That's nonsense, right? This man has potential of running this country down. I don't know when you were born, but we saw what he did with during the Youth for Kanu 1992 with the fake money and all that, him and Jirongo, right? And we know what Jirongo has said publicly about him. So please do not underestimate this man, right? Earlier on,
So
I had a conversation there between you and is it Mulumba or the guy who was here earlier?
Mulumbu.
And yeah. So my last line about this is he was talking about tribes and he said that he doesn't want to misrepresent the Kikuyus, but he wants to say the truth. Now, the truth is that we have different communities in Kenya, right? Who have been lied to by their leaders. Yeah. I don't think that all Kikuyus are like this or like that, all Luos or Masais or what, you know. I prefer to deal with individuals, yeah? But there is some things that can be tested empirically, like what we have seen now with how they've employed people as permanent secretaries, right? But I was telling Nyagaka earlier on, yeah? He was there chatting on the messenger thing, crying that UDA have disappointed him and the Kisi community because they've not been given any posts as PSs. Why are Kenyans obsessed with these state jobs? Why? Why? For what reason? I don't understand it. Those state jobs are the worst jobs ever, right? And I don't understand why Kenyans are obsessed with state jobs that has been given to someone, not even to them. This person should represent my community. What's that? Especially now that we have a devolved system of power. So concentrate on your county. Why are you thinking about, oh, now they're saying oh, I can see Luos clapping oh, now we have the internal security PS is from Homa Bay. What? So what? So what? Anyway, that's my thinking.
Yes, thank you. Tom Mboya, who was a Luo, was assassinated during the time of Ezekiel Oyugi. I think Oyugi. If you could truly, is it Oyugi?
That is Ouko. Ouko you're talking about, Ouko.
Yes, Ouko was
Robert
assassinated
Ouko.
during the time of Oyugi, who they shared tribe with him. So as long having a tribe there does not entirely meaning that your interests will be protected. No, it can be there to rubber stamp so that when there's an attack of that community, you not come out with guns blazing. You just say, hey, inaweza kuwa ni mtu wetu kweli amefanya hivi, mnanyamaza. So it's just a rubber stamp there to confirm anything. Anyway, the things which are happening. But what I know, Ouko was assassinated during the time of Oyugi. And Oyugi and Ouko share community, the same community. If indeed Oyugi was powerful, he could not have allowed that thing to go on. So anyway, what I understand is that the powerful tool that the Western are using is social media at the point right now. Before I welcome Mary, I need to look at this. TikTok is a company that was made in China. China is a communist state that believes on values of society. China huwezi enda kulete kuvaa mavazi mbaya. China huwezi fanya vituko. China, they believe on strict, that is bureaucracy kind of governance that you need to follow specific rules and this and this. Why is it that the same TikTok in Kenya, it is advertising gayism, prostitution, things to do with bad wearing of clothes and so forth, and the same TikTok? What is happening is there, what I've heard with people is that they have introduced a algorithm that really controls the information that can be fed to the Africans and the information that will be fed to his people. So wherever you are being fed, we are being fed with mud in our mind to become corrupted and to become not to think right way. Because the moment unakuwa ukifungua TikTok unapata ni mtu amevaa crop top na maybe amevaa panty. What derives in our mind is that it's more sexual than thinking that we can build a country apart from thinking sexuality. But in China, what happens is that they will have an algorithm whereby those projects they're making of vehicles and so forth is what their children will see. So after 20 years, Kenyans shall have a horny generation, but the Chinese will have a constructive generation. That's what happens. Anyway, Mary, where are you?
Yeah, thank
The
you.
horny generation.
How are you, Amodi? I see Julia and
I'm good.
Moses. Yes. Nimesikia umesema kitu muhimu sana hapo, habari ya PS, that it's not a very important job. Sema kweli inaweza kuwa important kama umepewa ndio, lakini hata kama hujapewa, it doesn't mean that you don't deserve respect wherever you are, or you cannot do anything else for your community wherever you are. Surely even that is the time when you have freedom to do much for your people. Not just being in the office, but you can be with them and see how they are faring up. So for permanent secretary, let's put it aside. Whoever has been given, that's fine. We have seen what they have done. However, even if there are other tribes and you are not given, that shows something very bad for the head of state having to, segregate other tribes from having taking part on being on that kind of category. The other thing I wanted to say is about what Francis said about pombe. Hiyo pombe si sasa imeanza. If you look at Central wameumia na wamelia kwa muda mrefu, and still they looked for it again to be more than it has been. Wazazi wamelia sana upande wa Central kuhusu pombe, vile watoto wao wameumia, hawajijui, hawaendi kwa masomo, hata in most cases they were saying even hata hawaoi. So I don't understand, but it is a reality. Now, if it happens that this pombe will come now, like licensed to be done, how would Central look like?
Mary,
yeah.
It is not that it will be licensed. It has been licensed. We are not talking of things that likely to happen. It has already have happened. So we are talk of the effect. Now let's address the effect, not what will likely occur.
Hiyo ni pombe gani yenye wame license?
Then I think then when it was not licensed, walikunywa kabisa. Sasa hakuna kuonekana tena. Sasa mambo ni mbaya sababu imekuwa licensed. So where are we heading? Central kwanza ndio imeumia sana na hiyo hiyo pombe. Nikiangalia naona watu wengine wanalia ati hawakupewa permanent secretary. Afadhali hata ukose permanent secretary na watu wako wawe wazima. Sasa Wakikuyu mnamalizwa na pombe, mtaelekea wapi hata mkipewa PS? PS si nyinyi mmepewa wananchi, ni mtu mmoja tu kati yenu ndiye amepata. Atawasaidia na nini? Kuwaletea pombe. I'm very, very saddened because that is my tribe. But I don't care about them because that is what they looked for. I support what I mean it was good for the country, and that is where I stand. I don't care about tribes. I care about good governance. Thank you.
So thank you. You know, it's a problem that we're having. Those who of you who are there, let's join the channel. Let's have different ideas. Let's have diversity. That's what I've been agitating for. Because I believe that a country is built by having different mind. You don't need to appear like a total man to have a good country. We can have a good country by having different ideas. That's why we have helicopters, we have motor vehicles, we have motorcycles, bicycles, we have jets, we have so many things because we think differently. That's the beauty of a country. You are assuming that all of us could be looking like Omondi. Hata tungepewa ID, juu sasa hii ID ingepigwa aje picha. It could be very difficult. That beauty comes that me, when you look at Omondi, is different from me. That's the beauty of it. Eh?
Francis.
Yes.
Nilikuwa nauliza behind news hiyo mnasema pombe gani yenye wame license?
Kuna almost 25 producers of alcohol, hizi cheap hizi zinaitwa Kangara. Imepewa license ya cooperate, zimepewa license ya cooperate. And majority of them are coming from a particular region. So hizi ni pombe ambazo zilizima. Unakumbuka time fulani Kibicho aliongoza kampeni ya kuzima pombe Central?
Yep.
Hizo kampuni ndio zilifungwa hiyo time. Na pia hata kampuni ya mtu anaitwa Humphrey Kariuki. I think that person has a court case about mambo ya counterfeit in court case, Humphrey Kariuki. his company has also been given and go ahead to go and do some kind of new production, sijui ni maji ama ni nini, but they have not had, unajua, the moment a company is banned, somebody cannot ban a company because of nothing. We need to address the issue. Was the issue resolved before we give you back your license? But here it seems that the license were issued as a way to punish Uhuru Kenyatta. I hope he's still being punished. Julia.
Let me say something, Francis, before Julia comes. Remember, Museveni alisema ati his people are lazy. That is why he's able to rule all these years. And now I'll put to you, your guess is good as mine. Thank you.
Welcome, Julia.
Mary, just 2 seconds. Mary was saying something there which I need to plug into this conversation about alcohol. Do you think that they're intentionally making us a drunk nation so that we forget about the things they're about to do? Because you know all these things of psychosocial and behaviors. Some of the policymakers, they're in tune with this kind of things. They think about how people will react, how people do things, why we should make certain things cheaper, and why different types of alcohol could be part of their solution. Because they don't care. And honestly, I don't like to lionize or glamorize Mount Kenya or Central Province, so to speak, because I think that's a disaster. Because during the campaigns, it was all about Mount Kenya this, Mount Kenya that. But this thing is not only in Mount Kenya. This pandemic of sorts is happening in different parts of Kenya. You can see the same, cheap alcohol, and of course the high spirit alcohol being produced and sold to young people carelessly in different parts of the country. And of course, in the matrix of poverty, you cannot decide poor people should not drink, so only rich people or middle classes should drink. No, that is also unfair, right? But the poor people, the only pombe they will access is the dangerous pombe, right? So, these people, they've thought about all these things. It's like they have a research and development branch in how they want to harm people, yeah? And they're also contradicting everything they do. Mara they're praying, and Mara they have hotels called Weston, which sell pombe. Mara they're condemning, they're saying they want to raise taxes, and they're saying, please leave Keroche alone, who was selling without paying taxes. So there's so much contradiction. I can't keep up with them. Thank you.
Welcome, Julia.
Omondi, let me say one point. Omondi, why I mentioned about Central is because there was a lot of outcry from that end, and they were really open that they were talking about people having no families, and people have adopted drunkardness all the time. So that's why I mentioned that part. I know it is all over because we have got poor people all over the country. So, and they want to make themselves high in different ways. So that's not that I was just talking about Central. It can be all over the country. Thank you.
So welcome. So Julia.
Okay, asante Francis, I want to apologize for being off camera. Nimeona tu niongee kidogo alafu niende nikalale. Okay, about pombe, just allow me to talk about that because Mary ameongea. Central, Mary, I just think that our people chenye tunawasumbua ni greed. You know, greed is something. I'm sorry to say this, but I think there is more greed in Mount Kenya than any other part of Kenya. And unfortunately, the rest of the country is adopting this and thinking that watu wa Mount Kenya wanakaa wamechanuka, so it's a good thing. It's not a good thing. That is greed. That is why they have all these kind of pombes. And they began by destroying their own with that greed. and you'll see somebody like, I don't know what kind of pombe Francis Keroche sells, but I used to see some kind of pombe in Mount Kenya region at one time in Kirinyaga. One time villagers just gathered and burnt down the whole factory because they were saying it was destroying their youngsters. So hiyo pombe is greed, and watu wa Mount Kenya, kama mnawatch hii show, hiyo greed yenyu ndio sababu mumeuza, you have sold the nation to the dogs, the country to the dogs. You did that because nyinyi, for you, not everybody, not everybody in Mount Kenya region, but many of you, like Tony Maina here, who is asking me silly questions, that many of you, the end justifies the means. You know, I've been saying this, Francis. If somebody is okay with Ruto's government, it's just because you're okay with stealing and all that thuggery na huo ujambazi, ndio sababu naita serikali ya majambazi. Hata nashangaa ati akina Penny Nyagaka ati they are feeling bad, they were not given a PS. Who wants to work with majambazi? Somebody was saying here that somebody should hire Matiang. Matiang cannot work with majambazi. Me, Matiang is my hero, and I don't think he can work with criminals and crooks. I don't think I would do so, even if right now I'm offered a free, even if I made cabinet secretary for education or anything, because I don't know how it would work in that kind of a government. Those are only majambazi who would work, who would want to. So those of you who are feeling that mjapewa kazi na majambazi, and unless you share in the same vision ya ujambazi, mnataka kupora nchi yetu ishe. So about these cabinet secretaries from Mount Kenya region, I don't know how many. It doesn't matter. It is not going to help the common man. Today I saw a very, I think yesterday I saw some lady who was saying, I think it is Thika or somewhere, she took her kid to the hospital, the child died, and I think the child had an accident in the farm. Lakini kuangalia boma yao, you know, Francis, I'm sorry to say this, it's a long time since I saw nyumba ya matope Mount Kenya region. You people have just forgive me. Mimi nimezaliwa, nimelelewa Mary, nimekomaa, and I am not brought up in town, like town, for the rest of my life, but you wouldn't see nyumba ya matope. But today I saw one. What does that tell you? Mount Kenya region economy is deteriorating, and people are becoming poorer and poorer because of the lifestyle their leaders have adopted. Mount Kenya region is a man-eat-man society, and that is a disease they are spreading to the rest of Kenya. And some Kenyans think that this is heroism, that the end justifies the means. So if you vote for a thief for presidency, you think he's a hero because he stole. So he cannot even account how he rose to where he is, or how much he has amassed wealth, and where he has amassed the wealth from. And we think this is heroism. Tunaenda tukisema ati sijui Hasla amekuwa president, and we are here fighting Uhuru. Uhuru is really suffering, Francis. Yeah, Uhuru is really suffering. Uhuru is really miserable right now. He does not know how to pay school fees for his children. Uhuru alipelekwa watu wa Mount Kenya kina Tony. Uhuru jana alipelekwa chakula ya relief juzi, si mlimuona akipelekwa chakula ya relief, akipelekwa unga asaidiwe because his children are hungry. I think we should look back and see that if we wanted to punish Uhuru, then we've punished ourselves. And unfortunately, the moves Mount Kenya region makes, they make and punish the rest of the country. Though personally, I don't believe that the election was fair. I don't even think Ruto won at all, and I think he lost miserably. And I'm not going to change my mind about that. But I wanted to ask Francis today. Leo nimeona ati kwamba mmepeana chakula kule Somali. How is the state of the food in the country, Francis? Because I saw that Kenya was donating food to Somali. When you react later, Francis, you can respond to me. And then I want to comment about these extrajudicial killings that opens. Yes, let us find out about these extrajudicial killings. And let us find out who killed the witnesses of Hague. We want to know. Tunataka kujua hayo yote. Yes, we want Ruto to tell us how Paul Gisheru died the other day. Asinyamaze kimya, atuambie kabisa. He should tell us all the witnesses that were for the ICC that were against him. How did they die? He should tell us one by one.
Nearly 12 of them.
nearly 12 of them. So we want to know. We are not complaining about people being asked about the extrajudicial killing. We are not atulalamiki, but we want everything on earth. So as they arrest the police who may be allegedly involved in extrajudicial killing, we want to know how the ICC, the Hague witnesses died, and who killed them and who paid for their killing. We also want to know who financed the killing in Kiambaa Church. We want to know that. Tunataka hawa watu washikwe. Bwana Ruto penye huko, tunataka wenye walichoma hao watu Kiambaa washikwe. You have just opened a can of worms, and the worms have begin flowing. Here comes the one, Mr. President William Samoei Ruto. You have just done that. We want to know who killed our people in Kiambaa Church and Molo. Name them. Tunataka kujua ni nani. Tunataka hawa watu washikwe na wapelekwe jela, na mwenye aliwe finance apelekwe jela, na kama he's among the bosses, he should arrest himself. That is what we want to know. Si ati mnafanya kazi nusu, ati mnamwambia watu wametua Mount Kenya, alafu hamtuambii. We want to know who did all these things. So this level of hypocrisy, I think it is high time. And my question is, I don't know where this is going to stop, because that is, you should ask Sri Lanka walianza wapi. And I'm not praying for doom for Kenya, but all these fallen nations, they start with that such level of high-headedness and dictatorship and tribalism and all those, and impunity, like the word that was upheld by Chebukati and Mother Koome. So this level of impunity, sijui itafika wapi. Francis, ukijibu niambie kama mko na chakula ya kutosha kupeana Somali, ama Wakenya wetu wameshiba, so that now we can donate food. Asante Francis.
So thank you. Omondi, just 1 minute, Omondi. You can go on. I saw you have raised a hand. Are you okay?
Yes, yes. Just 1 minute. I wanted to ask.
Yes.
No, I wanted to add a point to Julia's lovely presentation, but also I wanted to give my apology to Mary if she got me wrong. I didn't mean to say that Mary has used made Mount Kenya look grand, that it's the grand topic. No, I was talking about the media and all the other perceptions during the campaigns. Every time it was Mount Kenya, Mount Kenya, Mount Kenya, but not you specifically, Mary. And the next thing is I was going to add to what Julia has said about extrajudicial killings, because I still believe that we are under the mercy of Western powers, okay? And if you look at the corporate system, for example, Vodafone, which is a UK company, which was the giant that part-owned Safaricom, especially their big shares during the post-election violence time in 2007. And so Vodacom, Safaricom refused to share important information that was relating to telecommunications between some of the suspects, text messages and so on, and their people on the ground, which was evidence that was admissible at the ICC, but this company refused to cooperate with the ICC. So we have a situation where these people have killed so much evidence, including the corporate sector, have killed so much evidence that I don't know how the extrajudicial killings, even in this digital age where telephone evidence can be retrieved and used as permissible evidence, it's a nightmare. I really feel for those families that someone can just come one day and kill your child and then dump them in the forest or in some national park. You know, I was speaking to, for example, one of the victims' family, you know, the Yebei guy who died, the ICC potential witness years ago. And these people are so scared to speak. You know, I'm telling you, people from Rift Valley are the most scared because they know who they're dealing with, but they're very, very scared. It's like they've gone back to the 24 years of Moi. Anyway, thanks for that small moment
So
to add to what you said.
welcome. You know, on the screen I've shared the companies that are there. You can look them. I don't know if they're well visible. Moses, you can continue because this one is just a video, is just a picture. You can still continue, but I think I've shared the list of those, the list of the companies that have been permitted to operate that were making alcohol, and some of them made very controversial statements, controversial when during their closing down, and now they are back to operation without any due report of whatever things that had happened. And you know, Julia had asked something, just to answer it in brief, that the thing concerning why should we donate to Somalia, whereas in Kenya we are still angry, there's something that we call international support. What Ruto is trying to do is trying to woo the Western powers that is generous and that he can give donation to a country during crisis, so that when the Congress will be preparing budgets to do with helping African countries, I think will be more considered in terms of how it will be helped. Remember, even in Kenya, if I can recall back very well, there are some time back, Kenya used to exaggerate the extent at which terrorism was within the country so that they receive additional funding. You remember, even for those of you who have done history a little bit well, Osama bin Laden was living in Pakistan, and a very good house, tight security and so forth. He was just being kept there so that American will keep giving Afghanistan reward for justice to that money, so that they look for somebody whom they have. It's the same game that Ruto is trying to play, that he shows that he is giving Somalia because of terror attacks and so forth, so that when the Congress will be sitting down and giving donation, will consider Kenya being a country that can extend hand, and therefore it will be selected as a country that can oversee distribution of relief foods to Somalia. So it's just a game of this, but he's doing that game at expenses of Kenyans, because I think Kenyans, we are the people that we gave him the supreme power. Before he makes other people fool, he should make us fool. So these are the things which are happening. And then, Julia, we need also to get it clear is that we cannot be operating in terms of criminality. My brother Moses, if you come, you can tell us that we can all sell kidney in Kenya and become rich. But that one, I think, will not be a way of earning a living by selling our kidney. We need an ethical way of earning. So whoever who is thinking that earning is just earning, it's not earning. Some earning is just criminal. You cannot earn by killing people, by destroying families. We need clean money. I don't know if that one still exists in minds of Kenyans. Yes, Moses.
Thanks Francis. Mimi chenye naweza sema, if hii regime wamedecide kuweka hizo pombe halali, I think I was just thinking that they should give even a few companies in Central hiyo license ya kugrow bangi pia, isikuwe tu pombe peke yake. Hapo Central na Rift tunataka wa grow mpaka bangi, si hata pombe. Kila mtu aweke changa yake huko juu wako na presidency. People are happy, they need to be celebrating Monday to Friday. even if hata kama wafanyi kazi, hao watu inafaa walale juu wako na presidency venye walikuwa wanataka, si ndio? Wao ni maasla. So because priority ya Ruto the first 100 days ni watu kukunywa pombe, kupeana licenses na watu kukunywa pombe. So if 60% of hizo licenses zimepeanwa zinatoka Central, ambapo most of the Central and area when you it is said that waliwapea more than 70%. So for mimi, as long as our watu wana celebrate, they are happy. It seems, because for me it might also mean that maybe watu wa Central walikuwa wanaona Uhuru waliwafinyilia sana, hawakuwa wanakunywa pombe vizuri, so wakaamua hatutaki huyu Uhuru juu amefanya tukunywi pombe, wakaleta serikali naomba na kukunywa pombe. So I have no issue with that. Acha wakunywe pombe kama hiyo ndio yenye walikuwa wanataka. And I agree with Julia. Mejua juzi niliona Uhuru akiomba pesa. Uhuru amekuwa akilala njaa, Uhuru amekuwa akiteseka, Uhuru amekuwa saizi ni kama Uhuru atakunywa pombe. Uhuru ana school fee ya watoto. So now we understand that after hii election Uhuru anateseka sana. Hii maneno drought, ng'ombe za Uhuru zimekufa, hata saizi Uhuru ako broke. Because that is why watu walikuwa wanapiga kura ili Uhuru ateseke. Saizi anateseka. I hope hao watu wamefurahi, because the election was more about hating Uhuru. That Uhuru ni mbaya, Uhuru ABCD, and as we speak hii government ni kama kazi imewashinda. All they do is to talk about Uhuru, talk about Raila, and now they are introducing hii kitu yenye I can call it maybe e-witch-hunt. So I think the reason why Ruto is introducing witch-hunt ni juu ana divert attention ya watu. Hata hii maneno ya pombe, hizi vitu ni za kuwa divert attention za watu, so that msiulize after 100 days nini amefanya. Hizi zote ni ku divert attention za wase. So mimi suggestion yangu, at first nilikuwa na suggest ati Kenya sijui mara sisi kama wananchi tuchange pesa ati tusaidie watu. Nimeona Kenya iko na pesa mpaka inatoa msaada na peana Somali. Wenye wanalipa ushuru, wenye VAT wanalipa VAT kila siku, wanakufa njaa, lakini chakula inapeanwa wapi? Somali. Hiyo kitu ni mbaya. Hiyo kitu iliniuma mbaya. Hiyo kitu inauma. Kama kuna mtu hajauma na hiyo kitu, sijui chenye huyu jamaa anafikiria. Watu saizi wanalia, maisha ni ngumu Nairobi, Kisumu, Central, everywhere. But the same huyu Ruto alikataa ati haezi peana hiyo concession ya food, hiyo ya unga, hiyo subsidy. Kenya Kwanza ilikataa atuwapei subsidy, ati itafanya government broke, ati Gachagua anasema that's a silly move, ati you can't spend on expenses. Lakini hii ya kutoa msaada ya kwenda Somalia, so hiyo ndio investment ama hiyo ni current expenditure? Kama ile kupeana subsidy wamekataa kwa one Kenya, but kutoa pesa ati wanapea chakula ya msaada, hiyo pesa nayo iko. But hii ya subsidy ya fuel ama ya unga, na watu wanalia kila siku juu ya unga. Unga imefika, nasikia imefika about 230. Subsidy unanyima watu, pesa ya msaada nayo iko. Someone is,
Moses,
I think something is not right.
Moses,
Something is not right. Yeah.
ukiwa umeoa alafu upate side chick, wewe unakumbuka bibi nyumbani kweli?
Eh. Lakini umejua hata kama uko na side chick, inafaa ile bajeti ya nyumbani venye wanga tunaifanya. Ukishaweka hii account ni ya chakula. Ikifika end month, wewe chukua pesa yako ya chakula uache hapo, ile yenye uko nayo ile pocket money yako end ucheze nayo. But huwezi wacha bibi na watoto na njaa ati wewe unakimbia kwa side chick. Sijui hiyo hiyo kichwa sio nzuri. Hapa Wakenya tuko na cartoon. Hata sijui penye hii Kenya inaelekea. Juzi umejua hawa watu walichukua serikali then wakagundua hawakuwa na mpango. The first thing wakaanza kusema ati Ruto akaanza kusema ati mara saizi nataka kufanya prior recognition, hiyo prior recognition of skill yenye Raila alikuwa anasema. After hiyo sasa wakaanza kusema ati hao watu walikuwa wanasema ati wanaban mitumba. Saa hizi Moses Kuria anasema aje ati wao ndio wanataka kuban mitumba, ati ita create opportunities. So hao watu huwezi jua penye wamestand. Na hizi maneno za corruption, sijui mara corruption, hizi witch hunt, it is witch hunt because hata kama ingekuwa justice, sisi tunaiona ni witch hunt because people who are allied to hii Kenya Kwanza, kuna watu wabaya but hakuna mwenye anapelekwa kotini. Wenye waliwapinga ndio wanatafuta mistake ama makosa yoyote. Wenye walipinga ndio wanatafuta makosa, lakini wenye wako kwa serikali kama Aisha Juma akona hiyo kesi ya mada. Mwingine Linturi sijui alikuwa na over 30 cases yenye mtu ako nayo kwa koti. Bado nampea sijui Minister of Agriculture. Jamaa kuna ma cases. Cases zinapita 30. Ukiangalia sioni mwenye hana kesi. Sioni kwa hiyo serikali. Kila mtu akona kesi yake. Gachagua alikuwa na kesi wakaitolewa. Yani everybody, kila mtu akona kesi. But sisi saa zingine tunaangalia tunasema this is what the nation maybe this is what the nation needs at the moment so that what will learn.
And you know the problem comes in a sense that unajua sasa tumeshaka foundation kwamba somebody with a case of murder can become a minister because he will use reference of Aisha Jumwa as a justification.
Sio, umejua hiyo chapter 6 ilikufa 2012.
The moment we elected people with criminal cases,
that is when we buried it, and the argument is until unaona hiyo until proven guilty. That is where we lost it, because we lost the spirit of the constitution. The spirit of the constitution ilikuwa ati as long as hiyo kitu as long as with clear conscience umejua ati if you are named in any corruption case, inafaa wewe pia utoke so that hiyo image isingie kwa institution. So hiyo hapo ndio tulilost 20 hiyo Uhuru na Ruto kugombania viti, and then the nation allowing them to run for political offices while they had active cases.
So thank you. There's a video that I want to play a little bit of it here. Yeah. That was is a video that it talks of a different country, but you'll see how it is more applicable in Kenya, even though in Kenya it might not be directly related, but it's likely to be applicable in that scenario.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be part of stoning my brother, stone an own brother, and then going from the car and say these people are selling drugs, and then you steal things from them, and then I must come and join that. I'm not going to do that. Someone says, don't treat, leave this thing, we want you to be president, this thing is going to cause votes. I'm like, you can go with those things to president. I must be a president of thugs, of criminals who beat up people. When you are done with Nigerians, when you are done with Mozambicans and Zimbabweans and Zambians, you are going to go for Shangans from Guyana. I have to stop you now before you come to me. Now some of us can't even talk your language. They are going to ask us to make certain pronouncements in their language, and we can't pronounce Wow. Back to Limpopo. We are going to be victims. Celebrate and be happy, and say the nonsense you are saying about foreigners and Nigerians. Go on. When they are done, they are coming for you. They are going to say, no, the reason we don't have jobs here is because of these Zulus. They must go back to Natal. We don't have jobs here. Is this Tosas? They must go back to Eastern Cape. We don't have jobs here. It is this Pedis here. It is these vendors. Back. Because there will be no foreigner to fight. But poverty will remain. Hunger will remain. The inequality will remain. I said the other time, bring all the buses. Let's put all these Nigerians and Zimbabweans in buses. Let's take them back. And let's see if you'll get an employment tomorrow. It is not a Nigerian, it is not a Zimbabwean that killed Uyinene. It is us, South African men. It is us who are committing violent crimes against our women. The problem is with us. Let's solve it. Where there is crime, crime has got no nationality. Crime has got no color. Crime is crime. It must be punishable. Don't tell me, no, Nigerians must stop selling drugs here. Nigerians must stop selling drugs even in Nigeria. If they are selling drugs. Not necessarily South African drugs. They go all over the continent. No, we don't want them here. If you don't want them here, they are not going to allow South African truck drivers to come into their countries. Therefore, these trucks, even if they are South Africans, they won't have business. Go on, bloody fool. Go on and destroy your own economy out of stupidity. You don't want truck drivers who come from other nations. These are cross-border trucks. Ordinarily in that business, you get different nationalities. It's like that. It's like that. So why are you engaged in such stupidity? Please. South African men were made to run in Zambia who are driving trucks now. Because they were told our people are being butchered and beaten in your country. Stop it. If you want the continent to treat you properly, stop what you are doing. Stop it. So we are saying to our fellow African brothers and sisters, it's not all of us. Majority of us, we know that we are not South Africans, we are Africans. There's nothing special about South Africa. There is no South Africa and an African continent. We are African continent ourselves. And therefore, we make no apology to side with the victims of xenophobic and Afrophobic attacks because we see ourselves in them. And therefore, you should please, we know that you're feeling pain We know that you are angry, but it is not all of us. And we are dealing with that problem here in South Africa. Don't hate all of us. We are with you. We support the positions you have taken as African artists, as recognizable individuals, as sports personalities. We understand your anger and we support it.
So, are you getting me?
Yeah.
So what happens is that Kenyans, there is one thing before I welcome Chaka, because even Chaka amekuja late, lakini tutampea time before we close. Ni kwamba we Kenyans, there's one thing that I've learned, and I'm a person who follow philosophers, historians, and so forth. And I listened to Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere when he was speaking after independence. When he was given independence by the Richard Turnbull, then the governor of Tanganyika, he said that he wanted to delay the independence of Tanzania so that Kenya, Uganda will have independence the same day, so that we have a common something, so that we can form a one country, that is East African Federation. And when he consulted Kenya, they said no. Uganda, they said no, under Kabaka Mutesa. Kenya under Jomo Kenyatta. But he said that one will not stop him. He went ahead to consult the revolutionary leader, Sheikh Abeid Karume, who was heading the Afro-Shirazi party in Tanzania, in Zanzibar, and told him that we can come together to form one country. And they were, for real, in 1964, they were able to merge the country to have what we call Tanzania. After that, he said that was one of the reasons as to why Tanzania tribalism does not exist. Because he said Tanzanians will not be speaking mimi Msukuma, mimi Muyao, mimi Mnyamwezi. They will be saying, we the Tanganyikans, what is our position in this federation against Zanzibars? We the Zanzibar, what is our take in this federation? That is why the Tanzania were united. And I will give you at this point. If Kenya today and Tanzania unite, you will never hear anything to do with Central or Ukambani or anything. You shall be hearing, we the Kenyans, what is our position in this coalition? We the Kenyans, what is our position in this East Africa Federation? But because of ill motive and maybe because of selfish love of our African leaders, they never saw it the way Nyerere saw it, and they decided to have a different channel whereby tribalism defined the Kenyan politics. So these are the issues that are happening there, and we need to be united, all of us, to look at things in an open eye which are affecting us, because I believe there's nobody who wants to give birth to a kid, then that kid turns to become a zombie because he cannot marry, he cannot do anything because of alcoholic and so forth. Nobody of us will ever desire to sire a kid that his future is not promised. You yourself, you want to give up, then you sire a kid. For real, are you sure that the kid will have a promise in future if you, the adult that you want to give up, you want to commit suicide? It's absolutely no. So we need to have a good nation, that at least this country, that we shall be happy and be saying, this is our good country, Kenya is a beautiful nation, we love it, we like it. And how will that be achieved? That one will only be achieved if all of us we come together, regardless on how you value or you see your political party. Ukweli ni ukweli, inaitabaki kuwa ukweli. Lakini ukiendelea na ushabiki wa vyama, ushabiki wa mimi kama Mgamba, mimi sijui kama nani, mimi kama nani, tutagawanywa tu, tutagawanywa. Because right now, I'm telling you, Ruto might not perform, but chances of Ruto getting re-elected are so high. Not that on performance, no. I've not given up, but on this one, Ruto will wait in 2026. He will go in that region and tell them, just support me this year, then 2032, your next person will be the president. And they will vote to the last man without caring if the man performed or not. That is, I'm telling you, it will happen. Very simple, you know. You support me this one, the next time I will support your man, I will become the president. They will head to the ballot to demonstrate how much that they want to have their own man being the president, regardless of whether he performed or not. But as much as is our people, is our person, we are okay with it. A country cannot be built on that. Cannot and will never be. So Chaka,
Habari Francis na Moses.
iko poa.
Kwetu kumekucha, tumshukuru Mungu, na ukweli umeuzungumza Francis. Janga lilotukumba ni wakati wa wasisi wetu. Tulipopewa uhuru, basi hatukuzingatia kuunganisha haya makabila yote yawe kitu kimoja. Ni kweli Tanzania wameweza. Ukiwaona wao ni ndugu tu, kaka basi, mjomba basi, lakini utasikia huyu anazungumza mimi ni Mfipa, mimi Mmakonde, naona mimi Mnyamwezi. Kwa kweli Nyerere hapo aliweza. Na tukirudi swala la kwetu sasa, hata kumeingia tuko pabaya zaidi. Maana utasikia Luo Nation, Kamba Nation, sisi watu wa mlima, na kila anayezungumza asema mimi, wakati kiongozi akisimamia ama akitaka uongozi, swala ni kuulizwa utatufanyia nini sisi watu wa mlima? Kwa serikali yako ndio ndivyo tukupe kura. Luo Nation hivyo. So tumekita katika mizizi ya ukabila, of which ndio kitu ambacho kinatumaliza, kwa sababu siasa ya kwetu imejengeka tangia mwanzo kwa sababu ya huu ukabila. Na tukumbuke haya tunayafanya, wachache ndio watafaidi, kwa sababu hata kama wao watakaochaguliwa, mfano kama tulivyopewa waziri Aisha, kama kupanda tulivyopewa Aisha Juma, tukapewa Kingi, tukafanya nini, but still shida Mkenya iko pale pale, kwa sababu kama hana chakula na harama ya maisha iko juu, hali kama hii tunaishuhudia sisi, still bado tuko kwenye shida. Haijalishi wewe ni mwana Kenya Kwanza, haijalishi wewe ni mwana Azimio, but the fact tunaumia na wao wakila mishahara. So ni kweli unavyozungumzia, tarudi hapa aseme kwamba 2026 kwamba mimi mkinifanyia hivi, mkinipa kura yenu fulani, nikitoka hapa tunamwachia. Ni very true, sina shaka na hapo kabisa, but kile ambacho nitakizungumzia Francis ni kwamba Wakenya wote turudi kitu kimoja. Tukitaka kutengeneza nchi, haitatengenezwa na viongozi. Ni sisi kama Wakenya tushikane pamoja, tuseme hivi ndivyo tunafaa na tunavyotaka tuongozwe at large. Sio makabila haya kwa sababu yamekuwa na position ya kute kwamba wao ndo kingpin wa Kenya. Tumekuwa katika hii mfumo wa kuwa ruled by 2 tribes tangia uhuru wetu, na kufikia mwakani tutakuwa tumekalimisha miaka 60 ya kuongozwa na 2 tribes. Hizi zingine hazina usemi. So ni sisi tujenge Kenya yetu kwa kushirikiana na kukubaliana kwamba kila mtu ana haki Kenya. Bora ana maono, bora ana haki ndani ya moyo wake, basi apewe nafasi. Tusiangalie kwamba sisi tukipata rais ndio mwisho wa shida zetu. Uongo. Hata huko kulikokuwa na marais wengi Central, tena bado kuna wananchi wanaumia sawia tu na sisi ambao hatujakuwa na uongozi pale. So akiingia mtu pale kwa uongozi, yeye ameingia pale kazi, mwisho wa mwezi yeye anategemea mshahara wake tena mnono. Familia yake na watu wake watasoma vizuri, watoto wake wataishi maisha mazuri. Mimi na wewe Mkenya ambaye tuko kwenye ushabiki ndio tunaumia. So imefika wakati tushirikiane wote kama kitu kimoja, as Kenyans, kama Wakenya, tuondoe huu kabila, tuondoe kwamba hii ni stronghold ya fulani, this stronghold ya fulani, unaniingilia kwa stronghold yangu. Hivi vitu vinachangia, na nitavizungumza both, hata kwa Azimio na Kenya Kwanza. Tuondoe kabisa, na ni sisi wa Kenya tushikane pamoja, tuseme hili hatulitaki, maana linatuumiza. For instance, swala hili la kukandamizwa na ushuru, it's our time tuseme hapana, we are now, hii ni tunasema no, hatutaki hivi. Mkikuyu asimame pale, hata Mkale asimame pale, Kamba asimame pale, Wamijikenda, Wakisi, Waluya, wote tushikane pamoja. Lakini hii dhana ya kwamba nikiwa tu karibu na serikali basi jamii yangu itapumzika, uongo. Watakao faidika ni watu wachache, wale ambao watakuwa wako na mishahara, wao wataendelea kuwa mabilionaires, na sisi wa Kenya tutabaki kulipa ushuru. Na kama we ni mgema, basi utakwenda kugema tu. Kama ni mvuvi, utakwenda kuvua tu, utengeze mkate wako wa kila siku. Hakuna kitu kitabadilika. But if we do have a proper governance, inatupunguzia ule mzigo at least, kwamba ndivyo mwananchi mtoa ushuru, lakini at least asipelekwe hapa mahali kutokana na hali ya uchumi. So hilo tu ni utangulizi tu, but tukurejea katika swala ambalo lipo kwenye mada. Si sawa kupata uongozi na kusahau kwamba labda ni Kenya Kwanza peke yake ndio ambao wana manufaa zaidi, ama ndio wenye wana haki zaidi katika hii Kenya. Maana kama ni hivyo hakungekuwa na uchaguzi. But uchaguzi tunategemea kwamba kuna mshindani, kuna mshindwa na mshindi. By the time imefikia wakati mshindi na mshindwa wamepatikana, wewe mshindi sasa lazima uunganishe watu wote, lazima usimame kwenye haki, kwa sababu this is our country. This country does not belongs to Kenya Kwanza only. So ikiwa ni wakati wa makeses, but inaonekana dhahiri wazi kwamba kuna hiyo favor hawa, kwa sababu wali support, they have no cases. But for those who did not support me, they are in for it. This is not a kind of a leadership we Kenyans we expect, and tunategemea ifanye hivi, we expected ifanye hivyo. So ikiwa ni maswala na kesi, kila mtu abebe mzigo wake, haijalishi una cheo gani, ili mradi sheria ya Kenya imeivunja. Haijalishi ni rais, ni makamu wa rais, ni waziri, ikiwa uko na kesi, wacha mahakama ifanye mambo yake. Haya maswala ya kuandama upande fulani, haya mambo si mazuri, na kama wananchi ni lazima tuseme ukweli na tusimame kwenye haki kwa minajili ya vizazi vyetu vinavyokuja. Tuseme no, hatutaki kabisa, kwa sababu nguvu ya mwananchi iko ndani ya katiba. Hao ni waajiri tu tumewaweka hapo juu, watuongoze. But if hawana misimamo ya kutuongoza, sasa inakuwa mbaya. Hakuna hapa tena kusema huyu ni Mkamba, huyu ni nini. Wote tusimame kwa sababu ya manufaa ya sisi na vizazi vinavyokuja. Kenya ni sisi tuijenge, haitajengwa na wa Uganda, haitajengwa na East Africa. Hata tukisema tunaungana, still bado ile momentum, kama akili zetu bado zimestiki pale. Hata hivyo, hata wenzetu wa Tanzania, wa Uganda pia tutajibagua hivyo hivyo kwa misingi hii. So it's time tushirikiane. The last thing ambacho nitakizungumzia ni kuhusiana na We sijui nitaliekaje hili, najaribu kulifoma ndivyo lisingie kuonekana labda pengine niko pabaya. Una hii serikali hii sasa ishaanza kututisha, uweza ponyoka mdomo ukajikuta kesho kwa mahali pengine ambapo hutegemei. So lazima ukienda sasa hivi uende na break, kwa sababu pale mali tunaelekea hapana. But hiyo haita stop for us as Kenyans. Kama mimi sijali kwa sababu kile nakizungumzia ni cha kuitengeneza hii Kenya yetu, na kama hatutakuwa na sauti kama hizi kuzungumza, kama zitakuwa hizo ndo zinalengwa, ukweli lazima tuzungumza. So government tulionayo bado, na nitasema bado kabisa haijaingia hapa kwa minajili ya watu fulani tu, iko hapa kuwasaidia Wakenya, na hatutaendelea hapa tukipewa tu maahadi ambayo ni hewa yasiyo timizika. Ni bora uniahidi vitu viwili tu, lakini nivione dalili yake vinatimizika, kuliko uniahidi mambo 1000 hata moja hakuna, na kukicha ni vitimbi na story tu. Please Kenyans, let's stand together. We are brothers. This is our own country and we have to build it for our future. Those wale wanakuja wakati huo waishi katika nchi ambayo itakuwa ina uhaki na ukweli. So kile kina lack this upande huu ni kule kujienua, sisi ndio sisi. Kwa hiyo walisema hatutaka hapa, sasa tupo. Sasa hizi blaming game zote hazitatupeleka mahali, na tutaishia hivi Francis mpaka tukuja tukikumbuka 2027 imefika. So tusisubiri wenye ugonjwa, tusimame pamoja, na ikiwezekana kama hali itazidi, wote tusimame, wa Kenya wote tumwambie bwana uongozi huu hatutakubali, tulipotoka tulegeshwe hapo. Kwa hivyo nitasimamia pale Francis for now. Asante.
Taifa ilivyo. Twende kule moja kwa moja tumsikize.
Juma, who was found shot dead in Ngong Highway, and whose to date his death has not been properly concluded. Jacob Juma, before he was killed, had stated those who wanted him dead. 11. As a party, demand an immediate end to the selective and vindictive process Ruto was embarked on with regard to disappearances and extrajudicial executions. Instead, we demand a transparent, professional, and inclusive public inquest to assist the country and families determine the fate or whereabouts of members who disappeared or died under clear circumstances, including the ICC witnesses and the election officials. 12. Finally, the issue of raising of taxes. Despite the campaigns, both Azimio and Kenya Kwanza made promises to Kenyans. During the campaigns, both Azimio and Kenya Kwanza made promises to Kenyans. On our part, we made it clear that they would realize the promises we made without increasing tax burden on Kenyans. It remains our position that Kenyans cannot afford and should not be asked to pay extra taxes for the UDA regime to realize the outlandish and unrealistic promises it is pursuing. We wish to remind the UDA regime that we have been here before. When NAC took over power in 2003, the economy was worse off than what UDA has inherited from Jubilee. But we were able to put the country back on track, including free primary education, without raising taxes. The Grand Coalition government picked up from the ashes of post-election violence and rebuild the economy, including massive infrastructure, without raising taxes. UDA must immediately shelve any thoughts of raising taxes on suffering Kenyans. Instead, UDA must improve revenue collection at all collection points like airports, customs points, registration of persons, VAT, and so on. It must stop diversion of revenue, reform institutions like the KRA, NSSF, NHIF, and government procurement. Deducting more money from work and corrupt and mismanaged institutions like the NSSF and the NHIF won't solve any problem. Above all, the government must fight and be seen to be fighting corruption. Those measures will be sufficient to raise money to finance the country without raising taxes. We will resist any attempt by the government to unilaterally raise taxes to finance corruption. End of statement. Kwanza, umeona hapa tuko hapa kama viongozi wa Azimio la Umoja One Kenya. Umeona hapa Mheshimiwa Kalonzo Musyoka, Mheshimiwa Martha Karua na washingio wengine. Tuko hapa na Mheshimiwa Eugene Wamalwa ambaye kwa mara ya kwanza anashiriki katika mikutano yetu kama mwanachama, ametoka kwa serikali sasa. Karibu katika kiwanja cha upinzani. Vilevile mmeona Mheshimiwa Junet Mohamed hapa, Dr. Mukisa Kitui na wabunge wengi tuko nao hapa pamoja na minority leader in the National Assembly, Honorable Pia Wandai. Tuko hapa kwanza kupeana certificate kwa Mheshimiwa Wafula Wamunyinyi kama mgombea kiti cha useneta wa kaunti la Bungoma. Yeye ndiye atabeba bendera ya Azimio katika hiyo by election ambayo inakuja kule Bungoma. Najua nyinyi watu mnajua Mheshimiwa Wamunyinyi amekuwa mwanabunge kwa miaka mirefu zaidi, mbunge wa Kanduko, na uwezo wake na kujulikana. Tuna hakika ya kwamba Mheshimiwa Wafula Wamunyinyi atabeba bendera ya Azimio vizuri katika kinyang'anyiro ya kiti cha Bungoma. Tunamtakia kila laheri. Pili, tumeongea juu ya mambo ya maafa ile uuaji kinyama ya Wakenya. Tumesema tunajua ati kuna wale Wahindi ambaye inasemekana walishikwa na baadaye wakatoweka na wajaonekana mpaka waleo. Ile kitu ambayo walikuwa wanafanya hapa hakuna mtu anajua, ijapokuwa wale ambayo waliwaleta hapa. Lakini tumesema wao ni binadamu kama wanadamu wengine, na sisi tutetea haki yao ya maisha. Sisi tungependa uchunguzi yote ifanyike
So,
Right?
yes.
Mimi niona nitafunga tu kwa mno mawili tu kidogo, kwa sababu bando zangu zinakatika na
Sasa funga, hata mimi naona ni kama huku pia ni kama kuna kitu imetokea. Sasa tupeane remarks hivyo kidogo ya kufunga hiyo maneno.
ni sawa. Wasema kweli siku zote huaga na kupatikana na upinzani mkubwa, kwa sababu ukianza tumbua majipu basi na kwa hivyo, but kila ambacho mimi ningeweza kuwashauri tu kwa serikali yangu, wakati Magufuli aliingia kwa serikali Tanzania, yeye hakutazama mwananchi mdogo, kwa sababu alijua huyu ndo anayekandamizwa. Yeye alideal na those wale ambao ni wakubwa na hawalipagi ushuru, wako na makampuni wamekeza, hao ndio walikuwa na deal nao. Na kwa kweli alisustain uchumi wa Tanzania. Miradi mingi walikuwa wanajijengea kutokana na pesa yao. Hakuweza kuwakandamiza watu wake wote kwa sababu ya ushuru. Ile alifanya pale tu, aliingia na alivyoingia akadili na wale ambao hawalipagi ushuru na ni makampuni na watu wadosi wanafanya biashara hivi hivi. Pili, alirudi katika sekta ya madini, akahakikisha kwamba madini yale anachimbwa thamani yake inalipwa, si kwamba ichakachuliwe tu ikachakachuliwe mbali. Hapa tuelewane, mzigo huu ni shilingi ngapi, lete pesa yangu ifanyie mradi wananchi wangu. So angeenda katika mizizi ile, na swala la ufisadi alipigania vizuri tu. Sasa hapa kwetu njoo hapa sasa hivi ni kuhakikisha mnatoa ushuru ili wale wote supporters wenye wote walikuwa katika mrengo, kila mtu akisha amepata sehemu yake na anakula mshahara ambao mtoza ushuru hapa mwananchi wa kawaida ndiye anayenyanyasika. Gharama ya maisha ni iko juu, kumpeleka mtoto wake shule ni ngumu, na lazima atalipia hii squad yote, kwa sababu ni kila mtu ambaye aliweza kusupport awe located mahali ale mshahara. This is not a kind of government we like. This is not our kind of government tunataka. Please, kama ni tamata na corruption, wadili na wale watu ambao wanahusika, walete hiyo pesa yetu back. Kama ni masuala la blue economy, tuhakikishe blue economy inatusaidia as Kenyans. If ni swala la mining hakikisha kwamba kama ni kila mahali ile pesa tunayokusanya hapa katika mfumo ambao utakuwa ni wa njia ya haki, na kama viongozi wakiwa na malengo ya kuwatengenezea wananchi wao, basi Kenya hata tusipokopa nje, hii pesa yetu ya hapa tu itatuweza kutuendeleza na kutupa miradi, na pia kutuweza kusimamishiwa hii harama kidogo ikapunguza. But kama itakuwa kwenye madini watu wako kule na kuna dili zinatengenezeka huko, wafisadi hakuna, sasa tunaingilia kwenye cases ambazo hazina cha msingi, maana hata wakimfunga Kinoti, hiyo si kwamba ni kule ni kulipiza. So tuondoke katika serikali ya rewarding, turudi katika serikali ya kufanyia mwananchi kazi. What we need ni kazi ifanywe, mwananchi apate unafuu, asherekee, ajivunie kwamba mimi niko katika Kenya hii kama Mkenya. Si pati ya Kenya ijikute hiyo ndio ambayo inajaliwa zaidi, wengine wengi wakiwa wanaumia. Ni vibaya mno, na mimi nitapinga kwa hapo na sitokubaliana napo. Japo sina uwezo, sina nguvu, sina lolote, lakini sauti yangu na imani hata Mungu anaisikia.
Tunashukuru Chaka. Moses.
Nitasema machache.
Yes.
Favor mtu wote. So kuacha katika mkono ya waharibifu hata siku.
Mimi namalizia kwa kusema, I'm finishing by saying if we don't organize ourselves, then they will organize us. We have to understand, Kenyans must understand that this is a political process, and the problems we are going through are being or the solutions to our problems. Most of them, although some may not, most of them includes for us to find the better solutions. We need policy change. We need governance structures, and for us to achieve this, is made in most cases is through the political system. So we have to organize ourselves within political structures. So if we don't do that, then there are people, the people who shall have occupied those structures will always organize us. That is what I wanted to put across, that we must think of ways of reorganizing ourselves wherever we are, so that we have good people who mean well to this country and will do good. Otherwise, thank you. Bye.
So welcome, and I feel much appreciated by your contribution. We as Kenyans, we have one language to speak. We are one people under one currency, one nation, one flag, one presidency, one army. We all share so many things in common. What you share in common are so many than what you share separately. Therefore, we have a reason as to why you should remain united. Not unless that diplomacy fails, no any other means should be justifiable, but we don't hope that diplomacy will ever fail. So it's my wish, is everyone Kenyans wish, that Kenya will have a prosperous nation, a blessed one, that one day the true definition of independence will be heard. A true definition of independence will be felt by common citizen, not by the word of mouth, by the action of what the regime will be doing. I believe that one day the country, and the beautiful country we call Kenya, will have a president that will be a pragmatic centrist, that at least he will look at every corner of this country. He will be able to handle everybody in accordance with the law, the way it is well stipulated. That is my wish and everybody else's wish. And we hope that at the end of the day, we shall all come together saying that at least at long last, we have made it to be having a country that we have, that we are calling Kenya. And let us not give up. Let us not tire. We have no other opportunity. We have no other option. We have to struggle. We have to keep the fight. We have to move on. We have no any other alternative like giving up. It's no longer there. Because if we give up, the generation that is behind us is looking at us. What will we do to have a better country? So if we give up, we know that we would have destroyed a country that we could have made it to look good, to look it at least governable. And as we finish, and as I give a concluding remarks, is that what I believe is one thing. Kenya is a good country. It's a beautiful country. It has resources. It has everything it takes to be called a country. All we need is a good manager of those resources to work in a coordinated way so that we realize what we believe in it. This one cannot only be achieved by the leaders who are in power right now. It also needs the goodwill of we, the citizen, as the people who are being governed. The goodwill doesn't mean that we have to go by what they say, but the goodwill is that you have to say the truth the way it is, whether it is favorable or not favorable to them. They must get that right. They must be told, and once they are told, it is their choice either to implement or to ignore. But we shall remain patriotism. We shall be able to give them the support they need, and the support they need majorly is about taxes. We pay taxes, and those who don't pay taxes, they're supposed to be paying, because it's our civic duty, every Kenyan from every corner of this country, to pay taxes, whether directly or indirectly. We have no bargain on that. But anything to go by the paying taxes should not be increased, but should ensure that we increase the taxable capacity. We close down any kind of system that tries to go away with our taxes and not remitting them to KRA. This is what we hold dearly to our country. We love it, because I know without paying taxes, you cannot get development. Without paying taxes, you cannot pay even those MPs. And above all, we need to stand and to call corruption as the way it is. Let us not sugarcoat corruption by calling it connection, by calling it so many other names, by calling it is God manze, such kind of language. Let's call corruption corruption. You as a citizen, the moment you go in a public office, you want to get a permit of construction, maybe to set up a business, And you know very well you have not met a condition under NEMA or any other organization that is tasked with ensuring that the construction is well under it's under the rule, and you pay amount of money to be given that certificate or that permit in an unlawful way. No, you are the part and the parcel of the corruptee we are talking about. If you are a Kenyan, you are there. You offer money to get a services that is not supposed to be given to you at a particular time, that you are paying money at the expenses of the poor person in the society. As long as you are attacking the corruption, no, you are the person we are talking about as a corruptee. You as a Kenyan, as you know very well that you are a driver and you are giving money to drive an roadworthy vehicle on our highways, killing thousands of the people in each year. As much as you are attacking the corruption in the national government, no, you are the part and parcel of it. So if you want to finish the corruption, let's start from the goodwill of the Kenyans. And I repeat again, those who seek justice should do it with clean hands. The question is, we citizens that you want a country that is corruption free, are we doing it with the clean hands, or are we attacking it because it's not on favor of us? I believe we have a civic duty to fight corruption at our capacity. If today all of us refuse to give money to get favors, all of us will refuse to receive money to give favors, I believe corruption might go down by almost 70%. Now, what will remain the political class will be just to follow the suit. And if they will not be able to follow, it will be outrightly seen that they are the problem. But now they are finding where to hide among the citizens. Let's applaud ethical issues. Let's applaud ethical integrity. These are core issues that our governance cannot lack. They are very important. They are very fundamental in our constitution, that integrity and ethical issues is not a bargaining thing, that we need a country that has clean money, has a clean energy, clean, everything should be clean from the word go. That's the country that we believe in. That's the country we wish to have. And I hope and I know if all of us we come together with input, with a clear mind and with a goodwill, therefore we shall be able to achieve that in a short time span that most of you might not be able to believe it. All it takes is to have all Kenyans on board. And we are not Azimio or UDA. We are all Kenyans. We are all under the same rule, the same system, everything. Our president is Ruto. Our speaker is Wetangula, wherever, everything is just we under one system. So wherever it's wrong, let's call out the way it is. There is no any memorandum or contract you sign with the government that you need to support it wherever it makes mistake. No. We need to stand and call the truth the way it is. And if we do that, I will tell you, we shall have a good leaders that will serve all Kenya. I don't wish to have a Kenya that one looks like London, another one looks like favela. I want a Kenya that all looks uniformly with uniform distribution of resources. So thank you for the viewers and everybody else who have been fundamental to the contribution of this discussion and this show. We all acknowledge your input. We all thank you for the comments and everything else, because we believe every input in our country is very important. Ideas are one of the powerful things, and that's why we come together as a group to listen to everybody else, so that we know who has this, and A, B, C, D. So at the end of the day, we can come up with a more advanced mind. There is no man who knows everything. We all learn from each other. And that is why we are here from different parts of country, different nation, different continent, so that at the end of the day, we'll have a country that is well built on diversity. Thank you, and God bless you.